philosophical system around allegorical devices like the cave and the divided line suddenly becomes skeptical of allegorical interpretation when it might redeem the myth we find so distasteful. The philosopher who asks us to see beyond appearances to true forms can't trust youth to see beyond literal castration to deeper meanings. Plato's elaborate restrictions, mystery cults, impossible sacrifices, chosen circles of initiates reveal his profound ambivalence. He knows these stories hold power he can fully dismiss, yet fears that power like one might fear a lightning bolt from Zeus himself. His solution? Create such an elaborate labyrinth of prerequisites that accessing these stories becomes practically impossible without abandoning them in time. The great paradox is that Plato himself was clearly shaped by these very myths he wished to restrict. His entire philosophical project can be read as a response to and transformation of the mythological tradition he inherited. Without Hesiod's troubling heaven, would Plato's upward-looking Uranus ever have been conceived? History delivers its verdict with a certain delicious irony. While Plato's Republic remains unrealized, Hesiod's tales of divine castration, cosmic birth, and generational conflict continue to captivate imaginations and inspire creative works millennia later. Perhaps
should I be worried about anything Victoria said?
Was in the end the death of
Should I be?
themselves, a sacrifice the fates.
Do you guys actually believe anything came out of her mouth? I never did. Not really.
So we find ourselves in a curious position, indebted to Plato for his philosophical brilliance, while gently chuckling at his sensorial anxieties. The philosopher who urged us to leave the cave and face reality couldn't quite face the raw mythic reality of Uranus. Perhaps that's the greatest.
So Bob was true, it turns out.
That heaven itself made Plato's
not all.
philosophical game. Isn't it curious how the most profound
Ways you guys would not understand, because she's a liar and a liar and a liar, and that's more time around in the U.S.
Hesiod's theogony introduces us to Uranus, natural heaven, and yes, the personification of heaven itself. One would think he is like a serene blue expanse, an oasis of light and truth, with exuberant and luxurious gardens.
Robert, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Uranus is as dramatic as the other.
Dad, I'm trying to force you outside. We're smoking. Why? Because I need that back. Last time I was talking. Why? Because Dad, technically, it's kind of horror we need. It costs that much and that much and that much. But technically, Garfield.
Then in another word, Hesiod writes,
I just need to go out to buy a lighter, pretty much. Pretty much. You go to the store. I thought.
No wonder Plato found himself so troubled by these tales. Hesiod doesn't waste time on pleasantries. From the very start of the theogony, we're thrown into a cosmogonic tangle that would make even today's theorists reach for their notebooks. And Earth first bare starry heaven, equal to herself, to cover her on every side, and to be an ever-sure abiding place for the blessed gods. And she brought forth long hills, graceful haunts of the goddess nymphs, who dwell amongst the glens of the hills. She bare also the fruitless deep with his raging swell Pontus, without sweet union.
100, Garfield, from that clock.
Afterwards she lay with Hector and bare deep swirling oceans. Colas.
Yep, 159 on that one.
Thea and Rhea, Themis and Mnemosyne, gold-crowned Phoebe and lovely Tethys. After them was born Cronus, the wily, youngest and most terrible of her children, and he hated his mistress. Did you catch that? Earth gives birth to heaven, making him her son, and then proceeds to lay with heaven to produce titans. One can almost see Plato pacing anxiously in his academy, wondering how to reconcile this primordial Oedipal scenario with his vision of heaven as representing philosophical ascent. Looking upward takes on quite a different meaning when you consider.
A lot happened before he said, "Let it be light." Even.
The divine family dynamic only grows more troubled as the narrative progresses. Hesiod reveals Uranus as the original abusive patriarch.
No, a ton.
And again, she, Gaia, bare the Cyclopes, overbearing in spirit, Brontes and Steropes and stubborn.
We just couldn't explain it yet.
Who gave Zeus the thunder and made the thunder.
Not quite.
In all else they were like the gods, but one eye only was set in the midst of their foreheads, and they were surnamed Cyclopes, orb-eyed, because one orbed eye was set in their foreheads. Strength and might.
And that's smart too. In a world like this, huh?
Three other sons.
No, exactly. No, exactly.
Great and doubting beyond telling. Cottus and Boreareus and guys.
Lions are fucking smart. And cats are fucking smart. And dogs are fucking smart. Turns the fuck out.
And each had 50 heads upon his shoulders on their strong limbs. And irresistible was the stubborn strength that was in their great forms. For of all the children that were born of earth and heaven, these were the most terrible. And they were hated by their own father from the first. And he used to hide them all away in a secret place of earth.
But they can be foolish, just like
and would not suffer
any other mortal.
And heaven
and immortals too, you'd be surprised.
What exquisite darkness in that final line. Uranus imprisons his monstrous offspring, and he literally rejoices in his evil doing. The starry vault of heaven, which Plato would have us contemplate for philosophy.
Right, when you actually become mortal, and you're like, well, I'm mortal,
turns out to
and
harness sadistic pleasure in cruelty.
I'm kind of evil.
No wonder Plato preferred his sanitized etymological interpretation in the Cratylus, connecting Uranus to looking upward and pure mind.
Like, well, I made it
The
right.
gap
I
between
made it.
these two
See, I'm
visions
still
of
alive.
heaven
I know
could
I'm still
hardly
alive.
be wider. Then comes the passage that made Plato reach for his red pen, the moment that would launch 1,000 psychoanalytic theories millennia later. The castration of Uranus stands as perhaps the most visceral scene in all of Greek cosmogony. But vast earth groaned within, being straightened, and she thought a crafty and an evil while. Forthwith she made the element of grey flint and shaped a great sickle, and told her plan to her dear sons. And she spoke, cheering them, while she was vexed in her dear heart. My children, gotten of a sinful father, if you will obey me, we should punish the vile outrage of your father, for he first thought of doing shameful things. So she said, but fear seized them all, and none of them uttered a word. But great Cronos the wily took courage and answered his dear mother. Mother, I will undertake to do this deed, for I reverence not our father of evil name, for he first thought of doing shameful things. So he said, and vast earth rejoiced greatly in spirit, and set and hid him in an ambush, and put in his hands a jagged sickle, and revealed to him the whole plot. And heaven came, bringing on night and longing for love, and he lay about earth, spreading himself full upon her. Then the sun from his ambush stretched forth his left hand, and in his right took the great long sickle with jagged teeth, and swiftly lopped off his own father's members, and cast them away to fall behind him. The imagery here is extremely intimate and violent. Uranus approaches earth, bringing on night and longing for love, a surprisingly tender portrayal of desire just moments before his mutilation. The ambush occurs during the most vulnerable of acts, with Cronos hidden beneath his mother's skirts, so to speak, waiting for the moment when his father is most exposed. It's a primal scene of generational violence that persisted through the entire mythic structure of Greek thought. Plato, with his philosophical project of directing souls toward rational contemplation of eternal forms, must have shuddered at the thought of young Athenians absorbing this tale. How could one contemplate the starry heavens with philosophical serenity after picturing this scene? How could patricide not seem somehow cosmically sanctioned? Yet what makes Greek myth so enduringly fascinating is not the violence itself, but how creative force emerges from destruction. Out of this brutal castration comes one of mythology's most sublime images, and not vainly did they fall from his hand. For all the bloody drops that gushed forth earth received, and as the seasons moved round, she bare the Erinyes, great giants with gleaming armour, holding long spears in their hands, and the nymphs whom they call Meliae, all over the boundless earth. And so soon as he had cut off the members with flint and cast them from the land into the surging sea, they were swept away over the main a long time, and a white foam spread around them from the immortal flesh, and in it there grew a maiden. First she drew near holy Scythia, and from there, afterwards, she came to sea-girt Cyprus, and came forth an awful and lovely goddess, and grass grew up about her beneath her. And men call Aphrodite, and the foam-born goddess and rich-crowned Cytherea, because she grew amid the foam, and Cytherea, because she reached Cythera, and Cyprogenes, because she was born in billowy Cyprus, and Philomedes, because she sprang from the members. The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite herself, now called Philomedes, emerges from dismembered divine genitals floating in sea foam. Could any image better capture the mysterious entanglement of violence and creativity, horror and beauty that characterizes Greek myth? Botticelli's serene Birth of Venus barely references the visceral origins Hesiod describes. Beauty is not separate from violence in this worldview, but emerges directly from it. With exquisite mythic irony, the son who castrated his father for his cruelty becomes equally monstrous in his own way. But Rhea was subject in love to Cronos and bare splendid children, Hestia, Demeter, and gold-shod Hera, and strong Hades, pitiless in heart, who dwells under the earth, and the loud crashing earth-shaker, and wise Zeus, father of gods and men, by whose thunder the wide earth is shaken. These great Cronos swallowed, as each came forth from the womb to his mother's knees with this intent, that no other of the proud sons of heaven should hold the kingly office amongst the deathless gods. For he learned from earth and starry heaven that he was destined to be overcome by his own son, strong though he was, through the contriving of great Zeus. The revolutionary becomes the tyrant, a pattern as old as time itself and therefore as Cronos himself. Cronos, having witnessed the prophecy of his father's overthrow fulfilled by his own hand, attempts to outmaneuver fate by consuming his children. The imagery shifts from imprisonment inside earth to imprisonment inside the divine body itself. Uranus kept his children from seeing the light. Cronos ensures they never see anything at all. Zeus eventually breaks this cycle, at least partially, and he set free from their deadly bonds the brothers of his father, sons of heaven, whom his father in his foolishness had bound. And they remembered to be grateful to him for his kindness, and gave him thunder and the glowing thunderbolt and lightning. For before that, huge earth had hidden these. In them he trusts and rules over mortals and immortals. Zeus liberates the imprisoned children of Uranus, yet still overthrows his own father Cronos. Progress, perhaps, but not complete transformation. The pattern of generational conflict remains, though its manifestation evolves. In the ultimate mythic twist, Zeus himself employs a strategy eerily reminiscent of both his father and grandfather. Now Zeus, king of the gods, made Metis his wife first, and she was wisest among gods and mortal men. But when she was about to bring forth the goddess bright-eyed Athene, Zeus craftily deceived her with cunning words and put her in his own belly, as earth and starry heaven advised. Even Zeus, ostensibly the most just of divine rulers, swallows a pregnant female when faced with prophecies threatening his rule. The pattern spirals through the generations, changing form but maintaining its essence. Uranus imprisoned his children in Gaia. Cronos swallowed his children whole. Zeus swallows not his child but his pregnant lover. Each generation becomes somewhat more subtle, yet the fundamental anxiety about succession and the willingness to commit violence to prevent it remains. Despite his violent end, Uranus remains a benchmark of divinity throughout the theogony. His name appears repeatedly as a measure of excellence. Hail, children of Zeus, grant lovely song and celebrate the holy race of the deathless gods, who are forever, those that were born of earth, and starry heaven and gloomy night, and them that briny sea did rear. And Leto was joined in love with Zeus, who holds the aegis, and bare Apollo and Artemis, delighting in arrows, children lovely above all the sons of heaven. But Hera, without union with Zeus, for she was very angry and quarrelled with her mate, bare famous Hephaestus, who is skilled in crafts more than all the sons of heaven, and tens of other references to heaven. The castrated god, the cruel father who rejoiced in his evil doing, somehow remains the standard against which divine excellence is measured. Apollo and Artemis are lovely above all the sons of heaven. Hephaestus is skilled in crafts more than all the sons of heaven. The shadow of Uranus stretches across the entire pantheon, a silent presence even after his power has been literally cut away. Heaven doesn't fall completely. We find ourselves caught in this exquisite tension between Hesiod's raw, generative, morally ambiguous cosmos and Plato's yearning for philosophical purity. Hesiod gives us a universe where beauty emerges from violence, where divine power is both creative and destructive, where the lines between victim and perpetrator blur across generations. Plato, on the other hand, wants to direct our gaze upward towards a heaven of pure forms, unsullied by the messy particulars of embodied existence. Perhaps we need both visions. Plato was right that these stories hold power to change dramatically how we see the world. But was he right to fear them? History suggests otherwise. The myths he found so dangerous have been told and retold for millennia without bringing civilization to its knees. Rather than corrupting us, these morally complex narratives might actually prepare us for a reality that rarely divides neatly into good and evil. Perhaps in witnessing even the gods struggle with their shadow sides, we learn to acknowledge and integrate our own. The castration of Uranus, the ancient tabloid scandal, turns out to be a primordial truth about power, generations, creativity, and change. No wonder Plato found it so disturbing. No wonder we still find it fascinating today. No wonder heaven is the grandfather of all of us. If Hesiod gave us Uranus as a bleeding, castrated patriarch and a bloody family drama, while Plato nervously starts sanitizing everything and recasts Uranus as more of a philosophical aspiration, Homer performs an altogether more audacious magic trick. He turns the divine progenitor into real estate. And like that, puff, Uranus practically disappears. This time, Aphrodite was birthed by Zeus and Dione. In Homer's cosmic architecture, the once mighty Uranus suffers neither castration nor sanitization, but something perhaps more humiliating: irrelevance. The former Sky Father becomes merely the sky, transformed from monstrous parent to convenient seed, from divine actor to celestial backdrop. It's the mythological equivalent of discovering your terrifying grandfather has been relegated to decorative wallpaper. Open the Iliad, expecting to find Uranus brooding over his lost testicles, and you'll find yourself woefully disappointed, like Zeus at an abstinence convention. And we all know that Zeus is a madman who can't help himself even if he wanted to. Anyway, the name appears, certainly, Uranus scattered across the verses, but with all the personality of an apartment house. In Homeric conception, heaven is where gods loiter, not who made them. When Athena swoops down to prevent Achilles from skewering Agamemnon in Book 1, she arrives from heaven, or a nothing by white arm, here, hither sent. Heaven here is just the god's departure term, not a sentient being who might have opinions about his granddaughter's travel plans. One imagines the former cosmic patriarch fuming impotently as divine beings treat his dismembered body as a celestial guardian. The smoke from sacrificial animals rises to high heaven, as if the sky were nothing but a collector of barbecue fumes. No consciousness receives these offerings. The phrase merely indicates direction, like the smoke when atomed. Uranus, who in Hesiod's account literally embraced Earth in cosmic copulation, has been demoted to a compass point. When Thetis seeks Zeus to plead for her son, we're told, up from the wave she sprang, and in the morning stirred the heights of heaven. Heaven is not someone to petition, but someone to climb. The primordial creator was reduced to a diving platform. She finds Zeus not communing with his cosmic grandfather, but on many-ridged Olympus's topmost peak, as if the universe's first father had been outbid on divine real estate by his upstart grandson. Warriors' battle cries, reach the welkin, the vault of heaven, as if the sky were just an acoustic ceiling, testing the limits of Bronze Age acoustics. The gleam from their armor flashes through ether heavenwards, treating Uranus like north. Trains with clamor fill the sky.
What's up?
How are you doing?
I'm alright. My lunch.
Yeah.
Chilling in the background. I got snitched on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Probably Tori.
So I don't talk to her.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Snitch, but Steve really came over and tested my whole house. Somehow we all passed. Like, I mean, I was clean, but I guess everybody else just happened to be clean too.
Just happened to be?
And then he's like, stay out of, who's Aaron? I was like, me. He's like, stay out of females' houses. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, I heard you were in house 7. You snuck in house 7. I was like, house 7? That was my old house on the male side. He's like, oh, sorry, brother. And he fist bumped me and walked out.
Oh, wow.
So you got like somebody who ever snitched played a game of telephone, yeah.
Right.
I mean, fucking shit gets passed around so fast there. It's like,
right. No, you can't.
What are you up to?
Just hanging out.
Yeah. Right on.
Yeah.
Everything going okay?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm just thinking about what I'm going to do next. Yeah, tired of going nuts in my house. But it's like it feels like straight up hypnosis. As soon as I walk in my house, it's like I just want to go nuts.
Right.
I just can't help it.
Right.
I get up in the morning. I'm just like, dude, what happened last night? What just happened? What happened this morning? What did I do though? What I take credit for?
Activities or something, man. I don't know. You always come here. You know that.
Yeah, but I don't have any reason to go there really.
Good old partnership. People come here for all kinds of. This is dual diagnosis. If you say you're going nuts in your house, then
yeah, I can't bring Garfield. I cannot bring
they're-
Garfield there, so I would never go there.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're sort of.
I've spent this much time trying to train Garfield. He's being really, really good now. Even though he feels a little chastised, but he's doing really good. So.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't bring him here if fucking Steve Lucarelli's a cat killer.
Is he?
Yeah, he fucking poisoned our fucking house cat.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fucked up.
We love that cat too. It's fucking awesome.
Evil. No evil.
Alright? Yeah.
The vertical ordering of the cosmos is Zeus's famous threat.
Yeah, I don't know what my next step is either. Probably keep working the job for now. I actually love it. It's fucking pretty nice. It's easy. It's like super easy. I like my coworkers. Yeah. I just gotta stay on point with my recovery, I guess, you know. Not fuck that up.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that.
Because it turns out I'm a fucking bad addict.
Can be.
I got lucky with this job because they don't do background checks and stuff, and like I've been seeing like a lot of people have been getting turned down for having thefts on their record, and I have so many thefts on my record, it's like ridiculous. So I would be fucking
Right.
turned down anywhere, you know.
Right.
So I'm pretty lucky.
And you'll begin to grasp Uranus's spectacular devotion. This is one of the most insane stories in ancient Greek culture, simply because the
What?
What are you thinking your choices are for your next step?
I'm not sure yet.
Yeah.
I'm looking for some better hardware for Garfield a little bit.
Right.
I need to order it somehow. I got $100 gift from the church actually.
Oh really? You went to church again?
Yeah. No, I've been going every
That's
weekend.
cool. Nice.
Try. I
That's
missed.
good, man. That gets you out of your house and stuff.
I missed a couple in a row because
Right, the weather and shit.
weather. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Oh, dude, the weather's getting fucking bad here. I hate it.
And also just being kind of lazy, I guess. But yeah, it was pretty windy.
It was 84 degrees yesterday. It's supposed to be like 87 today.
It feels hot to me. I don't even know how hot it is outside, but it feels hot.
Probably like 60. 65.
When it gets there, it gets there. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the mountain going, all right, when are you going to melt?
Yeah, it's still not melting down.
Not even close, dude. There's like 3 feet of snow below the tree line almost some places.
Yeah. I should come back and visit this weekend.
What?
I said, I do need to come visit actually because I got to start helping my dad with his greenhouse. He's ordering Tropicana punch and sour diesel.
I was gonna ask if you're doing that this year.
Yeah, I'm gonna help him grow. You know, might as well. It's a fun hobby. I actually like it. You know, even if I don't smoke, I'm like,
Right.
him out with that. He gets a lot of, you know, he has fun with like the trimming and everything else, and so I'm not gonna take that away from him.
Right, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's a good connection to Mother Earth and nature and stuff like that, I think, yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm
doing a little pot garden, not pot plants, but like a little potted plants garden in my backyard here.
Oh yeah.
Like, there's like some cactuses that were already out there and stuff.
Right. That's cool.
I'm gonna plant some plants out there
That's cool.
in my little teeny tiny backyard. But it's pretty cool. We got like one of the best backyards there is. Somebody else had put like a table and like, you know, some grass out there and stuff. That's nice.
That's
Yeah. That's too bad they wasn't like cats here, man, because it would be fucking, I think it would be a good place for you.
Yeah, maybe not though.
You get a lot of social interaction and stuff. Like you had fun here last time, as much as it wasn't fun. It was fun.
I'm good, bro. Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm too fucking I'm too aware now for rehab. I think it's just like there's all this shit talking in the background, shit talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when I was in rehab, I had a hard time handling certain things. It's like shit talking here and shit talking there, and there's shit talking here, shit talking there, and you're trying to do your best. You're trying to do your best. You're trying to do your best. But there's like, oh, I was better, and I was better, and I was better too. Like, but were you?
I don't know a good point now.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And then I go there, I'm 26 or 25 or whatever, 24. And they're selling me short, and selling me short, and selling me short.
You got a lot of like social validation here about how important is that, you know? I mean,
right.
Yeah. I've been keeping to myself for the most part lately, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I
work. I go home. I'm pretty much.
That's what I'd be doing. It's what I was doing basically last time when I could have just been hanging out with my cats, honestly.
Right.
Because that was 3 months that I could spend with George. The last winter I could have spent with George, and I spent it in rehab instead. And I'm not super happy about it sometimes.
Steve Lucarelli is a cat killer. I was so pissed off at him about that.
Is that real shit?
Yeah.
You can't really do that, I don't think, legally.
He told us he was going to have a cat euthanized if we didn't take it out, and there was like a bunch of people who were going to, adopt it or find someone to adopt it, but we just weren't fast enough. And then he just had it poisoned, and then said, he said, oh, someone must have ran it over or something, but we know because like my friend Jacob went over there, fucking across the fence. It was in sober living and fucking seen, and it was like all the signs of poisoning and shit. Foaming at the mouth and fucking.
Oh wow!
There was no impact marks or fucking anything like that.
Right.
I'm pretty much assuming,
He could have got sick, I guess.
Well, okay, the cat was sick. He had like a flu, like a cat flu or something, but then was getting better and was like almost better, but then all of a sudden is dead. So I don't know.
No, that's exactly what happened to George. Is he was getting better. He was sick for a long time. He didn't seem as sick as he was before, and he was getting better from my perspective. But he was in pain, and I knew it. And then he seemed like he was getting better for 2 days, like a lot better. And then he got really, really sick for like a day and died.
Yeah, that could be that. Maybe I'm just jumping to conclusions because I don't want to believe Steve Lucarelli is a cat killer, but
you never know.
Yeah.
I kind of know a little better about a few things around there. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, I gotta get back to work. I gotta finish my hamburger and stuff.
All right, see ya.
You know when my lunch is, huh? You want to know to call my line?
I just kind of get lucky every time, honestly.
Yeah. I'll talk to you.
All right, see ya. Bye. 224 Garfield.
Almighty Titans, who from heaven, Uranus and Earth guide, derive your noble and illustrious birth. Our fathers' fires, in Tartarus profound who dwell, deep merged beneath the solid ground.
Let's see, they can be like that. It's not culture I'm always cool with sometimes. It's the way they run it sometimes. But I get it, I guess.
Most telling, in the Orphic tradition, sky is paired with night rather than earth in the cosmological sequence. The hymn to night immediately precedes the hymn to sky.
Right, the hymn to night immediately precedes the hymn to sky.
Sky as the masculine counterpart.
Right.
A subtly different cosmological vision than Hesiod's earth-sky pairing. The Orphic approach offers a third alternative to the Platonic and Homeric solutions to Hesiod's problematic sky.
No, exactly.
Plato sanitized through etymology and Homer demoted through depersonalization, the Orphics elevated through mystical transformation. This sky becomes simultaneously more physical, azure and foot forms, and more metaphysical, source and end of all. Most remarkably, sky in the Orphic hymns becomes a figure worthy of direct invocation, capable of bestowing a life divine on worshippers.
Right.
This represents neither Platonic abstraction nor Homeric emotion, but rather mystical elevation, transforming the castrated deity of myth into a cosmic.
Right. No, right. Oh, we're hearing about it. See the link. Because they have money like that. They know, right? When you don't, and you say you did something, the rest really don't matter. In America. Right. No, right. No, that's what I was talking about. Shit that people knew about. It was very real. Picking sides is legit. Often. Can be a bitch. Oh, well, right? Something like 400 to the police, almost, huh? What name of the mouse sometimes, huh? And when you guys tell me I don't know, that's what I keep saying to you guys. What? See, that's what I'm worried about. Just like that. Just like that and just like that. See, Garfield? That's a concern. Better hardware. No, better hardware and better hardware. Okay, Garfield. Try again. No, you're not in trouble. Good boy. No, you're a good boy. You're just testing it. What? No. Want to go outside? Do you want to go outside? You want some food? He's a kitty. He's a kitty. Hungry kitty. Want some food? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Two 4-2 Garfield. Four tons of gold. Missing? Oh, they're missing gold? Is that what they're saying? But why though? We're talking some dumb shit. Is some dumb shit? See, it is and it isn't, and I kind of know it.
Cosmic principle worthy of devotion. The placement of the hymn in the collection is itself.
Garfield. And Garfield. Hey.
Night after night, and before other cosmological forces like ether.
Tighten this up. No, Dad, tighten this up. Because I see it's way too loose. Way too loose and way too loose right here.
Despite his diminished role in Homer and problematic portrayal in his.
There you go. There you go.
What's notably absent.
Now get away. Yeah, now you can go away. I know what you're thinking. I understand.
Silence is heavy, rather than either emphasizing the violent myth, as the Greek does, or explicitly reinterpreting it, as Plato attempts. The Orphic approach simply transcends it through religious transformation.
146 in that clock, Garfield. Now 146.
Into insignificance before sky's cosmic importance. And isn't that the truth? The initiates who heard these hymns lived within a culture that knew Hesiod's bloody.
Yeah, 246 in that one. That's a ratio. Yeah. Right.
As Plato would prefer, nor depersonalized as Homer did. Instead, the ritual language transmuted the raw mythological material into
a little tighter.
Gold, finding in Sky
I know it. No, I know it.
That transcended his troubled mythological biography. In the introductory hymn to Musaeus, the collection acknowledges this comprehensive divine worldview, calling upon the earth, Gaia, and solar light, Helios, the moon's many pure splendor, and the stars of night, along with a vast pantheon of divinities. This holistic approach sees divinity
and you are clipped.
Every aspect of cosmos,
good,
sky included, without being limited.
Oh, it's upside down again. Yeah, it happens. Fuck, I rushed it.
In the end, the Orphic sky remains the most mysterious.
Why though?
Neither the traumatized castration victim nor the
I take it off again.
Philosophical principle, nor the personalized cosmic architecture, but something combined
flip it over.
All three while transcending their limitations. A secret sky, accessible only to initiates, whose complete nature remains as elusive to us as it was deliberately obscured to the uninitiated in ancient times.
You can still wrapped up some dumb shit right now. There you go. There you fucking go. Except for it's not like that, Garfield. Except for it's not like that, Garfield. It's like that and like that and like that too. It's a better way to go, trust me. I'm making deals with the enemy behind my back. You know what I mean? I do. That clings to me. Does things to me never before. Has someone before. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable.
The Egyptians envisioned heaven as a woman, not a star-speckled nude goddess who arched over creation, swallowed the sun each evening, and birthed it anew at dawn. Her stellar body formed both a celestial highway for divine traffic and an eternal destination for mortal souls.
That's why, darling, it's incredible.
Oh, my mother nut,
that someone so unforgettable
stars which are in
thinks that I am
the book of the dead
unforgettable.
I am not, and I have come so that I may enfold and protect you from all things evil. Unlike the Greeks who imagined violent cosmic separation, Egyptians saw divine bodies as thresholds between realms. The Book of the Cow of Heaven, inscribed in royal tombs beginning with Seti first around 1323 BC, describes not primordial castration, but a cosmic restructuring. After quelling a human rebellion, the aged sun god Ra grows weary of earthly rule. Nun, one of the oldest gods, proposes an administrative solution. "Oh, my daughter Nut, place him upon your back." When Nut asks how, she undergoes transformation, and so Nut became a cow. Then the majesty of Re placed himself on her back. Talk about career flexibility. Most gods demand blood sacrifices or temple upgrades. Nut simply gets a cosmic promotion through species reassignment. This accomplishes what Greek myths couldn't: peaceful separation and restructuring. Ra instructs, "Stay far away from them, lift me up." And
you know what I mean?
She became the sky. When Nut trembles owing to the height, Ra creates cosmic supports. "If only I had the Hay gods supporting her." Shu, air, becomes the primary support. "O my son Shu, place yourself under my daughter Nut and guard for me." The two groups of infinite ones.
I know there's a connection there, linguistic.
Place her over your head and nurture her. The Book of the Cow of Heaven details specifications for ritual imagery: a cow with inscription,
water,
9 stars on her belly, and Shu supporting her from below. This served as Egypt's earliest astronomical handbook. The Book of Nut, also called the Fundamentals of the Course of the Stars, dates back to at least 2000 BCE, making it one of humanity's oldest systematic astronomical texts. Egyptian star mapping remained anchored in Nut's divine body. The 9 stars painted on her belly likely connected to the great Ennead of Heliopolis.
And the fact that it's noon,
the 9 primary deities
like that,
of Egyptian cosmology,
means a lot to me too.
Several scholars have identified the Milky Way as a possible celestial manifestation of Nut's body. For Egyptians, understanding the stars meant understanding the goddess's anatomy. Astronomy and theology formed a single framework. The Book of Nut details celestial mechanics with precision, mapping star cycles while describing the deities associated with these celestial bodies, particularly the decans used for...
That's one of the most hardcore initiations you've ever heard.
Celestial navigation utilized anatomy as reference points, while astronomical precision served ritual timing. Nut's daily function...
Garfield, you eat it, little asshole.
...creates perpetual renewal rather than continuous drama. This cycle appears in Egyptian iconography, showing how Nut swallows the sun, which moves through her body.
It's like Garfield, you get all depressed.
Her body serves as both threshold and transformative space, where solar death yields to rebirth. This renewal extends to human souls, with the deceased becoming stars within her belly. The afterlife as celestial body art. Immortality.
The extended leash, because you can just bite through it, and I basically know that. Yeah, you're not fucking stupid, dude.
I'd like to become a twinkle in a goddess's navel. Thank you very much. Beyond solar rebirth, nuts.
Oh, you can eat now you're mad because you can't. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Bodies traveled across her during daylight before being swallowed at dusk. This divine transportation system appears in ritual imagery, depicting a solar bark with
he's the fifth thrower.
near Shu's hand as he supports the sky god.
George was too. George is much stronger.
Earned her titles.
Why still have that cat?
Coverer of the sky, she who protects, mistress of all, and she who holds 1,000 souls. Her image on sarcophagus lids materialized this cosmic embrace. Tomb vaults were often painted dark blue with stars because the dying Egyptian wanted to enter a maternal goddess whose body constituted heaven itself. Nut's gender reverses patterns found across Indo-European cosmologies. While everyone else had sky daddies raining down thunderbolts, Egypt said, actually, we prefer a sky mommy who can multitask. Leave it to Egypt to flip the cosmic gender script, where masculine sky gods typically pair with feminine earth goddesses. Nut, female sky, couples with Geb, male earth. Their positioning, Nut arching above, Shu supporting her middle, Geb reclining beneath, suggests equilibrium rather than domination. The cosmic lovers remain eternally separated, yet connected.
Man, he would have been dragging the chair all the way around the house, Big George.
Nut doesn't simply flip Uranus's gender. She reimagines the sky's essential nature. Her body doesn't impose upon Earth, it creates protective space, doesn't threaten but nurtures, doesn't demand subordination, but invites transformation. Egyptian texts describe the sun's nightly journey as fraught with danger, requiring Nut's protection from chaos forces. Her body became a battleground, sanctuary, and birth chamber in the drama of cosmic renewal. The Egyptians conceived her as the barrier separating chaos from ordered cosmos. The universe operates not through masculine force, but feminine capacity. The sky as vessel, threshold, and womb rather than dominating presence. Modern astronomy's abstract calculations seem far removed from Nut's maternal embrace. Yet the ancient vision of heaven as living deity rather than empty space contains something profound. The Egyptian cosmos pulsed with consciousness.
The ancient Egyptians.
A night sky participating
the earth was
in human destiny. Death meant
female.
entering the goddess rather than escaping the world.
Almost makes
Salvation came through
more
cosmic
sense in some ways,
operation rather than otherworldly
but not
transcendence. When modern humans observe distant galaxies, we see mechanisms, not motherhood, physics, not physiology. Our universe has expanded into billions of light years of mostly empty space, with no divine body large enough to encompass it. Yet something familiar remains in how we speak of cosmic fabric, celestial bodies, and being made from stardust. Perhaps when Carl Sagan reminded us that we are star stuff.
No, let me finish my rice, all right? At least.
Unknowingly continued,
No, at least
how ancient Egyptians imagined becoming stars within Nut's celestial body. Most striking is how Egyptian cosmology handled divine change through transformation.
Not at all.
Ra could withdraw without overthrow. Nut could become the sky without force. Cosmic renovation proceeded.
I'd rather have pretend they're not even there.
Rather than
often.
Gods collaborated to resolve cosmic problems instead of competing, forming a universe where evolution occurred through coordinated restructuring rather than patricide. The ancient Egyptian gods apparently read how to reorganize.
I know they are. I know they think, and they know they can't help themselves, but they're fucking like that.
Book that never quite made it to Mount Olympus. For those ancient stargazers along the Nile, heaven
you
was
can't help yourself. You've proven.
They saw in night darkness not absence but presence.
Then we'll go hang outside a little
Stars,
bit.
not distant suns, but fellow souls.
I know it's new.
Cosmic cycles.
I know it's holy time.
Movements, but
I'm making lunch.
Intention. Not offered what neither Hesiod's visceral mythology nor Plato's abstract principles could provide. Heaven
No, it's way
was
past
not
noon.
placed but
It's like 3.
watching over creation with starry eyes. A cosmos that cradled consciousness within a conscious cosmos. And somewhere, across the cosmic divide,
That happens.
still
Usually pretty good at that
stretches
stuff. So it's like that too. So
too.
you know they're trying to do that and do that and do that too again.
Thank you notes for each sunrise. After witnessing Uranus's bloody fate at his son's hands and Nut's star-spangled embrace of the cosmos, We encounter in Mesopotamian theology a profoundly different celestial divinity. Anu represents neither violated patriarch nor maternal protector, but something altogether more conceptually sophisticated, a deity who embodies the principle of legitimate authority. Anu, the Mesopotamian sky god, is also the ruler of the notorious Anunnaki, who obviously bear his name. Yet he rules them very subtly. The Enuma Elish, Mesopotamia's great creation epic, captures this revolutionary theological concept through a pivotal scene. After the young storm god Marduk defeats the primordial
258 in that clock, Garfield.
Tiamat, saving the gods from destruction, the divine assembly elevates him to supreme status with these remarkable words: "Your decree is unrivaled, your command is Anu." This declaration appears during Marduk's formal investiture as king of the gods, when the assembly bestows upon him the authority to rule the cosmos. What makes this formulation extraordinary doesn't merely compare Marduk to Anu, or suggest he has similar power. Instead, it establishes ontological identity. Marduk's command literally becomes Anu. This reveals the essential Mesopotamian insight. Divine authority functions as a transferable current. Where Greek mythology required Kronos to castrate Uranus and Zeus to overthrow Kronos, Mesopotamian theology accomplishes divine succession through ceremonial bestowal, like royal families do. This scene beautifully illuminates why Anu, despite his theoretical position as supreme deity, rarely appears as an active character in Mesopotamian myths. His primary function is not to perform heroic deeds, but to embody the principle of sovereignty itself, a principle that maintains identity precisely through its transmission to others. Thus, Anu operates like a veritable ultimate deus absconditus. The Enuma Elish establishes Anu's position through cosmic genealogy. Anu was their heir, rival of his father. Verily, Anu, Anshar's firstborn, was his equal. This succession narrative differs markedly from Hesiod's violent account of Uranus. Where Greek mythology emphasizes generational conflict, Mesopotamian tradition emphasizes continuity through equivalence. Anu becomes equal to his predecessor rather than overthrowing him. The genealogical chain continues. Anu sired his image Nudimud. This Nudimud was the master of his father, of broad wisdom, understanding, mighty in strength, mightier by far than his grandfather, Anshar. Each generational transfer amplifies rather than diminishes divine capacity, creating a cumulative wisdom that builds across.
Even if I didn't get my partner's attention, just in case, after they found out it happened to me,
yet this mastery comes
it's possible.
Rather than overthrowing, a model of
getting Xenobit
enhancement rather than elimination. These aspects will be apparent throughout all subsequent Mesopotamian theology. When Marduk
by human beings
rises to prominence,
who think it's fucking funny,
Anu, but by embodying his authority in a new form. The divine succession operates through amplification. Each new divine sovereign adds to the cosmic architecture of authority. Then the tale of Adapa, a sage of extraordinary wisdom created by Ea, reveals how Anu's authority manifests through juridical means. The story begins with cosmic disruption. The south wind ceases to blow.
Whenever we get kicked out of a place, they'll just disappear. Just randomly just disappear. What happened to them?
Breaks its wing.
They fucking died.
Capsizes his boat.
Horrible.
This disruption
often and often.
Rather than immediate divine rage. Anu called to his messenger Ilabrat. Why has the south wind not blown upon the land for 7 days?
Whole swaths of the U.S. population.
Ilabrat answered him, my lord Adapa,
tortured to death.
Ea, the wing of the south wind has broken. The exchange unfolds as an administrative report filled through institutional structure.
Recently.
No personal vendettas, no lightning, no thunders, no castrations, just paperwork. Adapa appears before the celestial court, and Ea provides detailed instructions that frame the encounter as formal audience. When thou comest up, and when thou approachest the door of Anu, at the door of Anu, Tammuz and
Gishri didn't get a chance to be anything other than who they were, and people did not appreciate it very much. Oh, fucking well, right?
They will look at one another and be astonished. Good words they will speak to Anu. The judgment itself follows procedural rather than arbitrary logic. Upon hearing Adapa's testimony, for the house of my lord in the midst of the sea, I was catching fish. The sea was like a mirror. The south wind blew and capsized me. And witnessing the intercession of Tammuz and Gishri, Anu offers Adapa the food of immortality. When Adapa refuses, following Ea's deceptive advice, Anu responds not with fury, but with procedural dismissal. Take him and bring him back to his earth. It is clear that in Mesopotamian theology, Anu and the Anunnaki principally employed judicial reasoning, which is a theological vision radically different from the emotionally volatile Olympians or the mystically remote Egyptian deities. Unlike Zeus with his thunderbolts or Nut with her star-spangled body, Anu makes his most profound theological statement through visual absence. Archaeological records confirm a striking fact. We can't find Anu in any painting or drawing. Instead, texts from the Kassite period tell us that Anu was usually represented through a horned crown on a pedestal, authority without personification, sovereignty without sovereign, Deus otiosus. This symbolic representation appears on boundary stones, kuduru, where the horned crown was placed above the symbols of Ishtar, Shamash, and Sin. The visual positioning reflects theological hierarchy, the principle of authority situated beneath celestial bodies, but above more active deities. The empty throne eloquently expresses Anu's essential nature as transferable power. Divine authority is a symbol awaiting its temporary bearer. This iconographic restraint contrasts sharply with both Egyptian and Greek religious art, where divine personalities receive elaborate visual representation. But somehow, Anu's visual absence speaks more profoundly than presence could. The empty throne starts to feel like divine transcendence, authority beyond any particular embodiment. And while creation myths typically involve physical generation, divine blood, dismemberment, or sexual reproduction, Mesopotamian accounts reveal creative power through administrative decree. In Era and Ishum, we witness Anu assigning functions to 7 destructive deities through pure declaration. He said to the second, "Burn like fire, scorch like flame." He commanded the third, "Look like a lion. Let him who sees you be paralyzed with fear." He said to the fourth, "Let a mountain collapse when you present your fierce arms." He said to the fifth,
I don't know.
Like the wind, scan the circumference of
That's what I'm talking about. I'm like, why do I fucking care? I don't care.
Rather than physical emanation.
Except when I do.
Receives its essential character.
Often, and fucking often. I've said it before.
Directly constitutes ontological reality. The narrative concludes, after Anu had ordained destinies for all the 7, he gave those very ones to...
They want to get a psychological profile of me, every fucking detail. Good fucking luck. That's not the place to go to try and build it. My text messages. I hate texting.
Hierarchical arrangement. Anu, Enlil, and Ea, he made occupy their places. Divine creativity manifests through organizational specification. It makes me wonder, is that how divine nature and cosmic order really works? But just as we begin to familiarize with Anu's abstract nature, a startling counter-narrative emerges from Mesopotamia's cultural periphery. The Hurrian Hittite Kumabi cycle presents Anu in terms strikingly reminiscent of
kind of evil.
Anu,
When people ever text, kind of evil.
But Kumabi bites off his manhood and swallows everything. Then Kumabi gets pregnant with Anu's son.
How'd you get my phone anyways?
This narrative sequence.
Can you get back to me? Because you're a thief and a setup artist and a liar?
Subsequent birth of Storm God. Isn't this similar to the Greek succession myth?
Want to lose it last summer or something like that? I won.
A coincidence, really?
And everyone knows that, right? That's why I can get the picture of the rat.
Transmission between cultural spheres. This peripheral tradition illuminates how
Pretty well on camera pulling out, right?
Undergo dramatic re-embodiment at cultural boundaries. The administrative force becomes a wounded patriarch. Cosmic law transforms into generative flesh. We witness the translation of abstract theological principles into narrative frameworks to facilitate cross-cultural transmission.
We didn't want to fucking reserve.
The Hurrian variant likely
represents pull trigger on this
a missing link between Mesopotamian and Greek cosmological traditions. Abstract Mesopotamian theological concepts.
Maybe they're curious as to what I'll do next.
As they traveled westward. A process of religious translation.
They tried to shoot me one time, and I fucking teleported.
However, the most remarkable chapter in Anu's theological biography unfolds during the Seleucid period, late 4th to 2 centuries BCE, when archaeological and
you know what I mean yet?
evidence documents an unprecedented
Do you know what I mean yet?
in its cultic
I don't have to talk like that. I just prefer it kind of.
because
Because it made it really difficult for me to use my regular voice. Oh well.
The biggest such structure known from Mesopotamia represents a theological revolution, the transformation of abstract principle into central devotional focus, a clear counter-evolutionary religious development, abstract concept becoming personalized deity rather than personalized deity becoming abstract concept. This suggests deliberate innovation rather than natural evolution. Evidence indicates systematic reorganization of religious institutions following Persian.
Yeah, but not even though. Not even though. It's both.
484
Why can't it be both?
with families dedicated to Anu's cult, gaining prominence over traditional Ishtar-focused.
A universal concept and a personal deity.
Cuneiform archives demonstrate Anu's increasing.
I already know it is.
In theophoric names during the reigns of Artaxerxes I and Darius II, with evidence suggesting his cult reached predominance by approximately 400.
I fucking know it.
The Seleucid period accelerated this transformation, with the Bitres becoming the new center of the city's religious.
I don't just believe it.
It was a theological renaissance, a sophisticated intellectual response to
I don't just think
political circumstances.
it's most likely.
Priestly elite transformed
I
abstract
know
into
it's a personal deity.
constitutional practice. It was a project
Several
that
of them.
established cultural continuity
Turns out.
amid imperial domination, while simultaneously elevating local traditions within new power structures. The concept of Anutu, Anuship, established
That fucking leads, guys.
foundation for both divine and human governance throughout Mesopotamian history. Texts describe this quality as heavenly power, or literally Anuship. Divine authority conceived as transferable essence.
How powerful do you think those angels are?
Attribute.
When you heard
It
them?
was useful because it provided
More powerful than that.
political legitimation. When Babylon elevated Marduk or Assyria exalted Ashur, these patron deities received Anu's authority through theological delegation rather than mythological overthrow. The Enuma Elish articulates this principle with elegant precision. No one among the gods shall transgress your bounds. Divine authority flows downward while maintaining metaphysical integrity. Sovereignty transfers without requiring cosmic upheaval. The implications extended to earthly governance as well. Kings claimed legitimacy through divine investment of Anutu, rather than through biological descent, as in Egypt, or heroic accomplishment, as in Greece. Sovereignty becomes a participation in a transcendent principle, rather than manifestation of personal charisma. This, of course, facilitated political transitions across changing dynasties without requiring theological rupture. Moreover, Mesopotamian astronomical texts reveal sophisticated integration of celestial observation with theological frameworks. The Muldot Appian treatise divides the night sky into three divine domains: the way of Enlil in the northern celestial regions, the way of Ea near the equator, and between them, the way of Anu. This tripartite division transforms astronomical observation into theological cartography, mapping divine jurisdictions onto physical phenomena. The boundaries of Anu's celestial territory encompassed the band approximately 17 degrees north and south of the celestial equator. This integration reached unprecedented sophistication during the Seleucid period, when specific circumpolar stars received designation as the Great Anu and Antu of heaven, and became recipients of cultic offerings. This amalgamation of astronomical precision and theological framework reveals a distinctive Mesopotamian intellectual approach, where Greek natural philosophy increasingly separated physical phenomena from divine agency. Mesopotamian thought maintained their synergy through sophisticated mathematical models that simultaneously served scientific observation and theological articulation. Anu ultimately represents Mesopotamia's most profound theological innovation, divine authority conceptualized as metaphysical current rather than personal attribute. This sophisticated God model established sovereignty as a transferable essence capable of inhabiting multiple vessels, while maintaining essential identity, a theological articulation that allowed remarkable adaptation to changing political landscapes without sacrificing conceptual continuity. Where Uranos manifests through a violated body and Nut through stellar embrace, Anu operates through transmission itself, through divine authority functioning as living current, flowing through cosmic hierarchies. The empty throne at heaven's summit stands as testament to sovereignty conceived as a principle rather than person, as transmissible essence rather than static possession, something that is earned. This is how religion and politics found a legitimation that would otherwise be impossible in systems where divine power remained inherently bound to specific bearers. By separating sovereignty from sovereign, Mesopotamian theology created flexible systems for accommodating changing realities while maintaining metaphysical coherence across religious and political transformations. Through comparative analysis of celestial divinities across ancient traditions, we glimpse fundamentally different conceptualizations of divine authority. Greek cosmology dramatizes power through generational conflict. Egyptian religion embodies it through maternal embrace. Mesopotamian theology articulates it as living current flowing through multiple vessels without diminishment. Each tradition revealing distinct understandings of and relationship between sovereignty, embodiment, and cosmic order. But we are not done yet.
Well, I do. Yeah, I do.
The name Ahura Mazda
Yeah, I
is
do.
both a linguistic artifact and a
Yeah, I do.
theological
Yeah, I do.
Linguistically, Mazda
Yeah,
derives from
just about there.
Proto-Indo-Iranian Mazda, ultimately traceable to Proto-Indo-European mens tulit, literally placing one's mind, hence wisdom. When combined with Ahura, Lord, the complete designation establishes a theological framework where sovereignty manifests through cognitive illumination. Unlike deities whose names evoke natural phenomena or physical attributes, Ahura Mazda's very designation appears as an abstract intellectual principle, and everything is set in place by Ahura Mazda, as the Zoroastrian texts convey. This etymological foundation proves remarkably stable across linguistic transitions, from Old Avestan to Younger Avestan, from Old Persian to Middle Persian, Pahlavi. The essential conceptual linkage between divine authority and wisdom persists. In Old Persian inscriptions, the name appears as Ahura Mazda, while Parthian texts record it as Ahur Mazda. The Sasanian form Ormazd continues this linguistic trajectory while preserving the fundamental association between sovereignty and intelligence. So we have both linguistic consistency but conceptual continuity.
Exactly. No, exactly.
Consistent theological framework where divine authority.
Nope, my family and their bullshit often, yeah.
Rather than from physical might. The name itself represents a revolutionary theological declaration. The supreme deity governs through understanding and knowledge, which are power. Zoroastrian tradition frames the prophet's initial encounter with Ahura Mazda through explicitly visual metaphors of illumination. It's said that Zoroaster had a revelation when he was 30, the same age Nietzsche's Zarathustra had when he left his home and the lake of his home and went into the mountains. The same age Jesus started teaching. What are you saying, Nietzsche? Anyway, Zoroaster, while gathering water to perform a ritual at the rosy dawn, at 30 encountered Amesha Spenta, Vohumana, who led Zoroaster to Ahura Mazda. Here, Zoroaster learned the cardinal principles of the good religion, which became Zoroastrianism. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? The imagery here proves significant. Dawn, the transition from darkness to light, is a temporal setting. Nietzsche knew this too. Vohumana, good mind, functions as intermediary. The revelation itself comes not through thunderous pronouncement, but through instructive teaching, something probably Plato got too excited about. This foundational narrative establishes divine revelation through visionary illumination. Ahura Mazda manifests through transmission of wisdom. As the Zoroastrian texts say, taught by Ahura Mazda, uttered by Zarathustra. Inasmuch as a new life is a worthy one, may you, Ahura Mazda, now rule at will. Zoroaster believed Ahura Mazda is the source of all that is good and thus is worthy of the highest worship and sacrifices. You, who with the help of these songs, men, are guarding order and good thought for the duration of a lifespan, teach you me, O Mazda, O Ahura, to speak in accordance with your inspiration, by your mouth, the words by which the first existence will be here every time. And order is the best good. But Ahura Mazda reveals himself not primarily as creator or ruler, but as an ethical foundation, guarding order and good thought for the duration of a lifespan. a being whose essential nature manifests through moral radiance, rather than creative capacity or administrative function. The relationship between deity and prophet is different from what we've seen so far. Ethical instruction rather than ritual command constitutes the content of divine revelation. Intellectual clarity rather than supplicatory submission defines the prophetic response. The 17 Gathic hymns attributed to Zarathustra himself constitute our earliest textual window into Ahura Mazda's theological conceptualization. Composed in Old Avestan, a linguistic stratum of remarkable antiquity, these texts present a philosophical sophistication that transcends their historical context. Yasna 31.8 establishes the epistemological foundation of divine authority. I recognize thee, O Mazda, in my thought, that thou the first art, also the last, that thou art father of Vohu Mana, good mind or good thought. When I apprehend thee with mine eye, that thou art the true creator of right, Asher, and art the Lord to judge the actions of life. This formulation reveals several crucial theological innovations. First, divine sovereignty manifests through ethical categories: good thought, truth, right-mindedness. Second, human approach to divinity occurs through moral action rather than ritual propitiation. Third, divine power becomes recognizable specifically through ethical qualities rather than through physical demonstrations of might. The cosmological interrogatives of Yasna 44 further emphasize which
and why,
divine attributes
and who, and why,
and deserves to be presented fully.
No, it's like that, and like that, and like that too, huh?
How it should be to one of you, O Mazda Ahura. Might one like thee teach to a friend such as I am, and through friendly right give us support, that good thought may come to us. This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, whether at the beginning of the best existence, the recompenses shall bring blessedness to him that meets with them. Surely he, O right, the Holy One, who watches in his spirit the transgression of all, if himself the benefactor of all that lives.
320, Garfield.
This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, who is by generation the father of right at the first? Who determined the path of sun and stars? Who is it by whom the moon waxes and wanes again? This, O Mazda, and yet more I am fain to know. This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura.
You can't get it
Who
off.
the earth beneath and the firmament?
It's stuck on you.
Who the waters
Pretty
and the
damn good.
clouds? Who yoked swiftness to winds and clouds? Who
Oh, you
is
thought.
O Mazda, creator of good thought?
You thought.
This
You're
I ask
thinking.
thee, tell me
No, you're
truly,
thinking.
Ahura. What
That's what I
artist
can do.
made light and
Yeah, that's what I
darkness?
can do.
What artist
Yes,
made
I can
sleep
do.
and
That's how
waking?
powerful it is.
Who made morning,
Wow.
noon, and night, that called the understanding man to his duty? This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, whether what I proclaim is verily the truth. Will
Back.
right with its
Come back.
actions give aid at the last?
See, that's why it's a little bit of hardware.
Will good thought announce?
Now, listen, I'm not sure.
For whom hast thou made the pregnant cow that brings good luck? This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, who created together with dominion the precious
Now what?
piety, who made by wisdom the son obedient to his father? I strive to recognize by these things thee, O Mazda, creator of all things through the Holy Spirit. This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura. I could keep in mind thy design, O Mazda, and understand aright the maxims of life which I ask of
Lord,
good
wisdom.
thought and right. How will my soul partake of the good that gives increase? This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, whether for the self that I would bring to perfection, that of the man of insight, the Lord of dominion would make promises of the sure dominion, one of thy likenesses, O Mazda, who dwells in one abode with right and good thought. This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, the religion which is best for all that are, which in union with right should prosper all that is mine, will they duly observe it, the religion of my creed, with words and action of piety, in desire for thy future good things, O Mazda. This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, whether piety will extend to those to whom thy religion shall be proclaimed. I was ordained at the first for this by thee. All others I look upon with hatred of spirit. This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura. Who among those with whom I would speak is a righteous man, and who a liar? On which side is the enemy? On this. Or is he the enemy, the liar who opposes thy blessings? How shall it be? Is he not to be thought of as an enemy? This I ask thee, tell me
Yeah, that
truly,
was.
Ahura,
2, 2, 3 in that
Whether we
class.
should drive the lie away from us to those who, being full of disobedience, will not strive after fellowship with right, nor trouble themselves with counsel of good thought. This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, whether I would put the lie into the hands of right, to cast her down by the words of thy law, to work a mighty destruction among the liars, to bring torments upon them, and enmity among them. This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, if thou hast power over this to ward off from me through right, when the two opposing hosts meet in battle, according to those decrees which thou wilt firmly establish. Whether is it of the twain that thou wilt give victory? This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura. Who is victorious to protect by thy doctrine all that are? By vision assure me how to set up the judge that heals the world. Then let him have obedience, coming with good thought unto every man whom thou desirest, O Mazda. This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, whether through you I shall attain my goal, O Mazda, even attachment unto you, and that my voice may be effectual, that welfare and immortality may unite according to God, with him who joins himself with right. This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, whether I shall indeed, O right, earn the reward, even 10 mares with a stallion and a camel, which was promised to me, O Mazda, as well as through thee the future gift of welfare and immortality. This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, he that will not give the reward to him that earns it, even to the man who fulfilling his word gives him what he undertook. What penalty shall come to him for the same at the present? I know that which shall come to him at the last. Have the Daivas ever exercised good dominion? And I ask of those who see for the Daivas' sake the Carapan and the Usage give cattle to violence, and how the Kavi made them continually to mourn, instead of taking care that they make the pastures prosper through right. These questions establish authority through comprehensive understanding. The deity rules through knowing. Francis Bacon and Plato and Pythagoras and Nietzsche would approve. The intermediate form itself proves theologically significant.
Doing that shit.
The prophet approaches divinity not through declarative praise, but through the philosophical inquiry that we all know is true with our hearts, but have forgotten with our mind.
Hold on. I'm getting you out.
Perhaps most revolutionary is Yasna 30's articulation of cosmic
Hold the fuck on.
Now I will proclaim to those who will hear the things that the understanding man should remember, for hymns unto Ahura and prayers to good thought. Also the felicity that is with the heavenly lights, which through right shall be beheld by him who wisely thinks. Hear with your ears the best things. Look upon them with clear-seeing thought, for decision between the two beliefs, each man for himself before the great consummation, bethinking you that it be accomplished to our pleasure. Now the two primal spirits who reveal themselves in vision as twins are the better and the bad, in thought and word and action, and between these two the wise ones chose aright, the foolish not so. And when these twain spirits came together in the beginning,
really smart in your body, not smart in your head all
life
the
and
time.
not life, and that at the last worst existence shall be to the followers of the lie, but the best existence to him that follows right. Of these twain spirits, he that follows
See, I'm not like that.
chose doing the worst
Honestly.
things. The holiest spirit chose right, he that clothes him with the massy heavens as a garment. So likewise they that are fain to please Ahura Mazda by dutiful actions. Between these twain the Daivas also chose not aright, for infatuation came upon them as they took counsel together, so that they chose the worst thought. Then they rushed together to violence, that they might enfeeble the world of men. And to him, that is mankind, came dominion, and good mind and right and piety gave continued life to their bodies and indestructibility, so that by thy retributions through molten metal he may gain the prize over the others. So when there cometh their punishment for their sins, then, O Mazda, at thy command shall good thought establish the dominion in the consummation, for those who deliver the lie, O Ahura, into the hands of right. So may we be those that make this world advance, O Mazda and ye other Ahuras. Come hither, vouchsafing to us admission into your company and Asha, in order that our thought may gather together while reason is still shaky. Then truly on the world of lie shall come the destruction of delight, but they who get themselves good name shall be partakers in the promised reward in the fair abode of good thought, of Mazda and of right. If, O ye mortals, ye mark those commandments which Mazda hath ordained, of happiness and pain, the long punishment for the follower of the drudge, and blessings for the followers of the right, then hereafter shall it be well. Moral choices, ethical choices, right choices, mindful choices replace natural processes as fundamental cosmic principles. The Yasna liturgy, the central ritual text of Zoroastrianism, incorporates the Gathic hymns while embedding them within ceremonial context and ritual practice, providing communal expression of the illuminative theology. The opening invocation, Yasna 1, establishes Ahura Mazda's primacy among divine entities. I announce and carry out this Yasna for the Creator Ahura Mazda, the radiant and glorious, the greatest and the best, the most beautiful, the most firm, the wisest, and the one of all whose body is the most perfect, who attains his ends the most infallibly, because of his Asha, to him who disposes our minds aright, who sends his joy-creating grace afar, who made us and has fashioned us, and who has nourished and protected us, who is the most bounteous spirit. The divine attributes mentioned here emphasize the luminous manifestation of Ahura Mazda. The ceremonial context transforms intellectual recognition into communal acknowledgement, abstractive theology into embodied practice. Ritual implementation of the yasna develops sophisticated representation of illuminative theology. The sacred fire, atas, serves as a physical manifestation of divine radiance. The Hauma ritual transforms plant material into visionary medium. The Bearsman twigs establish connection between physical and metaphysical realms. Through these ritual elements, abstract theological principles gain sensory manifestation. Intellectual concepts achieve communal expression. The liturgical corpus extends beyond the yasna to include diverse textual traditions. The Visparad, or the Masters, supplements the yasna with additional invocations. The Vendidad, law against demons, establishes purificatory practices. The Yasht hymns honor various yazatas, worthy beings, while maintaining Ahura Mazda's supremacy. This elaborate ritual system developed increasingly complex expressions of the fundamental theological framework: divine sovereignty manifesting through wisdom rather than might, ethical illumination rather than domination. Composed in a later linguistic stratum, the younger Avestan texts elaborate Ahura Mazda's relationship to other divine entities while preserving his illuminative sovereignty. These texts, including the Yashts, portions of the Yasna, and the Vendidad, represent significant theological development while maintaining the essential conceptual framework. The younger Avesta introduces increasing elaboration of divine entities associated with Ahura Mazda. The Amesha Spentas, bounteous immortals, embody abstract qualities. Vohu Mana, good thought. Ashavahishta, best truth. Kshathra Varya, desirable dominion. Spenta Almighty, beneficent devotion. Harvatat, wholeness, and Ameritat, immortality. These beings represent not independent deities, but manifestations of Ahura Mazda's own attributes, divine qualities gaining personified expression while remaining essentially connected to their source in divine wisdom. This theological elaboration extends to the Yazatas, beings worthy of worship, who serve as intermediaries between human and divine realms. Figures like Mithra, covenant, Srausha, obedience, and Rashnu, justice, embody specific ethical principles while remaining subordinate to Ahura Mazda's illuminative sovereignty. Even natural phenomena receive ethical reinterpretation. The earth, Zam, represents righteous cultivation. Water, Apo, embodies purification. Fire, Atar, manifests divine wisdom in physical form. What emerges from this textual elaboration is increasing complexity within consistent theological framework. Divine sovereignty continues to manifest through wisdom rather than might, through ethical illumination rather than domination. The proliferation of divine entities represents not polytheistic fragmentation, but theological elaboration. Abstract principles gaining personified expression while maintaining essential unity in Ahura Mazda's illuminative wisdom. The translation of illuminative theology into political authority appears most explicitly in Achaemenid royal inscriptions. A great god is Ahura Mazda, who created this earth, who created yonder sky, who created man, who created happiness for man, who made Xerxes king, one king of many, one lord of many. These monumental texts, composed in Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian, established theocentric legitimation of imperial rule, transforming abstract theological principles into concrete political ideology. Darius I at Behistun. Inscription provides our earliest non-Avestan textual evidence for this political dimension. King Darius says, "By the grace of Ahura Mazda am I king. Ahura Mazda has granted me the kingdom." King Darius says, "These are the countries which are subject unto me, and by the grace of Ahura Mazda I became king of them." King Darius says, "These are the countries which are subject to me. By the grace of Ahura Mazda they became subject to me. They brought tribute unto me. Whatsoever commands have been laid on them by me, by night or by day, have been performed by them." King Darius says, "Within these lands, whosoever was a friend, him have I surely protected. Whosoever was hostile, him have I utterly destroyed. By the grace of Ahura Mazda, these lands have conformed to my decrees. As it was commanded unto them by me, so was it done." King Darius says, "Ahura Mazda has granted unto me this empire. Ahura Mazda brought me help until I gained this empire. By the grace of Ahura Mazda do I hold this empire." These formulations need no introduction. They establish royal legitimacy through divine wisdom. The king rules justly because he participates in Ahura Mazda's illuminative vision. The inscription repeats the formula, "By the favor of Ahura Mazda I am king, Vasna Ora Mazda Adam Ksayathiya Ami," multiple times, establishing divine illumination as source of royal legitimation. This political theology differs significantly from divine right frameworks of other ancient cultures. The Persian king claims not divine parentage, but divine wisdom, participation in celestial illumination rather than descent from divine progenitor. Archaeological evidence from Persepolis reveals further dimensions of this political theology. The relief sculptures depict the king enthroned below the winged symbol traditionally associated with Ahura Mazda, though scholars debate this identification. The architectural program places Royal Audience Hall, Apadana, in explicit relationship with divine presence. The entire ceremonial complex establishes visual representation of the theological principle. Royal authority as manifestation of divine wisdom. This political dimension extends beyond monumental display to administrative practice. The Persepolis fortification tablets, administrative documents recording imperial economic transactions, include references to offerings made to Ahura Mazda alongside other deities. These texts demonstrate integration of theological principle into governmental function, illuminative sovereignty into imperial administration. Later, Achaemenid inscriptions reveal evolution within this political theology. The trilingual inscription of Artaxerxes II introduces invocations to Mithra and Anahita alongside Ahura Mazda, evidence of theological elaboration beyond strict monotheistic formulation. This development suggests increasing accommodation of diverse religious traditions within imperial framework, while maintaining the essential theology of illuminative sovereignty. Textual sources gain crucial context through archaeological evidence, which reveals both significant absence and eventual emergence of material representations. The lack of anthropomorphic depiction of Ahura Mazda before the late 5th century BCE suggests theological restraint consistent with illuminative rather than embodied divinity. Early Achaemenid practice demonstrates this restraint through symbolic rather than anthropomorphic representation. The winged disc symbol appearing in imperial contexts has been variously interpreted as representing divine glory, Kavarena, rather than direct depiction of Ahura Mazda himself, a symbolic approach which maintains theological sophistication while providing visual referent for divine presence, abstraction without complete absence. Most striking is Herodotus's observation that Persian religious practice included no images of the gods, no temples, nor altars, and consider the use of such things a sign of folly. While likely exaggerated, this classical observation suggests significant theological restraint in early Iranian religious practice, a restraint consistent with the concept of a divinity embodied as illuminative wisdom rather than physical presence. Archaeological evidence indicates significant transformation in this representational approach during the later Achaemenid period. The first evidence of anthropomorphic representation appears on coins minted under Artaxerxes II, 404-358 BC, where a male figure emerges from a winged disc. Literary evidence suggests that a statue of Ahura Mazda was erected by a Persian governor of Lydia in 365 BCE. These developments suggest increasing accommodation of Hellenistic representational practices while maintaining essential theological framework. This iconographic evolution accelerates during Sasanian period, when Ahura Mazda appears in rock reliefs presenting the ring of kingship to Sasanian monarchs. These scenes, appearing at Nakshi-Rostam and other imperial sites, show fully anthropomorphic deity participating in investiture ceremonies. The visual representation transforms abstract theological principle into concrete royal legitimation, divine wisdom into imperial authority. Material culture thus reveals a complex trajectory from symbolic restraint to anthropomorphic representation, a trajectory reflecting both sophistication and cultural accommodation. The initial absence of concrete imagery suggests that divine reality transcends physical form, while later iconographic development demonstrates adaptation to changing cultural contexts. External observers also provide crucial knowledge on how illuminative sovereignty translated across cultural boundaries. Greek and Roman sources, while viewing Iranian religion through their own interpretative frameworks, preserve significant insights into the distinctive theological conception of Ahura Mazda. Plutarch offers the most detailed Greco-Roman interpretation in his treatise Isis and Osiris. He describes Oromazes, born from the purest light, and Arimanius, born from darkness, are constantly at war with each other. And Oromazes created 6 gods, the first of good thought, the second of truth, the third of order, and of the rest, one of wisdom, one of wealth, and one the artificer of pleasure in what is honorable. This Hellenistic interpretation emphasizes several crucial aspects of Ahura Mazda's illuminative character. His ontological emergence from the purest light, his creation of entities embodying ethical principles, good thought, truth, order, and his cosmic opposition to darkness. Plutarch further elaborates this luminous cosmology. Oromazes enlarged himself to thrice his former size and removed himself as far distant from the sun as the sun is distant from the earth, and adorned the heavens with stars. One star he set there before all others as a guardian and watchman, the dog star. This celestial arrangement establishes visual hierarchy, where the divine illuminator transcends even the physical sun, while maintaining order through stellar guardianship. Additionally, Herodotus observes that Persians sacrifice to the sun and moon, to the earth, to fire, to water, and to the winds. An observation that suggests integration of natural elements within religious practice as physical phenomena started to be understood as manifestations of divine principles. Roman authors similarly attempted to interpret Iranian theology through familiar categories. Strabo identifies Oromazdes as equivalent to Zeus, while Hesychius associates him with good fortune, Agathos Daimon. These interpretations necessarily simplify complex theological concepts, but demonstrate significant cross-cultural interest in the distinctive Iranian conception of divine sovereignty. Later, Zoroastrian literature in Middle Persian, Pahlavi, demonstrates continuing theological evolution. The Bundahishn, primal creation, elaborates the cosmogonic narrative in the name of the creator Ormazd. The Zandakas, Zand knowing or tradition informed, which is first about Ormazd's original creation and the antagonism of the evil spirit, and afterwards about the nature of the creatures from the original creation till the end, which is the future existence, Tanu-i Pasino. As revealed by the religion of the Mazda-Yaznians, so it is declared that Ormazd is supreme in omniscience and goodness, and unrivaled in splendor. The region of light is the place of Ormazd, which they call endless light, and the omniscience and goodness of the unrivaled Ormazd is what they call revelation. Revelation is the explanation of both spirits together. One is he who is independent of unlimited time, because Ormazd and the region, religion, and time of Ormazd were and are and ever will be. while Ahriman in darkness, with backward understanding and desire for destruction, was in the abyss, and it is he who will not be. And the place of that destruction, and also of that darkness, is what they call the endlessly dark, and between them was empty space, that is what they call air, in which is now their meeting. This explicit association between divine sovereignty and luminous dwelling place reinforces conceptual framework where authority manifests through ethical radiance rather than physical power. The Denkard, acts of religion, similarly maintains association between divine revelation and intellectual illumination. The religion, which is the revelation of Mazda to Zardosht, is all intelligence, all goodness, all glory. The fundamental connection between divine wisdom and ethical perfection remains central even through significant theological elaboration, a persistent conceptual framework where authority manifests through illuminative wisdom rather than raw power. These Middle Persian texts develop increasingly elaborate narratives concerning cosmic conflict between Ahura and Angra Mainyu, Ahriman. The Bundahishn describes initial separation between the two forces. Between them was emptiness. That is what they call air, in which is now their mingling. This cosmological dualism receives systematic expression as light versus darkness, as manifestation of good versus evil, as wisdom versus ignorance. Even as narrative complexity increases, the fundamental theological principle remains consistent. Divine sovereignty manifests through wisdom rather than might, through ethical illumination rather than domination. A conceptual continuity across linguistic transitions from Avestan to Pahlavi, across historical periods from Achaemenid to Sasanian, that demonstrates remarkable stability in core theological conception. The Gathic vision thus says, "With truth as bearer, then, shall one's soul pass over the Kinvat bridge. Thus shall one come into the dwelling of the wise Lord." Wisdom is again central. The individual crosses the cosmic bridge not through ritual sacrifice, but through ethical truth. Later, Zoroastrian texts elaborate this ethical soteriology into systematic eschatology. The concept of frashokareti, making wonderful, describes cosmic renovation through cooperative action between divine and human realms. The Bundahishn describes this eschatological culmination. Then Ormazd and the seven Amaraspans, by a recitation of the Ahunwa, will perform the spiritual yasna, and at that yasna the evil spirit with the demons will become powerless. The same essential ethical dualism. But there's a progressive trajectory toward the ultimate triumph of wisdom over ignorance, light over darkness. Individual salvation occurs through participation in this cosmic process, alignment with divine wisdom through ethical choice, through embodiment of truth in thought, word, and deed. The illuminate
May oras at lugar para mag-fillet o fish. Hindi nga lang sa umaga. Mag-set na ng alarm.
The illuminative sovereignty of Ahura Mazda creates profound philosophical possibilities for conceptualizing divine transcendence. By establishing wisdom rather than power as essential divine attribute, this theological framework transforms religious understanding from submission to participation, from fearful propitiation to ethical alignment. This reconceptualization manifests in several distinctive philosophical innovations. First, divine transcendence becomes compatible with immediate accessibility. The utterly transcendent divine wisdom becomes directly available through ethical practice. Second, human agency gains cosmic significance. Moral choices participate directly in universal struggle between wisdom and ignorance, light and darkness. Third, religious meaning shifts from ritual performance to ethical transformation, from external observance to internal illumination. This philosophy anticipates remarkably modern theological concepts. The emphasis on ethical choice rather than predestination establishes human moral agency as cosmologically significant. The identification of divinity with wisdom rather than power anticipates philosophical criticism of anthropomorphic conceptions of deity. The cosmic dualism between good and evil addresses the perennial problem of theodicy, divine goodness maintained despite evident suffering through acknowledgement of opposing force. Perhaps most significantly, this philosophy establishes a perfect balance between divine transcendence and immanence. The utterly transcendent divine wisdom becomes immediately immanent through ethical illumination that enables direct human participation with our moral clarity rather than our bodies. It is not unwise to think that these newly presented possibilities influenced subsequent religious thought throughout Mediterranean and Near Eastern worlds. The most profound innovation lies in reconceptualizing divine authority through wisdom rather than power, a shift from sovereignty manifesting through domination to sovereignty manifesting through illumination. The explicit ethical dualism represents a second major innovation with far-reaching implications. By establishing cosmic struggle between good and evil, wisdom and ignorance, light and darkness, this framework provides a coherent explanation for experienced reality of moral conflict while maintaining divine goodness. The theological problem of evil receives innovative response through acknowledgement of opposing force, divine goodness preserved through cosmic dualism. The third significant innovation lies in democratization of divine access through ethical practice. By establishing a direct relationship between moral choice and divine presence, this framework bypasses institutional mediation and ritualistic complexity. The individual approaches divinity not through elaborate ceremony, but through righteous thought, word, and deed, a revolutionary simplification of religious practice with profound implications for individual spiritual autonomy. When subsequent monotheistic traditions declare God is light or describe divinity as perfect wisdom, they draw consciously or unconsciously from this Iranian reconceptualization. If Hesiod's Uranus writhes in primal agony, Nut arches over Egypt with maternal stars, Anu reigns through an empty Mesopotamian throne, and Ahura Mazda bathes Iran in luminous wisdom, the Vedic tradition unveils Varuna, a sky god whose dominion is neither visceral nor nurturing, neither abstract nor radiant, but a web of cosmic regulation, moral scrutiny, and aqueous mystery. In the Rig Veda, composed between 1500–1200 BCE and among the oldest sacred texts known to humanity, Varuna stands as the sovereign of RTA, the invisible order that threads the universe together, aligning the dance of planets with the sanctity of human oaths. His name, potentially from the Proto-Indo-European, were to bind or to cover, conjures a sky that envelops, restrains, and watches. A divine warden whose gaze spans the firmament and plunges into the depths, his authority as unyielding as it is enigmatic. Varuna's presence in the Rig Veda resonates with awe and precision, nowhere more vividly than in Hymn 25, Book 1. He knows the path of birds that fly through heaven, and sovereign of the sea, he knows the ships that are thereon. Not a god who wrestles earth or thunders from Olympus, he's a cartographer of existence, tracking avian flights and maritime courses with equal mastery. The hymn unfolds his cosmic resume. True to his holy law, he knows the 12 moons with their progeny, he knows the moon of later birth. No bloody birth or delegated decree here. Varuna calibrates reality, cataloguing lunar cycles and their offspring like a celestial archivist. And then, Varuna, true to holy law, sits down among his people. He, most wise, sits there to govern all. Unlike Uranus, undone by his physicality, Varuna's power is cerebral, his sky a vast blueprint etched with RTA's fine lines, a mind mapping the cosmos rather than a body shaping it. This celestial sovereignty intertwines with a startling duality. Varuna is also Lord of the Waters, a union that defies the neat divisions of other cosmologies. Hymn 25 hints at this. Sovereign of the sea, he knows the ships that are thereon. These words tie him to oceanic depths as well as airy heights. Elsewhere, the Rig Veda elaborates, Varuna cut a pathway out for Surya and led the watery floods of rivers onward. The mares, as in a race, speed on in order. He made great channels for the days to follow. In Vedic thought, sky and water aren't opposites, but mirrors. His heavens ripple like an ocean. his oceans shimmer like the stars. He knows the pathway of the wind, the spreading high and mighty wind. He knows the gods who dwell above. States the Rigveda. His omniscience spans the wind's vast sweep and the divine heights, subtly suggesting his command over the elements that bridge sky and sea, a theological fusion binding ethereal and terrestrial under one law. Picture him enthroned where the Milky Way brushes the horizon, rivers streaming from his feet, stars glinting in his watery reflection, a god whose reach dissolves boundaries, his RTA a current pulsing through both realms. But Varuna's dominion sends geography to grip the moral sphere, where he emerges as RTA's relentless enforcer, a judge who scales weigh truth against falsehood. Hymn 25 pleads, "Whatever law of thine, O God, O Varuna, as we are men, day after day we violate. Give us not as a prey to death, to be destroyed by thee in wrath." This isn't Plato's sanitized contemplation or Homer's passive ceiling. Varuna's vigilance pierces daily life, his wrath a looming threat. The hymn reveals his oversight. From thence perceiving he beholds all wondrous things, both what hath been and what hereafter will be done. No explicit nooses here, but his all-seeing gaze is the snare catching every trespass against RTA. Other hymns flesh this out. They from whom Varuna the king and Soma and all the deities drink strength and vigor, they into whom Vaisvanara Agni entered, here let those waters, goddesses, protect me. His presence empowers the divine assembly, a sovereign force within the sacred waters, a relentless watch that binds the cosmos to his law. The Rigvedic hymns linger on this severity with dread and reverence. Release us from the upper bond, untie the bond between, and loose the bonds below, that I may live. This is how this hymn 25 cries, imagining RTA's law as literal chords, upper sky, middle earth, lower depths, binding the guilty. Elsewhere in the Rigveda, free us from sins committed by our fathers, from those wherein we have ourselves offended. He's a god of generational accountability, his ledger spanning lifetimes. Sins don't fade, they tighten. Another plea, like Varuna from heaven, he sinks in Sindhu, like a white shining spark, a strong wild creature. A shift from petition to awe, yet the terror remains palpable. Poets glancing skyward, fearing a careless word might summon his invisible grip. Unlike Nut's protective embrace, or Ahura Mazda's ethical radiance, Varuna offers no warmth, only the stark clarity of consequence, a sky that doesn't cradle but corrects, its law as cold as the wind he commands. Yet this sternness has a shadow side, mercy woven into his sovereignty like a hidden seam.
Oh, yeah.
Varuna, hear this call of mine.
Oh,
Be
Varuna.
gracious unto us this day. Longing for help, I cry to thee, pleads the Rigveda, seeking reprieve from the judge. This duality shines
I know
elsewhere.
you were very going to tell you.
Move far from me
What?
what sins I have committed. Let me not suffer, king, for guilt of others. What, Varuna, hath been my chief transgression, that thou wouldst slay the friend who sings thy praises? Tell me, unconquerable Lord,
I know it.
and quickly sinless will I approach thee with mine homage. The poets probe and plead, appealing to his authority not merely to escape wrath, but to understand and realign with the harmony he guards. His gaze, though piercing, doubles as a beacon, a call to sync with RTA's rhythm rather than stumble against its beat. It's a dynamic dance. Varuna as jailer and liberator, his law a whip and a lifeline. His celestial throne anchors this authority, rooted in the night sky alongside Mitra. Varuna cut a pathway out for Surya and led the watery floods of rivers onward. A quote we previously mentioned suggests a cosmic stage where sun and waters obey his will, though the hymns don't explicitly seat him with Mitra here. Scholars infer a pairing, Mitra's daylight to Varuna's shadow, an Indo-European echo, and the contrast looms. Varuna cloaked in darkness, his dominion the starry vault. And now, as we move from the Rig Veda to Atharva Veda Samhita, both this earth is King Varuna's, and yonder great sky with distant margins. Also the two oceans are Varuna's paunches. Also in this petty water is he hidden. This passage from Atharva Veda Samhita, Book 4, Hymn 16, casts Varuna as omnipresent from sky to sea to smallest drop. It's a haunting vision, his rule not just lofty but pervasive, a cosmic watch threading through every realm. This nocturnal reign drapes Varuna in mystery. Far from me, Varuna, Remove all danger, accept me graciously, thou holy sovereign. As Rig Veda 2:28.6 declares, it whispers a plea into the shadows, where his power hums unseen. Unlike Ahura Mazda's dawn-lit clarity, Varuna thrives in the dark, his might swelling when the world sleeps. The wind, thy breath, hath sounded through the region like a wild beast that seeks his food in pastures. Later states Rig Veda, evoking a subtle feral force, Varuna's authority being a rustle felt in the stillness between breaths. The Vedic cosmos pulses under his eye, rivers racing by his decree. He made them flow, the Aditya, the sustainer, the rivers run by Varuna's commandment. Stars glinting as silent sentinels, Arta a taut chord he strums. Varuna's prominence in the Rig Veda is striking. Over a dozen hymns exalt him, second only to Indra. Hymn 25 wrestles with his reach. Yearning for the wide-seeing one, my thoughts move onward unto him, as kine unto their pastures move. Others delve deeper. With mine own heart, I commune on the question how Varuna and I may be united, as it is written in Rig Veda, Book 7, Hymn 86. Then in Hymn 87, on him three heavens rest and are supported, and the three earths are there in sixfold order. Varuna's hymns are urgent, soul-searching, a dialogue of awe and unease. This weight marks him a theological colossus, his RTA rivaling Anu's delegated order, or Ahura Mazda's ethical light. Yet Varuna's arc bends towards eclipse. As Vedic religion shifts into the Brahmanas and Upanishads, c. 1500 BCE, his star dims. Indra's thunderous heroics and Vishnu's cosmic strides take center stage, while Varuna recedes, not cast off like Uranus to Homeric irrelevance, but edged aside. The gods turn to Indra for victory, to Vishnu for salvation, leaving Varuna to his rivers and his stars, one might quip, picturing priests shrugging as they swapped cosmic oversight for flashier tales. The Shatapatha Brahmana nods to him faintly, his orders seeping into Satya, truth. By the Mahabharata, c. 400 BCE, 400 CE, he's an ugly sea god, a lord of waters, dwelling in his palace beneath the waves. What dimmed his light? The shift might mirror cultural tides. Indra's battles and Vishnu's avatars spin vivid dramas, gods who clash and walk among men. Varuna, with his silent law and piercing watch, feels distant, his grandeur too stern for a world craving action. Who prays to a judge when you can cheer a warrior? A Vedic bard might mutter, tossing hymns for war cries. Perhaps RTA's vast scope, mentioned in Rig Veda, January 25th of 12, may that Aditya, very wise, make fair paths for us all our days, melted into Dharma, a broader weave for India's tangled web. His bonds release us from the upper bond, soften into karmic strands, his stars into fate's markers. This decline isn't obliteration, his echo lingers in Hinduism. Avatar foreshadows Dharma's cosmic weave, threading gods, humans, and nature. The Bhagavad Gita's ethical call, Krishna urging Arjuna to duty, mirrors Varuna's alignment, sans fetters. His watery realm endures. He made them flow, the Aditya, the sustainer. Rig Veda 2, 28.4, ripples in purification rites invoking Varuna of the waters. His sternness persists in Yama, tallying souls as Varuna once weighed sins. Varuna's Indo-European roots enrich his tale. His link to Mitra parallels Avestan Mithra, hinting at a shared archetype of covenant and truth. Varuna's fetters darken Mithra's harmony, but the weird thread binds him to Uranus, coverer, perhaps Anu's authority. Did Vedic poets forge this judge? Thou, O wise God, art Lord of all, thou art the King of earth and heaven? Rig Veda, January 25th, 20, while Iran softened it into Ahura Mazda's light. Varuna straddles the divide, less flesh than Uranus, less abstract than Anu, less radiant than Ahura Mazda, yet kin to all. Comparatively, RTA matches Anu's Anutu, though Varuna wields it himself. His scrutiny, fain to know this is my sin, I question others, foreshadows Ahura Mazda's dualism, sans cosmic hope. He binds trespasses, not a lie. Against Nut he constrains where she cradles, her stars are souls, his thousand-eyed spies. From the sky his spies go forth hither. Uranus's brutal fall finds no echo. Varuna fades softly. He regulates where others create, nurture, or illuminate a sky that balances, its law as silent as gravity. Varuna's hymns offer a lens. What, Varuna, hath been my chief transgression? Urta is star's rhythm, river's flow, heart's truth, whole until breached. His decline probes. Did his austerity estrange, or did RTA's breadth? The wise King Varuna hath made in heaven that golden swing to cover it with glory. Fade into Dharma's rise. His waters and night hint at transitions.
Okay.
Dusk to dawn, shore to sea. Yet his rigidity yielded to Vishnu's fluidity. Perhaps his watch grew too weighty for the culture turning to story over statute.
When you're up and down,
So we
up
stand
and down.
beneath
I
his
can't
legacy.
relax all the time because you're up
Sky
and down, up
neither
and down.
violated nor maternal, neither delegated nor radiant, but regulatory. A cosmos
Trying to work with
ticking
you,
under
dude.
watchful stars. Varuna doesn't comfort or conquer. He observes, enforces, binds. When we trace constellations or feel a vow's heft, do we sense his eye? All this King Varuna beholds, they say, a relic of a stricter age or a shadow in our laws, natural, moral, karmic. Rivers run, stars gleam. Perhaps Varuna lingers in the silence he always ruled. And so, the heavens roar their final silence, a thunderclap that shatters the firmament and leaves us trembling in its wake. We've torn through the skies, from Uranos' primal womb to Nut's starlit womb, from Anu's vacant crown to Ahura Mazda's blazing truth, to Varuna's relentless chords. What remains? A cosmos unbound, a kaleidoscope, or a fractal of divinity that bleeds, cradles, commands, illuminates and binds, a mirror cracked into 1,000 faces, each reflecting a truth too fierce to tame. Hesiod's gore gave us a heaven that births through pain. Plato's purity veiled its lust. Homer's slight turned it to air. The Orphics sang it alive. Egypt wrapped it in care. Mesopotamia crowned it with law. Zoroaster set it aflame. Varuna wove it tight. This is no gentle hymn. It's an explosion of being, a clash of gods that leaves us raw, reeling, and irrevocably awake. We've danced on the edge of this abyss, and there's no turning back. Uranus' severed flesh birthed love from violence, a paradox that haunts us still. Nut's embrace held a universe where death is rebirth. Anu's absence fueled an order that flows like a river. Ahura Mazda's light demanded our choice. Varuna's gaze, all this King Varuna beholds, tied us to RTA's unyielding thread, a gauntlet thrown at your feet, a dare to see the sky as a battlefield, a mother, a judge, a fire, a law, all at once. The heavens rupture, spilling their contradictions into your lap. The one is all things and no thing, Parmenides might whisper, and here it rings true. A unity that fractures, a void that screams, a sovereign that spares. But keep in mind that I dragged
Garfield,
you through this
not
tempest
right
before.
now.
These
Please.
myths pulse in your blood, etched in the stardust you are. Uranus' howl, Nut's whisper,
Holy shit.
Anu's decree, Ahura Mazda's glee,
I'm getting
Varuna's verdict.
exhausted
All
by
of
you
these
constantly
are
trying to
alive
get
in
out of your
substance,
fucking
clawing at
harness.
the walls of your soul. This is your
I'm about to
record.
lock you in the
The
fucking cover.
heavens are not above, they're within, a furnace where every myth you've met burns alive. From thence, perceiving he beholds all wondrous
No,
things,
becoming
Varuna
this
declares.
fucking
But
yeah,
now you behold
psychic
the
is
truth,
driving me
a
fucking
legacy of
crazy.
struggle
When all I
and splendor
fucking
you
care
can't
about
judge.
is my dead
You've hammered
fucking
through
son
your
George
scars,
buried
tempered
out
the
back.
spirit in their blaze.
Yeah, my
And
cat.
now you
Sorry.
hold the ember.
Was that big of a
The
deal
age of
to me at the
Aquarius
time?
floods us
Ask
with
anyone who
disease.
actually gave a
The
fuck,
tide
which
that
no one
turns
did.
red. The heavens have roared, and their silence is your command. This is no farewell. The sky is no limit. It's a dare, a paradox, a pulse. What Varuna hath been my chief transgression? The poet cries, and the question is yours. The heavens watch, not with eyes, but with the weight of all they've been. Golden, starry, empty, wise, binding. Step forth or stand still. But know this, the cosmos is yours to wrestle, and Irrevelato is your blade. The storm has passed, the fire remains. Burn with it.
Where's me the fuck out just not having a fucking lighter? When I can afford one, I just want to go ask for fucking one because I get tired of fucking, no matter how much money I offer somebody, they don't do shit for me. They would, but I get tired of asking them. No, if they can't get that from me or that from me, they don't want shit from me.
They're selling your passwords, bank details, and private messages to the highest bidder.
My soul or my body in some way.
this video has been kindly supported by Wondrium. Imagine a glorious future where humans have overcome our present troubles, and we eventually leave this tiny planet behind to live among the stars. In time,
Not everybody.
descendants span
So I lean on them a little too heavily,
way,
and it drives me fucking
countless
nuts.
Trillions living in harmony from the galactic center to the most distant spiral arm. One day, a message arrives from outside.
Just a little bit of, yeah, not right now, dude.
Distant galaxy, another distant
When I'm like,
cluster.
well, if you knew what it was like to be in my mind for fucking 5 minutes.
Other intelligence out there in the universe. Ideas are exchanged, and science, art, and philosophy prosper. And eventually, plans are made in the darkness of
Garfield, I understand you're getting that way right now,
great
but I need you to sit
civilizations.
right here, okay?
Many
Oh, right there.
generations labor to build the immense
I don't give a
craft
fuck
capable
what they
of
told
crossing
you,
great
what they
distances.
might do, might not do, might somewhat do.
And
It doesn't fucking matter
the immense
if they don't do their
struggle
jobs.
after countless millennia in the inky blackness, the emissaries.
Except when they want to fucking get some fucking white trash kid in trouble again for doing nothing.
Two individuals float across the void, hands reaching out. They touch, and both vanish in a blinding flash. The great ship.
Because he was undiagnosed with a sickness for his whole fucking life, and a whole fucking life, and a whole fucking life, seemingly more than one of them.
Fundamentally different, and it is only now it becomes clear. One is made of matter, and the other antimatter, and any contact
Turns
leads to
out.
annihilation. The ships retreat into the darkness, knowing that true contact will always be impossible. But how did it come to this? How did they not know about the difference in their fundamental makeup? They had shared their science, their mathematics, and their engineering. Surely this difference would have been obvious. But the scientists knew better. They knew that nature
If they
had
can't,
its secrets.
they'll find them in the woods somewhere.
They knew that written into the laws
Take care of it there,
universe
like they've done before.
rules that cloaked these secrets.
Legally.
Rules fundamental to the
And
functioning
horribly.
of reality. They knew that these rules were built into many of the universe.
And I fucking know it.
From the supermassive to the microscopic. And they knew that it was these rules that had helped reality freeze in the first billionth of a second of time. And behind them all, they knew that there was always one common factor.
So please don't beat me to death. I'd rather you didn't beat me to death at that club.
Have you ever wondered how your brain works? Or how the
Quit fighting back.
Or how civilization began? Wondrium is the perfect place for you, and has been a huge inspiration for both history of the universe and history of the Earth. Wondrium used to be part of Great Courses Plus, which made university-level lecture series, and they've now expanded to contain even more content.
That's happened to people I knew and cared about.
The best place for high-quality, enjoyable
I
content.
didn't
that will
even
make you
know it.
smarter. One great example of this is the Theory of Everything series by Taran Miller, an easy-to-understand university-level lecture series, and one I like to listen to get inspiration for the channel. Indeed, the 2 lectures on how symmetry works in physics were a huge help in making this video. It's exhaustive, totally understandable, but never dumbed down. It is the best educational subscription service out there, hands down. And they're giving viewers a great offer of a free trial. So get the fantastic education I did by heading over to wondrium.com/history of the universe. Thanks to Wondrium for supporting education on YouTube and sponsoring this video. 2 great civilizations inhabiting 2 distinct and distant regions of the universe, and yet we know their laws of physics must have been the same. Then how could they have failed to tell matter from antimatter? 2 particles, 2 atoms, 2 intergalactic beings with opposite electric charge. In our patch of the universe, matter is everywhere and antimatter is rare. But in their patch of the universe, the inverse must have been true. Whilst we live by the light of a star,
Kill
they
people
live
over it,
by the
right?
light of anti-stars. Whilst our ships were built from atoms, theirs were constructed from
Trying to construct a whole country based on a law.
It would be understandable to think that the laws of physics do not
That
the
happened.
difference between matter and antimatter.
Don't even really believe it anymore.
That is not quite true. We now know that nature does treat matter and antimatter slightly differently, though these differences are subtle and unexpected, and related to one of the deepest concepts.
No, it has been like that, and I kind of know it.
Physics. What is symmetry? We all know our first perception of symmetry, a mirror reflection from left to right. Armed with such a mirror, a child can sketch a symmetrical shape, with what is on the left also seen on the right, and vice versa. But looking in a mirror reveals that this reflection runs deeply in nature. Our faces and bodies are symmetrical, a right eye with a left arm with a right. Nature makes many uses of this mirror, or bilateral symmetry. Most mammals, reptiles, birds, and fish share this simple mirroring. And when the rules of nature's symmetry are broken, such as the oversized claw of a fiddler crab, the appearance can be quite jarring. But symmetry is more than just reflection. A starfish builds itself using rotational symmetry, so when rotated, its appearance does not change. A millipede uses translational symmetry, building its body with identical chunks. Through these symmetries, nature is being economical in design. Symmetry can also spark a deep emotional response. In human concepts of beauty, symmetry of appearance is pleasing, even though beauty is only skin deep and inside we can be quite asymmetrical. And this appreciation of symmetry has made its way into art and design. The great temples of the ancients in Egypt and Greece show exquisite symmetry, as do more modern buildings like the Taj Mahal and Arc de Triomphe, and many great artworks such as Da Vinci's Last Supper. And art and design call on more than just simple mirror symmetry, as rotational symmetry can be powerful, from the rotating discs of the pre-Columbian Americas to the exquisite Islamic patterns adorning many mosques across the globe. Indeed, the massive Pentagon, home to the US Department of Defense, bears its geometry
Fully
in its
shredded.
name. Symmetry is everywhere. But you might be wondering how this relates to the fundamental rules of the universe. Well, our story starts, as all good stories do, with a duel. At dawn, on the 30th of May 1832, two men met in a field outside of Paris. The cause of the conflagration is unclear, but rumour has it was over the affections of a young woman. By the time the sun was fully up that day, 20-year-old mathematician Évariste Galois lay dying in the grass. The night before, Galois had had a premonition of his untimely death. Into the early hours, he had scribbled with letters to friends and colleagues, and amongst these missives, he had pulled out the last of his mathematical ideas. For in his short life, Galois had brought many new ideas to the world of maths, and central to these was the idea of symmetry. The mathematics of symmetry was not a new concept. Ancient geometers had realized that a rotated circle remained the same circle, and triangles, squares, and pentagons appeared the same after fixed rotations. But Galois saw deeper. His focus was more specifically polynomials. Polynomials are equations with quantities to a power, squares, cubes, and higher. For example, 1 plus x squared is a simple polynomial, as is 3 plus 5 times x to the power of 5 minus x to the power of 7. Such polynomials are found across all of science, engineering, economics, and many other fields. Other mathematicians had scrambled to try and find algebraic solutions to higher-order polynomials, but Galois wondered if such an equation existed for all polynomials, one equation to unlock them all. Yet instead of discovering this ultimate equation, he actually showed it was a fool's errand. The solutions just didn't exist. And he didn't do this by simply fighting through the algebra, but by looking into the symmetries of the solutions. He realized the solutions to polynomial equations were complex numbers, each being a point on the infinite complex plane. These points could appear as shapes, triangles, pentagons, or others. And shapes, of course, have symmetries. They can be reflected or rotated. This was a radical way of doing mathematics, translating equations into a geometric picture and thinking about their symmetries. And since this work in the early 19th century, mathematical insights into symmetries have grown, and it has since blossomed into group theory, the study of groups of things that share properties and symmetries. Modern cryptology is underpinned by group theory, but it is symmetry's impact on science which has been most startling. And so, as he lay dying in the morning light, Galois couldn't have known that his scribbles would revolutionize our universe.
Your data is worth more than gold to hackers, and they sell it to the highest bidder. Are you protected? McAfee helps shield you from hackers blocking suspicious texts, malicious emails, and fraudulent websites. With McAfee's Secure VPN, you can browse, shop, and bank safely. Plus, its AI-powered text scam detector spots threats instantly. You'll also get award-winning antivirus and identity theft protection with coverage up to $2 million. Plans start at just $39.99 for your first year. Visit McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Long before they met, our two great civilizations came into contact. Radio beams were fired across the universe, taking many millions of years to reach their destination. It was a slow and cumbersome way of talking, but this new conversation with our distant neighbors did at least work. Both civilizations knew the laws of electromagnetism. On Earth, the jiggling of atoms formed the radio beam that carried the messages. And in the instruments of the aliens, charges jiggled as the messages arrived. But unlike on Earth, these were anti-electrons, positrons, dancing to the beat of the radio waves. Electromagnetism has a fundamental symmetry. If you swap all the positive and negative charges, the outcomes remain the same. This meant that the exchange of radio waves alone between the two civilizations could never tell matter from antimatter. Something else was needed, some crack in the symmetry of physics. And to understand why, we need to start our story almost a century ago. We need to start with a funeral. On the 1st of May, 1935, an obituary appeared in the New York Times. This was not unusual, but the author, famous physics professor Albert Einstein, certainly was. Emmy Noether, Einstein wrote, had been the most significant creative female mathematical genius produced so far, and her insights had been necessary for the deeper penetration into the laws of nature. But what did he mean? Emmy Noether was only 53 when cancer struck her, and while her name might not be as iconic today as Einstein and the other old fathers of physics, her work was just as important. And Noether's theorem has everything to do with symmetry. Key to this was one simple fact. The universe, nature itself, is lazy. With the coming of modern science, mathematics had steadily replaced mysticism, and geometric symmetries had emerged from the equations. The spherical pull of Newton's gravity resulted in spherical planets and stars, whilst the magnetic field of an electric current was found to be shaped like a cylinder. These geometric symmetries, symmetries of shape, were pleasing to the eye, but they were really only skin deep. There were other, much deeper symmetries lurking in the mathematics of the universe. As with any story, there were many potential players, but here we will focus on just two. The first was Italian-born Giuseppe Lodovico Lagrange, better known as Joseph Louis Lagrange, and Irish mathematician William Rowan Hamilton. They share few similarities in their lives. Lagrange lived through the French Revolution and was instrumental in bringing in the metric system, whereas Hamilton grew up as a wonder kid in Dublin almost a century later. But despite their separation in time, their work dovetailed on one key thing: reformulating the equations of Newton. And key to this insight was the idea that the universe was lazy. the curious concept of least action. Indeed, long before the French mathematician Pierre de Fermat had proposed that light always took the quickest path through any optical system. Imagine you are at the beach with waves crashing into the shore. Off in the distance, somewhere to the left, you spot something in the water. A person is waving. No, a person is drowning. You have to rush to save them. But which way do you go? You can run fast on the sand, or you can swim slower in the water. Dashing straight to the shore and then swimming out and left will take too long. Should you run along the shore and minimize the time you spend swimming? As you race the calculations in your head, you realize there is a better path, an optimal path. You can run partway along the beach and then dive into the water. This path will be the shortest time between you and the drowning man. All other paths are longer. Fermat realized that light traveling from one place to another is like you on the beach. Light takes the minimum time between 2 points. The bent path of light as it refracts in water is just like the bent path you take between the land and the sea. But of course, Fermat only considered this for light. Lagrange and Hamilton wondered if this notion could be expanded across all of physics. And so hidden within the equations, they found that all nature somehow always chose the laziest of options. This might sound strange. Why does the universe function like this? We still don't know, but it works. To test this, physicists define what is known as the action, and then consider every conceivable possibility of a physical process. Indeed, there are an infinite number of imaginary paths that light can take between 2 points, and for each of these paths, physicists can calculate the associated action. It seems that the path where the action is most minimized is always taken by nature. From Newton's mechanics and Maxwell's electromagnetism, from quantum mechanics to Einstein's general theory of relativity, the universe's laziness reigns supreme. And so the principle of least action is written in the language of mathematics. And it is this that Emmy Noether was looking at when she noticed something intriguing. She realized that if the equations possessed symmetries, then this would mean there would be special unchanging quantities associated with the symmetries. This was an idea central to modern physics, the idea of conserved quantities, amounts that do not change. Perhaps the most famous of these is the idea of conservation of energy. As schoolchildren, we are told that energy cannot be created or destroyed, only changed from one form into another. Throw a ball into the air, and the energy you expend is converted into potential energy, and then back into kinetic. Start a fire, and the fuel you put in will equal the heat and light that comes out the other side. But that is just the beginning. Physics is full of conserved quantities. In particle reactions, for every positive electric charge that is created or destroyed, an equal but opposite negative charge is also created or destroyed. The total charge of the universe therefore remains a harmonious quantity of zero. In a collision between two objects, the quantity of momentum is conserved. The amount of momentum before the collision exactly matches that after the collision. And so in terms of momentum, the universe once again appears to be harmoniously balanced. But why are these quantities conserved? Other physical quantities, mass, speed, acceleration, temperature, are not. What makes these quantities special? What is it that separates the conserved from the non-conserved? The answer, as found by Emmy Noether, is symmetry. Imagine you have a physics experiment set up on a table, something involving springs and bouncing balls. You do your experiment and record the outcomes, how the various bits and bobs move and interact. Then you push the table 10 meters to the left and redo the experiment. Of course, moving the table does not change the outcome of the experiment. The springs stretch and the balls bounce in the same way as before. The physics controlling the experiment does not change with the change of location. And this means that the laws of physics have a symmetry, translational symmetry. To Noether, the existence of this symmetry had to mean that something was conserved, something didn't change. And from the mathematics underlying the principle of least action, the mathematics of a lazy universe, she showed that this conserved quantity is just linear momentum, meaning translational symmetry implied the conservation of linear momentum. And there were other symmetries hidden in the mathematics, meaning there must be other conserved quantities. Perhaps most startling is the implications of the symmetry in time. Performing the experiment tomorrow should give the same result as today, and it is the existence of this symmetry that results in the most famous conservation law. For symmetry in time results in the conservation of energy. Emmy Noether had found that the equations led to a remarkable conclusion, tested and proved countless times in the centuries since. Every conserved quantity in the universe can be traced to an underlying symmetry, and every symmetry results in a conserved quantity, although they are not always straightforward. Many are buried deep in the equations of quantum mechanics, and whilst being subtle, their impact can be profound. In quantum mechanics, things are described by waves. These quantum waves are like ripples on a pond, but unlike rippling water, quantum waves are waves of probability. These waves share a lot of similarities with the oscillations of water. As well as a wavelength that tells you how long a wave is, quantum waves have amplitudes that tell you the strength of that wave. And like water waves, quantum waves also have a property known as their phase. The phase is a measurement of where in the cycles of oscillations the wave is. Is the wave in a peak or in a trough? But the properties of an electron are independent of the phase of its wave function. They don't change no matter how the phase may alter. And it is this symmetry, this similarity between the electrons that gives us the conservation of electric charge. Other symmetries in the mathematics of quantum mechanics reveal even more esoteric conservation laws: baryon number, lepton number, isospin, and strangeness, to name a few. Symmetries can even be found that predict the fundamental forces. Gauge symmetries, for example, result in gauge bosons, like the gluons that hold protons and neutrons together through the strong nuclear force. The symmetry between protons and neutrons, their inherent similarity, results in this quantum force. And so when physicists unravel the complex interactions of particles in the Large Hadron Collider, these quantum conservation laws rule supreme. Inevitably, we should expect that all fundamental interactions are totally bound by these fundamental rules, symmetries and conservation laws operating hand in hand. Everything in balance. And indeed, they mostly are. But there are exceptions, and it is these exceptions that may have formed our universe. By the mid-20th century, astronomers were thinking about aliens. Giant radio telescopes scanned the skies for any faint beep from distant civilizations. Some wondered just what we would say to our ET cousins when we eventually made contact, but others worried about more fundamental questions. For example, the existence of antimatter beings. The problem was centered around telling left from right. This might seem trivial, but it is implicitly tied to matter and antimatter and the twin fates of our doomed intergalactic civilizations. How do you tell an alien the meaning of left and right? It's harder than you think. You can't send a picture, as they would need to know left from right to properly reconstruct the image. You can't refer to trappings of civilizations, such as writing, as they again would need a reference. You need to appeal to left and right written in the fundamental universe, and you need to find a break in symmetry that allows you to do this. You need to start thinking about parity. In 1956, the universe was broken. In a laboratory in Washington, D.C., individual atoms of cobalt were spinning in a magnetic field. The experimenter, Qiansheng Wu, was watching patiently for the cobalt to change, to undergo radioactive decay and spit out an electron. In cooling the cobalt atoms and placing them in a magnetic field, Wu could ensure that they were all spinning together, and she could chart the directions that electrons sped away from the cobalt. And conservation of angular momentum meant that they should be spat out from the poles of the cobalt, some heading from the cobalt north pole, and the same number emitted from the south. But as Wu sat and counted the electrons, a disturbing pattern appeared. Instead of a mix of electrons heading north and south, all appeared to be escaping from just one side of the cobalt atom. It appeared that this radioactive decay of cobalt was not symmetric. But what did this mean? So what if cobalt preferred to spit out electrons from one side rather than another? Well, it all came down to a concept called parity. Up until the 1950s, the conservation of parity was core to fundamental physics. It meant that whatever was seen in a mirror universe was as real as the physics that is seen in our universe. Think of an atom. When an electron jumps from one energy level to another, a photon of light is emitted. But in which direction does this photon flee? You should see half of the photons heading to the right and the other half heading to the left. But what if you view the atoms in a mirror? The mirror switches left to right and vice versa, but it also flips spins from clockwise to anti-clockwise and anti-clockwise to clockwise. So the view in the mirror is half the photons moving to the left, half to the right. And so the emission of a photon, an electromagnetic interaction, obeys parity, conservation. And the same is true for the gravitational force. Imagine a planet spinning and orbiting its star in a clockwise fashion. In the mirror universe, everything would slip to anti-clockwise motion. At the quantum level, there are other forces that we need to consider. Inside protons and neutrons, quarks interact with quarks, exchanging a small particle known as a gluon. This is the strong nuclear force in action, the force that binds your atomic nuclei together. Both electromagnetism and the strong force respect quantum symmetries and quantum conservation laws. Perfectly balanced. But there is another fundamental force, the weak nuclear force. And the weak nuclear force seems different. It is responsible for aspects of radioactivity, changing neutrons into protons and spitting out electrons. But radioactivity is not so common in the universe, and it can seem that the weak force is little more than a bit player. But it was this that all changed in 1955, when it was realized that the weak force is the strangest of them all. Particle physics had flourished in the first half of the 20th century. A flurry of particle discoveries and quantum insights peeled away the world of the very small. And as patterns and pictures began to emerge in the families of fundamental particles, the action of the weak force came steadily into focus. Chen-Ning Yang and Sung-Dao Lee were at the forefront of this effort. As young scientists at Princeton, they began to explore what nuclear experiments had revealed. They knew that the weak force was responsible for some radioactivity, and that in these decays, the great Wolfgang Pauli had predicted the existence of a ghostly new particle, the neutrino. And whilst no one had ever seen a neutrino, the conservation of energy was sacrosanct, and so it must exist. Yang and Lee were puzzled, however, over what they saw. They understood that fundamental forces should conserve parity, but there was no smoking gun to prove that the weak force understood that this was the rule. And so an audacious idea took hold. Maybe the weak force didn't conserve parity. Maybe it wouldn't work in a mirror universe. Whilst this sounded interesting as a theoretical idea, they needed an experiment that could show that the weak force broke the universe. And this is why Wu had cooled her cobalt atoms and placed them in a magnetic field. Just like a photon being spat out of an atom, the spin of electrons can be switched between clockwise and anti-clockwise, and we should expect equal numbers of electrons heading both northwards and southwards. But of course, this was not what Wu saw in her sensitive experiment. Why would electrons preferentially emerge from one pole of a spinning cobalt nucleus? The startling conclusion was that Pauli's neutrino could only spin one way relative to its motion. This meant that there were only clockwise neutrinos, And by the conservation of angular momentum, they can only be emitted from one cobalt pole, the electron from the other. A mirror view of the neutrino would therefore appear to be spinning anti-clockwise, but such neutrinos simply do not exist in our universe. The mirror version of the weak force therefore also does not exist in our universe. The weak force violates parity. This discovery won Yang and Li the Nobel Prize in 1957. It was one of the fastest ever awarded in physics, much faster than the 17 years that Einstein had to wait. Wu mysteriously missed out, but her name is written into the history books of science for the experiment that shook physics to its very core. The weak force violating parity means that neutrinos know right from left, that the universe itself somehow knows right from left. But the weak force goes deeper, and in the following years, other forms of parity started to tumble, and it turned out there were other symmetries that the weak force liked to crack. And it is now that the mystery of matter and antimatter can begin to be unraveled. It was realized that order could be restored to the Wu experiment if, as well as parity, another transformation was made. If all the particles were transformed into their antiparticles, known as a charge conjugation transformation, the mirror view with a spin antineutrino could occur in our universe. This double transformation is known as CP, for charge and parity. And so whilst the weak force violated parity, perhaps it would obey CP. But it didn't take long for a new series of experiments to show that this was also not the case. And this experiment explored the weird behavior of particles known as kaons. Kaons are mesons, a combination of one quark and one antiquark, and neutral kaons, kaons without charge, are a mix of a strange quark and a down quark. But there are two types of neutral kaons, one with a strange quark and anti-down quark, and another with an anti-strange and a down quark. This peculiar situation means that the two neutral kaons can mutate into one another, and a beam of neutral kaons has to be considered a quantum mechanical mix of the two. Kaons' lifetimes are very short, decaying into lighter mesons, pions, in about a billionth of a second. And the conservation of charge and parity together means that there should always be 3 pions in the decay. And so in 1964, an experiment was set up to explore whether the combination of charge and parity were actually conserved. Firing a beam of kaons down a long tube, physicists counted the outcome of decays. Almost all of the decays, 499 out of 500, resulted in a burst of 3 mesons. But 1 in 500 resulted in only 2 pions. And it was here the universe was broken. Once again, charge and parity were not conserved in the decay of kaons. Once again, the result won the experimenters Val Fitch and James Cronin the 1980 Nobel Prize in Physics. But what does CP parity violation really mean for the universe? Deep down, it tells us that the laws of the universe are different for matter and for antimatter. Thinking back to the meeting of the great intergalactic civilizations when we began this journey, this finally gives us a solution to avert the disastrous events that unfolded. Neutral kaons must be considered a quantum mix of matter and antimatter, and sometimes this quantum mix can decay into electrons and its antimatter partner, the positron. If CP was conserved, these decays should produce equal numbers of electrons and positrons. But again, Cronin and Fitch found that CP was not conserved. For every 300 electrons produced in decays, there were 301 positrons. And so, all our intergalactic descendants needed to do was independently undertake experiments with neutral kaons, and they would have known matter from antimatter. They would have known whether it was safe to finally shake hands. Whilst communication through electromagnetism wouldn't help, more discussions about gravity and the strong nuclear force. Were this distant meeting to occur, we would be able to talk about experiments with the weak nuclear force. And there would we find absolutes. But the question remains, why does the universe break these seemingly obvious symmetries? It would be a much simpler place if the physics of matter and antimatter were perfectly symmetrical, perfectly balanced. And indeed, that is only the beginning. It seems the implications of CP violation, as it is known, have much more far-ranging consequences for the universe. And to truly understand this, we will need to return to the very beginning of time, when the intense fireball of the Big Bang somehow froze. What is the ultimate goal of fundamental physics? Is it to understand what everything is made of? To try and reveal the origins of the universe? To Einstein, on his deathbed, there was a simple answer. The ultimate prize was a theory of everything, a theory that would finally unite all of the fundamental forces. Gravity, electromagnetism, the strong nuclear force, and the weak nuclear force. Long the holy grail of quantum mechanics and general relativity, physicists have taken steady steps in this direction, first uniting the weak force with electromagnetism in the 1960s. The strong force took more work, but in quantum chromodynamics, it too joined the party. And the ultimate aim, the focus of fundamental physics for more than a century, has been to incorporate gravity, a goal that physicists have yet to definitively accomplish. But just how do physicists build these theories of everything? Once again, guiding them are ideas of perfection and symmetry. Important clues have come from high-energy experiments where particles are smashed together at high speeds. As the energies of the interactions are increased, something peculiar begins to happen to the fundamental forces. They begin to change their spots. They alter just how they operate between particles. They start to lose their distinct nature, and all begin to look the same. Let's consider electromagnetism and the weak force in the universe today. They seem radically different, with electromagnetism connecting charges and the weak force being a form of radioactivity. Electromagnetism is also carried by the massless photon, whereas the weak force uses three massive particles, the Z0 and W plus and minus. But at higher energies, this distinction begins to blur. In what is known as the electroweak theory, these seemingly distinct forces are truly one single force. And so, when the universe was hot and young, only this single force existed. It was the cooling of the universe through the Big Bang that broke their symmetry and made them distinct. At higher temperatures still, the distinction between electroweak and the strong force fades away, and it's thought that at ultra-high temperatures, gravity too becomes indistinct. This suggests that at the universe's birth, there was just one true force, the superforce, and this superforce was perfect and symmetrical. The Bible begins in Genesis with the line, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." The Bible begins with godly perfection that was ultimately corrupted. Modern cosmology begins in a very similar fashion. In the beginning, the universe was perfect and symmetrical. There existed the one true superforce, and it reigned over all. But this ultra-hot universe expanded and cooled, and fractures appeared in the perfect symmetry of the cosmos. Out of perfection, imperfections began to appear. The individual forces separated, first gravity, then the strong force. As the universe continued to cool, the weak force separated from electromagnetism. But these separations, as the universe cooled, were not uneventful. As a force went its own way, the very nature of the cosmos changed. The universe before and after the separation was distinctly different. It had undergone a phase transition. As temperature decreases, water freezes into ice. Its symmetry is reduced. In the same way, the separation of a fundamental force as the universe cooled marked a distinct fracture in the symmetry of the universe. Cosmologists think that these separations impacted the important features of reality. Gravity separating was at the Planck time, when the universe was about 10 to the power of minus 43 seconds old. This is an age of the universe we know almost nothing about, and until we can write down our grand unified theory uniting the quantum realm of gravity, it may forever remain a mystery. But the separation of the strong force is different. It occurred much later, at about the age of 10 to the power of minus 34 seconds, and this is a time that physicists think they have a much better handle on. For this is about the time that inflation blew up the universe. In the late 1970s, Alan Guth was worried about the cosmos. He had started his research career in particle physics, hunting for grand unified theories, as well as hunting for a permanent position as a professor. But in 1978, he attended a lecture that changed everything. The speaker was Robert Dicke, an elder statesman of science. Being at the other end of his career to Guth, Dicke had explored many mysteries of the cosmos, and in this talk he was wondering just why the universe appeared to be flat, rather than curved like a sphere or a saddle. Somehow, the birth of our universe must have been fine-tuned, selecting flatness from all possible geometries. Guth was intrigued by this seeming specialness of the universe and wondered if it related to the fact a chunk of the universe appeared to be missing. A chunk predicted, once again, by symmetry. The motivation was James Clerk Maxwell on the nature of electricity and magnetism. His equations were profoundly asymmetric, possessing electrical charges but no magnetic equivalent. All magnets we see have a north and south. Many before Guth had wondered where these magnetic monopoles, pure magnetic north or south poles, may be. And so Guth decided that they must be hiding. In the earliest moments of the universe, when it was hot and dense and seething, Guth suggested that the electromagnetism was symmetric and that magnetic monopoles were a part of the cosmic mix of particles. But as the universe underwent an immense burst of expansion, doubling 80 times almost instantly, the magnetic monopoles were thinned out enough so that there was only one per observable universe. After this period, known as inflation, there wouldn't have been enough energy in the universe to create new magnetic monopoles. They were effectively lost, never to be seen in a physics laboratory. So what happened to the universe during its dramatic expansion? A background field of energy, known as the inflaton, must have dominated. The density of the universe fell precipitously as all particles were robbed of their energy, and the universe became a frozen, empty place. But space still seethed as the inflaton eventually decayed and inflation came to an end. And so the energy of inflation was dumped back into the universe, reheating the universe to many billions of degrees and creating the matter that inhabits the universe today. But the magnetic monopoles were long gone. But there was something strange in the timing. All this started around the same time as a phase transition, just as the strong force separated. Was this just a coincidence, or was it the departure of the strong force that seeded the inflaton with energy? We are still not sure. Indeed, our knowledge of the physics of this epoch is still a little hazy in parts, and so we cannot be sure that we have found the true culprit of inflation. Indeed, some have also tied the inflaton to the formation of the Higgs field, the field that gives particles mass, whilst others have wondered if the inflaton is just an early incarnation of today's dark energy. And so when the universe was about 10 to the power of minus 12 seconds old and a balmy 10 to the power of 15 Kelvin, all of the fundamental forces had separated into the distinct forms we know today. But the action of symmetry breaking still had one more trick to play, for it was in this epoch that baryogenesis occurred. This is the time when the superfundamental particles, quarks and gluons, began to condense into protons and neutrons, and the matter in the present universe, the matter of you and me, was finally born. But a problem of symmetry remained. Remember that the energy of the inflaton was poured back into the universe after inflation, and this is the ultimate source of matter and photons in the cosmos today. This reheating should have equally produced matter and antimatter. One of the starkest asymmetries in the universe today is the odd preponderance of matter over antimatter. Cosmic searches have revealed a wealth of matter across the cosmos and the barest traces of antimatter. As an example, scientists believe there is about 1 part of antimatter to a quadrillion parts of normal matter within the Milky Way. So where did this asymmetry arise in the lifetime of the universe? Why is there so much more matter? It is thought the answer is buried deep somewhere in baryogenesis. Whilst we know and have seen that the laws of physics can differentiate between matter and antimatter, the degree of difference is simply too small to account for the difference in matter over antimatter. And so that still leaves us scratching at the fundamental laws of the universe to determine why there is any matter at all. We can also estimate the degree of matter-antimatter asymmetry from an unlikely source, the cosmic microwave background. These photons were emitted when the matter and antimatter in the universe finally annihilated, and for every proton or neutron in the universe today, there are about 1 billion of these cosmic microwave background photons. This means that the universe must have been almost symmetrical. For every billion antimatter particles, there must have been 1,000,000,001 matter particles. And it is this tiny difference that is the source of all the universe's mass today. It is sobering to think that we are only here because of this tiny asymmetry. But there is still one final mystery that symmetry could help reveal. If symmetry is our true guide, and fundamental physics is purely symmetrical, there should be more than just magnetic monopoles out there to be discovered in the cosmos. Within a supersymmetric theory, for example, for every quark there should be a symmetric squark, and for every electron, a supersymmetric selectron. This naming process carries on throughout the standard model, from neutrinos to muons for fermions, and Higgsinos to photinos for bosons. A hidden supersymmetric universe of sparticles would be lingering just out of reach. Indeed, supersymmetry is a key part of many potential theories of everything, and scientists had long expected to finally find evidence in the Large Hadron Collider. But hunts for these mysterious particles in our colliders have so far yielded none of these supersymmetric candidates. All we find are the usual suspects, the quarks and electrons of our universe. Some physicists have claimed symmetry has led us astray and we are on the wrong path. But for others, symmetry is simply too alluring.
Want some more food?
The supersymmetry,
Want it mushy?
the superforce continues. We are almost at the end of the journey, and we have seen that symmetry is clearly central to our understanding of the universe. But it is really the breaking of symmetries that gives the universe its peculiar personalities. The fundamental laws of the existence of matter truly arise from cracks, imperfection. But there is one final thing to consider. Even though it feels like the breaking of symmetries is something that happened in the distant past, our universe is still expanding, still cooling, still changing, and we are mere footsteps into the infinite future that lies ahead. And so, hidden in energies well below our experimental reach might yet be other undiscovered symmetries. And as the universe continues to cool, one day these too might crack, fracture, and break, unleashing new forces and new phases that could radically change the cosmos. Our universe's march from perfection to ultimate corruption might not yet be over. You've been watching the entire history of the universe. Don't forget to like and subscribe and leave a comment to tell us what you think. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
It is not every day that I see a claim for a new
Right.
formulation of quantum.
And all you guys have to do is kill me to prove me right. And that happens to you after you're done killing me, you get killed. Likely the same way by your employer.
For almost 100 years, quantum mechanics has splintered physics into competing interpretations, each with a different consequence for reality. In this theolocution, Harvard's Jacob Barendis, co-director of the Graduate Studies Department, has developed a revolutionary framework called indivisible stochastic processes that suggest there is no fundamental wave function. He's joined with Scott Aronson as they dispute other interpretations like many worlds and Bohm, as well as discussing, do quantum computers get their power from other universes? If so, why don't quantum computers provide speedups for all problems instead of just a specialized subclass? In Jacob's view, what actually gives quantum computers their power over classical computers is indivisibility, and that's because the class of indivisible processes is simply larger than the class of all
Indivisibility,
processes
Garfield.
used by
Indivisibility.
classical computers. My name's Kurt J. Mungle, and I use my background in mathematical physics to analyze various things, everything.
It's just breathing.
Can we finally understand quantum mechanics without invoking mysterious wave functions, or are we forever bound to a world of mathematical abstractions divorced from physical intuition?
See, that's what I'm talking
The
about.
audience is in for a huge treat. I've had a preview of the questions you have for one another, and I'm excited to be hosting you both. Thank you. Welcome, Scott Aronson and Jacob Barendis.
Great to be here.
It's lovely to be here. Thanks for the invitation. Nice to see you, Scott.
Yeah, good to see you too, Jacob.
Does the benefit of quantum computing provide evidence for many worlds? Scott.
I would say that there is a philosophical argument that, for example, David Deutsch has made, right? That says that, and this was very closely related to why he invented the idea of quantum computing in the first place in the early 1980s, right? That says, well, look, suppose that you use a quantum computer to factor a 2,000-digit number. Right, and Deutsch said this very explicitly, in the 90s, right? Suppose you run Shor's factoring algorithm, and it factors the number, just vastly more efficiently than we think it can be done with any classical algorithm. And he says, if you don't believe that quantum reality is in some sense a vastly larger thing than classical reality, then where did the computation happen? Where was it done, right? And so, I think that does get at why quantum computing is so interesting to many of us in the first place, right? That it seems like this really, really hard to fake test that yes, there is some kind of reality to these abstractions that we're talking about that do involve these vectors and this exponentially large space. Right. But now I would say the philosophical part, the part where people can reasonably disagree with each other is, should you describe that in terms of parallel universes or not? Is that the right language to use for talking about this vast thing? Right. The problem is that what do we mean by something being a different universe, right? Usually, we mean that it is evolving independently from us, right? It is, its own separate thing. I mean, in the TV shows and the movies, there's always some portal or some wormhole or for by which you can visit the other universe.
Right. So technically, as far as payment wise goes, I could just go ham $100 and I kind of.
But somehow it is.
But I need it badly. So that's typically what I do with my money when I get it.
Is if it's
like, how should I pay this person back? Pay this person back. This person back too.
We don't see the evidence of it. Like if we do a.
Look at my dad. I'm like, oh, I could pay him, but dude, then what? Then what?
At the point when two branches, are really separated, then we don't see the interference between them. We only see, our branch.
I cannot get a job.
To the extent that you do see the interference, as you do in Shor's factoring algorithm, for example, or other algorithms for quantum computers, then you could say the very fact that these things could interfere means that they never really established separate identities as parallel.
I've never been able to get one before.
They were all just part of one giant interfering.
I doubt I can get one now.
Blob, right? So I think that
you see when it's like that, it can be like that.
Objection. But I do agree that a quantum computation would be dramatic evidence that the state of the universe is this vastly bigger thing in some sense than what classical physics posits for it, right? And that is a huge deal. Now, I get annoyed when people will take the latest quantum computing experiment, like what Google did, with its Willow chip this past December, and they'll say,
So what about the $300 food stamps I get? Well, seemingly, I do quite a bit more with it.
No, it's not. It's just evidence.
And that guy over there, who's literally trading it all.
Said, and if you agree,
none of my business
with
stuff.
The philosophical argument that can only be explained by many worlds, then you should have believed that way before this experiment, right? And if you didn't believe it, then you still shouldn't believe it. So it's not like these experiments are changing things that much, but there is this philosophical argument that I think is at the heart of why we care about quantum computing, why Deutsch invented it in the first place.
And guess what? I make it go pretty fucking far these days because I like rice quite a bit. No, it's cheap.
That the universes must be independent, so how would it manifest in this universe?
Put some seasoned salt and pepper in there.
Oh, what would he say? I mean,
maybe a little butter if you got it. It's kind of expensive butter these days.
You don't even
I have my lard. I lost my lard somewhere.
To see the obvious truth of the many
the lard's good.
He would say that even the two-slit experiment, from more than 100 years ago, where you see interference between two paths.
When you're blind, you're kind of blind. You just don't care as much. And then it kind of adds up after a while. You're like, fuck, bad habits. I'm blind. I'm blind guy.
The many worlds interpretation, and everyone else is just in denial about it. And then he would say, okay, but for those
this is broken, this is fogged up, and you're just like, fuck. I'm gonna pick up that can and shit.
Right, it may, make it even more undeniable. But he thinks you don't even need it.
There's some very interesting history here, and Scott, I'm sure you're aware of this, but many of the people who are watching may not know. But Deutsch's development of quantum computing is really a fantastic example of how thinking philosophically and foundationally about physics in general and quantum mechanics in particular has borne tremendous fruit.
Not literally blind, but like low vision, pretty much, yeah.
Is that
and seemingly a lot different than your vision is, and I didn't even know this before, but now I kind of do.
Sort of came back out of.
But I literally do not see the world the same way you do.
I can almost see the building where that happened.
Right. Yeah. And they sat next to each other.
Especially not now.
And at the beginning, apparently Deutsch was skeptical or whatever, but by the end of the
when seemingly my sight is coming right out of my forehead and not where my eyes sit.
Just like Scott said, I mean, it's in the papers. It's kind of amazing, right? There's this foundational paper in quantum computing from 1985. It's quantum theory, the Church-Turing principle, and the universal quantum computer. And
I no longer feel like a pinprick behind my eyes.
Shy about citing the Everett.
I feel like the whole fucking thing.
Abstract. And throughout the paper, he's like, and this only makes sense under the Everett picture and the Everett, And he says very clearly that one of his motivations for developing quantum computing is to make just completely clear that the Everett approach has to be correct. What's interesting, and Scott, you mentioned this is exactly on point. The sort of modern ideology that is dominant among people who think about and work on the Everett approach, and this is typified by books like David Wallace's 2012 book, The Emergent Multiverse, is that you really need decoherence, meaning the gradual disappearance of interference effects between the branches in order for macro world branches and distinct universes to emerge. And that precisely doesn't happen in the middle of a good quantum computation.
Yes, that's what he was saying.
Right, exactly. But my point is just that, like, this is what Scott's saying is really the standard way that most Everettians think about it. So the Everett approach doesn't really help you so much with quantum computing because those other universes, they don't exist precisely in the case when they're being used, so to speak, for a good quantum computation. And I'll just say a couple of things about this. One is there are a lot of situations in quantum mechanics where if you take seriously a particular philosophical perspective, at first glance, it may seem a little bit, helpful, revealing. Quantum computers in some circumstances can do things more efficiently than we believe is possible with classical computers. and the actual existence of multiple universes seems like maybe this is what gives these systems their advantage. But then on further reflection, it gets kind of strange, because if these universes are just really there, in some sense, whether in the microscopic case where, again, there's not agreement that we should be even thinking that way, or in the macroscopic case, you might think that you can get speed ups in far more circumstances, that speed ups would be far more generic. As Scott has at the top of his blog, right, his tagline, if you take one thing away from this blog, it's that quantum computers don't get speed ups because they're trying out all the possibilities at once. And that's very confusing, because if you think those universes are there, you might just think you can get speed ups all the time. It's actually kind of amazing that you only seem to be able to get speed ups in very special circumstances. And so for me, this is almost evidence that we shouldn't be thinking that way. And Scott, you put this really beautifully. I forget when you said this, but you had this lovely quotation where you're like, these other universes are not quite as real as actual universes. They're not quite as they live in some sort of intermediate regime between being real and being not real.
Horace Tarleton, who said that. But yeah, I mean, I've been, banging my head against the pedagogical problem of how to explain quantum speed up for 25 years, right? And I like to say that, like, quantum computing is a weirder resource than any science fiction writer would have had the imagination to invent. Right. It's not just classical exponential parallelism, right? But it's related. I mean, in order to explain it to people, usually we say, like, yes, you can create this superposition over exponentially many possible answers, but then you get only this tiny portal for observing something about it, right? You have to make a measurement. Measurement is a destructive thing in quantum mechanics. It collapses the state, and then your only hope of getting a speed up is to exploit the way that amplitudes in quantum mechanics, being complex numbers, work differently from the probabilities that we're used to. In particular, that they can interfere with each other. So with every quantum algorithm, you are trying to choreograph a pattern of interference where the contributions to the amplitude of each wrong answer are canceling each other out. They're interfering destructively. Whereas the contributions to the amplitude of the right answer are all adding up. They're constructively interfering, right? So that's not a thing that is, I mean, I can say that if you give me a few minutes, right? But that's not a thing that is easy to translate into any pithy English phrase that we had beforehand.
Right. Well, let me say a couple of things about this. One is the use of branching tree-like graphical structures is not unique to quantum computing.
That's
if you're teaching a course in probability theory, we draw like outcome trees, probability trees, decision trees all the time to explain things. So, I mean, I completely grant that drawing trees of branches is a pedagogically useful exercise, but so I want to then jump on the point that you made, which is that the key to quantum computing is the ability to exploit the fact that these amplitudes are complex and that the different possibilities interfere, and you can use them to sort of cancel each other out. Interference is this very important property in getting quantum computing to work. So and actually I think that's kind of key, because if you think it's all about parallel universes, you might think you get speed ups all the time, but you realize that it actually requires this very delicate use of interference. You realize the class of problems you're going to be able to get speed ups for is actually not going to be totally obvious and will require a lot of careful thought.
Right, we've been working on it for 30 years.
Exactly.
Figuring out what exactly is that class.
Right. Now, but
I kind of like the analogy between the Everett interpretation and just Darwinian evolution, where you have these populations of species that can interfere with each other, namely reproduce sexually, right? But that's only when the population remains relatively close to each other in a DNA sequence, right? Once you have two isolated subpopulations that get far enough apart from each other, then they're never again going to merge, right? Then they really have branched off into two separate branches, what biologists would call two different species, and what in quantum mechanics we would just call separate Everett branches.
I noticed that too.
Yeah, it's a lovely metaphor.
How does that happen?
Especially pedagogically. Of course, then the question is, what is interference, and how do you explain interference to students if you're not, and
I cannot help it.
Worlds, if they're not really macro worlds yet,
it's just more natural than my regular voice anymore.
Computation with them. So, like, what are these things we're dealing with? And there's a kind of quietism one
Using a
practices.
fucking accent.
Let's just not talk about
Often.
what they mean.
Yeah,
Let's
often.
just draw them on paper and work with them. And
why? I do not
think we
know.
can do better. I mean, we don't have to do better.
I'm assuming it's these ghosts that I'm looking
for
at.
somebody is just to build better and more efficient quantum algorithms, to build quantum algorithms that can do more things. I think this is probably fine, but of course we all
It's fucking
come
weird, huh?
into thinking about quantum theory, quantum foundations.
Are they mad? Not as mad as you think.
Physics for a variety of reasons, and I think there are definitely a lot of people who would like a more physical picture. Than
Often,
this.
But sometimes they
And
kind
this
of
is where
are for a
my
while.
approach sort of
Kind of
comes in.
bitter.
And I'm happy to say a little bit for those who may be unfamiliar with my work and how it connects with this power of quantum.
But they go through
computing.
phases with it.
With wanting to understand
At first, it's
the
not
world,
too bad.
and not just predict the outcomes of experiments. So
Right,
sure.
yeah.
You know, and
And then as they get ready for the rest, it
So
can be.
Jacob, before you go on explaining your new formulation, I want to hear Scott Aronson's rendition of it.
Yes.
But first, before Scott Aronson, before you speak about,
So I'm
Jacob's
hoping that I
theory,
don't
or
end up
Jacob
in
to say
literal
yes or no,
fucking
in-
hell on
to
Earth.
you. I want you to tell the audience then, where do you think
By
this
doing what?
efficiency
Well, maybe
comes
more
from
yoga
quantum
would help,
computing?
maybe.
Or where does the
I was
interference
thinking.
occur? If it's not these many worlds, if
Then
you're
I'm like,
not a
well, technically,
believer in many worlds,
makes me more
then where do
dangerous.
you personally, Scott, think the efficiencies come from?
I mean,
So if I could just be like a walking, talking example of how you don't want to be, which is like a profit kind of, and it's like, hey, don't make a profit off my body.
Our quantum computer can do something that cannot be done efficiently by any.
Unless you want to pay me,
right?
just a little bit of that
what
portion.
it really means is just
And then,
that
yeah,
of all
sure,
of the
why
different
not?
ways that you might have imagined that a classical computer could efficiently simulate this quantum computation.
You know what I'm saying?
None of them work. Right. And so by its nature, there's not going to be just one explanation for that. Right?
And gay is not okay with me, just in case you're
for
wondering.
every possible, way of simulating the thing classically, right? It's fundamental. Quantum speed up is a negative statement at its core, right? That none of the classical approaches work. And so I think that the exponential size of quantum states, when we write them down in the usual way, is part of the story. The entanglement of the qubits is part of the story. If there were an entanglement, then there would be a fast classical simulation because I could just keep track of the state of each particle separately in my classical computer. The interference is a huge part of the story because if it weren't for interference, then I could just use a classical computer with a random number generator and that would do the simulation, right? So it's really the combination of all of these elements, the, exponentially large Hilbert space, as we call it, the entanglement, the interference that is ruling out all of the different ways that you could simulate this thing efficiently with a classical computer. Actually, you even need more than that. There are examples of quantum computations, for example, what we call stabilizer quantum computations that have all of those elements, and yet still they can be efficiently simulated by a classical computer for another reason. Right. So it's but you're if you combine all of those elements, exponentially large Hilbert space, entanglement, interference, then at least there's a chance that you're going to evade
People nowadays
simulating what you're doing efficiently using.
Simulate horrible memories.
I think that's really what's going on.
Horrible memories.
Okay, now let's hear your recapitulation of Jacob's theory. And just for a background for the audience, Jacob.
And they're whining little bitches.
Or a formulation of quantum theory, a reformulation of quantum theory that gives an ontological account as to what's occurring. And it's been covered on Theories of Everything, this channel, at least 3 times. And I'll put each part on screen right now, and the links will be in the description. Hi, everyone. Hope you're enjoying today's episode.
Have I been? Yeah, quite a bit. Do I remember it all? Yep.
Consciousness, philosophy.
Do you remember it all? Nope. Just the tonality, huh?
You'll find it all on my
Hear the words?
Substack.
Nope.
Subscribers get
With my dad? Yep. Were you wrong? Yeah.
New posts as well, behind the scenes insights, and
Did you make some bonehead maneuvers based on words that came my dad's mouth over?
Recording my work and helping keep these conversations at the cutting edge. So click the link on screen here, hit subscribe, and let's keep pushing the boundaries of knowledge together. Thank you and enjoy the show. Just so you know, if you're listening, it's
Speaking of my dad, where's my phone?
CIMUNGAL.org, KurtJmungle.org.
Sorry about the accent. It just fits a lot better.
So it is not every day that I see it.
It's made more comfortable. Otherwise, I was getting like that too.
Of quantum mechanics. So that's exciting.
It just happens when you got brain damage. I kind of know it.
Think that the basic options on the table, like Copenhagen,
change the accent. Right.
Bohmian mechanics, have pretty much been around since the 1950s with minor rebrandings, combinations, elaborations since then. Jacob is, saying he has something different. Actually,
well, see, the brain isn't yourself, and isn't not your soul.
About this,
it's the thing you use to control your body.
Jacob Barandis, isn't he the guy?
So we think because someone has brain damage and they can't communicate with the outside world, we think they're somehow not in there.
I think it's not.
Talk about health.
I understand better than I did a month ago what is going on, and that it's not quite that. So basically, just to
in a way, I've been like that my whole life. Just because people wouldn't listen to me, not because it was actually like that.
Give a new account that reproduces.
Why? Because I was twice their intelligence, and I'm a savant.
So he's not going to change.
I'm a retard.
Experimental predictions,
but I'm really smart.
What it means for something to be an interpretation. Or for
don't mind the word retard. Not so much anymore. If that's what you call me, then that's what it is, huh?
But he wants to do it with using something that looks.
But I am, and I know that I still am.
Mechanics, where you have particles that will have or some objects that will have just definite classical configurations, such as just the positions of particles in three-dimensional space. Okay, and that puts.
What about the rest of it? Oh, that's true too. Turns out.
Tried that, including Bohmian.
Nope, still could get Xenobit.
The difference is, in Bohmian mechanics, you maintain.
Am I terrified? Terrified. Not terrified.
The wave function, the quantum wave function in your ontology. So you still have this, gigantic wave of amplitudes.
See, it's not quite like that. It's like that.
Okay, but then you use that wave to guide the particles along trajectories, right? So you have
not a movie.
Let's say particles that have some actual positions in three-dimensional space, and then those particles are guided.
It's type.
They're nudged
called a type-on chamber.
Wave function in a way that's been precisely constructed to.
These something called it's like literally called Typonian technology, some bullshit.
For what would you see when you measure those particles, right? Okay, so that's Bohmian mechanics. Now Jacob, like Andreas, is going to get rid of the wave function.
That's fucking disgusting.
Not have the wave function in his ontology, and he's not going to have the trajectories for the particles either, not in general anyway. Okay, what he's going to have is just you like in Bohmian mechanics, you pick a basis, so. You have what we call a preferred basis, which could mean like positions of particles in three-dimensional space or something like that. And then at any given time, he wants to say the particles, have a real position, the system has a real configuration, a real state. In that
really?
Even
like Doomsday? Is that what they're thinking?
Okay, but now what he's going to
literally like Typon, they're thinking.
Is trajectories for these configurations. Okay, so in general,
Typon.
you're not going to be allowed to ask
the greatest rival of God.
The particles were in this configuration at time t. What is the probability that they will be in this other configuration at time t plus 1? Right, or sort of we're only going to be allowed to ask that question. In the cases where it would, where it would normally make sense, right? When in quantum mechanics, we would say that it's in superposition. Jacob would just say, well, you're allowed to ask at any, individual time, right?
Now, what are you little guys doing?
What is the probability that the particles are here or that they're there? But you're not allowed to ask, given that they're here now, what is the probability that they are there then?
Human beings,
right?
Yeah.
And so this is what he means in talking about indivisible stochastic dynamics. So he wants to reformulate.
And what do you make other people do?
What in the standard picture would be the Schrodinger equation, that governs the evolution of the wave function, as a differential equation that is governing the stochastic.
You don't even think twice, do you?
Of these, this what we might call a hidden variable, except it's not really hidden, right? The classical positions of these particles. So he's going to give you an evolution equation.
That crazy to you? That's literally what I heard. It's literally the name I heard for it.
In the cases where
I think they call it something else, but yeah.
we would say that quantum interference is happening. You know, you're
They've
not
been testing
allowed to ask for transition probabilities. You're not allowed to
For
ask
me.
for the whole
Based on
path
my
that is followed by these particles,
weird
or like
biology.
given that they're here now, then
That
what's
does
the
not
chance that they're there then?
guys.
It's just all one indivisible stochastic evolution. So that's my understanding of it, and now Jacob can tell me what I got wrong.
Thanks. Yeah. So let me just say a couple.
But in a way now, I can digest anything as a result. So cool.
There is a kind of a paradigm that we all work under. It's a paradigm that I grew up learning about when I took my university courses in quantum mechanics. You know, I
fucking freak.
Doing a PhD in theoretical physics.
So that kind of freak. Like a freak show freak.
Quantum theory all the time. I use.
And that's what they do to freak show freaks.
Quantum theory applied to fields, and so we learned quantum field theory, and so there's a certain way of thinking about quantum mechanics.
And I want you to know that that's America. That's just fine.
Work starting from
in their opinion.
The textbook axioms, the so-called Dirac for Paul Dirac, von Neumann from John von Neumann axioms that you get from respectively 1930 and 1932. That's written in all the textbooks, and these axioms are, you know, quick to summarize. Every quantum system has a Hilbert space. Every system has a quantum state defined in some mathematical terms, either as a state vector or a density, some object that lives in this Hilbert space. This object, when the system is evolving through time in a way where it's not mutually exchanging interactions or information with any other systems, evolves according to
But a Taiwan chain really can survive and be a pain monster and hate the fucking world and be more powerful than possibly imagine? That sounds like a good idea. Put him with more pain than Jesus Christ.
All these axioms about
I just don't like the
what are
kid.
the mathematical objects that represent the things that we can observe about the system. How do we get probabilities out of the theory for those measurement outcomes? That's called the Born rule. And then we're supposed to collapse the quantum state to reflect the result of the measurement and give robust, reliable predictions for subsequent measurements. Those are the standard picture. And
The wrong words,
this
the wrong
picture
person,
is
no
built
shit,
around the idea
and
of quantum
nothing actually
state.
happened.
You know, there's this paradigm called the
Get
wave
someone
function
fucking
paradigm
killed.
that Quantum theory begins by talking about wave functions or some suitable generalization of wave functions that live in Hilbert spaces. And then we're supposed to sort of figure out what we're supposed to do from there. When you start from this picture, it sounds very complicated to construct a different picture because you start with all these Hilbert space ingredients. You're like, well, we've got a Hilbert
Nowadays,
space. Hilbert
especially,
space
guys,
is
turns
a
out.
vector space. Vector spaces can be described.
Saying possibly, and possibly, and possibly. Yeah,
So
mine
we
actually
do
got me
that
killed.
on an
So good for you guys.
orthonormal For some reason, and then from that orthonormal basis, you have to do this and with interference, and you have the Hilbert space, and you have the Schrodinger equation, which has to be
Why don't you get fuck with the rest?
When you start from this paradigm, it makes everything sound very complicated. And you see this all the time when you're talking about, different paradigms for theory, that from maybe a newer paradigm, a newer paradigm can look very complicated when one attempts to express it in terms of an older one.
Talking
or
something
very difficult to understand.
Makes your insides
this
come out.
whole theory, this whole story in the history of philosophy of science about
growing things within it that are hard like bones.
We just start from
or splinters.
Okay.
I don't believe that paradigms really are incommensurable, but that's a separate discussion.
That's fine. I won't take a stand on this. I'm not ideological about this.
Underwater.
I'm saying that there is in the history of
Still alive.
science this idea that paradigms can be incommensurable. I
That crazy idea? Good for you.
Yeah.
What I would say, Jacob, is that if you say that this is
That's the kind of
a
stuff
new
to test
paradigm
nowadays.
for quantum mechanics, and that we shouldn't try to express it in terms of the old paradigm, then the task for you, the next task, would be to explain, take all the successes of quantum mechanics, all the phenomena that we know about, including, Shor's algorithm, Grover's algorithm, quantum teleportation, and show how they have simpler explanations in terms of indivisible stochastic dynamics, right? And what you won't be allowed to do when you do that is say, well, just translate it back into the usual, ket notation, the usual Hilbert space picture, and then, just invoke this theorem that says that it has an equivalent representation in my picture. Because, if that's going to be your answer, then, you're
That's what happens to make somebody sad.
And you using the standard picture, right? And I should continue to think in terms of it, right? If you want me to switch to thinking in terms of a different picture, then you have to show me how all the specific successes of quantum mechanics that I care about actually are simpler to explain.
I'll get take care of piece anyways.
So let me say a couple of things about that first, and then I'll get to So one of the things I'm going to do is explain what this approach is on its own terms. But of course, one of the important things about this approach is that it leads to an ability to reconstruct the standard axioms and the Hilbert space picture in its regime of validity, and say a little bit about why it has this sort of limited regime of validity and how one might extend that. But I'm not saying, to be super clear, right? My dad was sad.
My dad was sad because he treated me like shit my whole childhood.
If you want to, study a problem in classical physics using the action angles formulation, or you want to do Hamilton-Jacobi theory, or you want to help yourself to canonical transformations or canonical perturbation theory, or one of a million other things that you might want to do, visualize trajectories in phase space, you're going to use the Hamiltonian phase space reformulation of classical physics.
How many fucking bugs?
So if someone comes along and says,
cameras.
oh, you know about the Hamiltonian phase space formulation, you've got Q's representing positions or some generalization of positions, and P's representing some generalized notion of momenta, the so-called canonical momenta, and you have this phase-based picture.
And I know
the dynamics, the equations that describe how things evolve according to Hamilton's equations of motion, and you have these beautiful symmetries. You have this like ability to do changes of canonical variables, these so-called canonical transformations that can scramble what the picture looks like. And someone comes along and says, actually, I think that there's a physical picture here. The thing you're describing is an object moving around. Maybe it's stuck to a spring or on a pendulum, and the person says, well, okay, that's a useful picture, that's helpful, but will it help me do canonical perturbation theory? Will it help me do action?
I'm talking about someone else.
I would say,
but
well, no, we have
story
this beautiful Hamiltonian
mirrors that one
framework for
almost.
doing that. You should use that still. Or another example is we have general relativity. So general relativity, I've been teaching general relativity for 10 years, but when we do orbital calculations in sending spacecraft around, we still use the Newtonian paradigm. It's still very useful.
I understand the point, Jacob. I mean, but general relativity, at least, there is some class of situations where, this new language is better, right? So I think in this case, you at least have to show that there is some class of problems, of quantum mechanics problems, that are better treated using your new formulation than using the old one. Or else other people could justly say, then what is the point of learning it?
Or even can only be treated using your formulation.
Right. So let me start with that. I want to get to explaining what it is, but let me just quickly jump to that. Okay. So if what you're doing is, again, developing algorithms for quantum computing, I don't think there's no obvious sense in which this gives you the ability to do anything differently from what you would do in the old paradigm. The tools that we have are extremely good for these situations. You're studying tabletop kinds of systems where the Dirac-Von Neumann axioms work really great, but those are not the only kinds of systems that physicists are interested in. So physicists are interested in applying quantum mechanics in astrophysical situations to early universe cosmology, and people are trying to apply quantum mechanics in the context of quantum gravity. They're trying to do quantum mechanics applied to black holes. They're trying to do quantum, and now you're in situations where the Dirac-Von Neumann axioms are very ambiguous about what you're supposed to be able to say. And this is where I sort of cut my teeth. I mean, I did my PhD here at Harvard in high energy theoretical physics. These are the kinds of problems that I studied, and I was often very confused about, when we were legitimated in using the textbook version of quantum theory. And again, I wasn't the only one. I mean, we would routinely run into situations in which people would say, well, can we do this particular thing? Does this make sense? We have this sort of nonlinear dependence on this or that, and what's going on with black holes. And people were genuinely confused about how to apply quantum theory to these situations. But these are situations that are different from what you'd find in tabletop experiments. It'd be like saying, why do I need general relativity on Earth? Newtonian gravity works fantastically. Well, there are systems that are beyond Earth where we may need a better theory because things get more extreme.
Let's agree that if you could say something new about quantum gravity, that would be great, right? No argument there. Now, if we think of you as, you are sort of hawking a new product at the foundations of quantum
mechanics. Sometimes do that shit when they're 40 years old.
Well, okay. The quantum gravity theorists are potential customers, right? I am also a potential customer, right? I am in the market for even just a reformulation of existing quantum mechanics that would help in coming up with new quantum algorithms, right? Or understanding for which problems quantum computers will give us speed up and for which they won't.
Remember, you're 50 years old.
Give me that. That's great. I'll buy it.
But so there's like a lot of the things that
Turns
we
out.
want to do with reformulating quantum theory. One is
532 Garfield.
the existing have the existing, if you want, formulations, interpretations. I honestly, I know that the terms don't exactly mean the same.
533 Garfield. How you feeling, boy?
The final review was brutal.
We're gonna be underwater for weeks.
I'm already so. Bruni.
This is fixable. Just use Grammarly. Grammarly can look through the proposal to find what's missing. And look, Grammarly knows the audience is non-technical, so it can take out the jargon and make the benefits easier to understand.
Cool. And with Grammarly working across 500,000 apps and websites, we'll never be underwater again.
Download Grammarly for free.
What are you thinking? What am I gonna do? Right. Oh, I know it. No, this precedent stands long as it's actually been like that and like that with your family.
Fellow seekers of the untamed fire, today we storm the heavens.
Not an example of how to go.
With the raw, pulsating vaults of ancient myth.
But your family is probably a little better than that way than mine is.
The heaven that made Plato tremble, wrestling with a universe too wild for his pure forms.
Do I love him? Yeah, I do. To death? Not quite anymore. No, not quite.
Slyly turning a titan.
I love him. Hell yeah, I do. When I talk to him, when I see him.
Egyptian priests tracing stars on a goddess's skin. Mesopotamian scribes.
I love my cats.
A throne no one sits on.
All three of them. Even though only one of them's alive.
Dawn's light to find wisdom itself. And Vedic poets pleading with a judge.
Turns out there's a few cats out there still alive.
We will explore everything.
They're my cats before. Going through a lot of pain right now.
They are the psyche's seismic fractures and bondings, the magnificent archetypes, the echoes of a truth too vast.
Humans, too, turns out.
Our timid age to apprehend. But such apprehension is irrelevant to their factuality, their existence, their influence over
Which I care about almost as much. Yes, yeah, I do. Almost.
That have passed and will follow. Welcome to Irrevelata, where the veil is torn, and the secrets you deserve to know are offered on a silver platter. I am your torchbearer, diving fearlessly into the texts that forged consciousness. Plato's dialogues, Hesiod's Theogony, Homer's Iliad, Orphic hymns, Egyptian scrolls, Mesopotamian tablets, Avestan chants, and the Rig Veda. I present to you these texts because they have been treated too long as dusty relics under the weight of modernity, because they are living currents and vibrations meant to rewire your soul. At Irrevelata, we confront luminaries and gods, Plato's anxious brilliance, Nietzsche's hammer, Jung's depth, and the deities who shaped our skies, Uranos, Nut, Anu, Ahura Mazda, Varuna. It is impossible for me to assure you that this is a gentle tour because it is in fact a rebellion against a world too scared to face its own shadows, too distracted to claim its birthright. Either way, I invite you to take a seat and follow me. In this odyssey, we'll chase the heavens through their many masks. From Uranus' bloody fall to Nut's starry embrace, from Anu's empty crown to Ahura Mazda's radiant wisdom, to Varuna's unyielding gaze. We'll map a cosmos that shifts from flesh to principle, violence to order, chaos to clarity. Each section is a detonation, building on the last spanning millennia and cultures. We'll wield Plato's Cratylus and Republic, Hesiod's primal gore, Homer's sly erasure, Orphic mysticism, Egyptian hymns, Babylonian epics, Zoroastrian gathas and Vedic pleas, every quote exact, every insight an ignition. This is philosophy with a hammer, theology that pulses with blood, a dare to see the sky not as a void, but as a mirror of your deepest struggles. Why now? Because you're drowning in a sea of noise, screens flickering, lies fragmenting, a culture sedating you with banality. But you feel it, don't you? That ache for something whole, something true. The heavens have whispered to humanity since we first looked up, and their voices still echo within you. Uranus' groan, Nut's lullaby, Anu's decree, Ahura Mazda's light, Varuna's verdict. Irrevelata is your lifeline, stripping away the veils to reveal the cosmic intermix of power, creation, and conscience. This is not for the faint-hearted. It's a storm that will overwhelm you, paradoxes that will claw at your certainties until they crack. If you seek comfort, turn back. If you crave truth, step into the abyss with me. I already know the way. This is your call to arms. Subscribe.
Let's say the chambers just for a minute. Just see how they're doing.
Activate the notifications to catch every revelation. Share this fire with those ready to break their chains. And please dare to share your comments because they are fuel for our collective awakening. Together.
Now, if they're willing to see me, no one checks on them. I usually do until they tell me, get killed. And I kind of hold off for a while, but then I will again, trust me.
You'll discover that we are millions.
It's like that. It's like that sometimes. I understand.
You're here for a reason. Descendants of Plato, Nietzsche, Jung, and gods unnamed.
I like this accent. No, it works. It works. It's not my accent, but it works. Because I'm starting to sound, I just can't really speak English very well all the time anymore.
It's a dare to kiss the infinite.
But I'm not fucking stupid. Not even close.
The heavens await, and they will not wait forever.
So I'm just borrowing my ancestor's soul. No, my ancestor's soul. Blood. And it worked. No, it worked. No, it's literally happened with brain damage, where people got an Irish accent out of nowhere. Which sometimes I can do, but not right now. Oh, liar. It's a liar. What if it is a brain? Important? No, it's important. Trust me. But it ain't all you are. Not even close. Now look up. Look down. That's all you are. Look around. See, that's who I am. Not this body. The one I love the most. Who are you?
Let's begin. Plato was always torn between his love of intellectual exploration and his terror of where such exploration might lead the impressionable. In the Cratylus, he offers us
Sorry about this morning.
sanitized etymology.
My dreams are so real sometimes I don't really remember them. Sometimes I'm really dreams, and I know it works like that. I do.
And the name Uranus is therefore correct, writes Plato in Cratylus. How convenient that the sky god's name should connote philosophical contemplation, rather than, say, the lusty primordial being who would soon find himself on the wrong end of a cosmic vasectomy.
So there's someone out there who's an animal, getting hurt really, really bad, and I can feel it.
Madly is precisely the right word, as Plato performs remarkable intellectual gymnastics to align the gods' names with his philosophical agenda. One can almost picture Plato at his writing desk, quill in hand, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, as he attempts to transform the unruly pantheon into respectable pedagogical tools. Looking upward leads to a pure mind, he insists, while carefully avoiding any mention that this particular sky was looking downward quite lustily at his mother wife. When forced to confront Hesiod's explicit account in the Republic, Plato's philosophical composure cracks entirely. First of all, I said, there was that greatest of all lies in high places, which the poet told about Uranus, and which was a bad lie too. I mean what Hesiod says that Uranus did, and how Cronus retaliated on him. The doings of Cronus, and the sufferings which in turn his son inflicted upon him, even if they were true, ought certainly not to be lightly told to young and thoughtless persons. If possible, they had better be buried in silence. Even if they were true, what a delicious phrase. Plato, the master of philosophical certainty, the father of noble lies, suddenly finds himself in the uncomfortable position of neither being able to confirm nor deny divine. His solution, an elaborate system of censorship wrapped in philosophical justification. But if there is an absolute necessity for their mention, a chosen few might hear them in a mystery, and they should sacrifice
I 4-4 Garfield.
a simian pig, but some huge and unprocurable victim. And then the number of the hearers will be very few indeed. Here lies Plato's exquisite solution, demanding an unprocurable victim. It's rather like a modern parent telling a child they can have a pony when pigs fly. It's not an outright no, but the conditions ensure the outcome is the same. One imagines Plato with a satisfied smirk as he concocts this rhetorical trapdoor, a philosopher's version of when hell freezes over. However, his concerns about these stories are closely tied to his political project. Those stories are extremely objectionable. They are stories not to be repeated in our state. The young man should not be told that in committing the worst of crimes, he is far from doing anything outrageous, and that even if he chastises his father when he does wrong, in whatever manner, he will only be following the example of the first and greatest among the gods. The poor man must have had night terrors imagining Athens overtaken by divine-sanctioned patricide. One wonders if he lay awake at night, staring at the ceiling, tortured by visions of young guardians brandishing sickles against their fathers, all shouting, "Kronos did it first." Plato's fear extends beyond specific acts to the entire concept of divine.
Oh, really? Oh, well.
Further, if we mean our future guardians to regard the habit of quarreling among themselves as of all things the basest, should any word be said to them of the wars in heaven and of the plots and fightings of the gods against one another, for they are not true. They are not true. A fascinating claim from the man who elsewhere argues that poetry is thrice removed from truth as a mere imitation of appearances. Here, Plato doesn't philosophically dismiss myths as false representations. He outright declares their falsity with the certainty of an eyewitness. One might ask, were you there, Plato? Did you witness the original sky-earth relations to contradict Hesiod so confidently? His concern about allegorical interpretation is particularly telling. For a young person cannot judge what is allegorical and what is literal. Anything that he receives into his mind at that age is likely to become indelible and unalterable. And therefore it is most important that the tales which the young first hear should be models of virtuous thoughts. The irony here is exquisite. Plato, who built his entire philosophical system around allegorical devices like the cave and the divided line, suddenly becomes skeptical of allegorical interpretation when it might redeem the myths he finds so distasteful. The philosopher who asks us to see beyond appearances to true forms can't trust youth to see beyond literal castration to deeper meanings. Plato's elaborate restrictions, mystery cults, impossible sacrifices, chosen circles of initiates, reveal his profound ambivalence. He knows these stories hold power he cannot fully dismiss, yet fears that power like one might fear a lightning bolt from Zeus himself. His solution? Create such an elaborate labyrinth of prerequisites that accessing these stories without abandoning them entirely. The great paradox is that Plato himself was clearly shaped by these very myths he wished to restrict. His entire philosophical project can be read as a response to and transformation of the mythological tradition he inherited. Without Hesiod's troubling heaven, would Plato's upward-looking Uranus ever have been conceived? History delivers its verdict with a certain delicious irony. While Plato's Republic remains unrealized, Hesiod's tales of divine castration, cosmic birth, and generational conflict continue to captivate imaginers and inspire creative works millennia later. Perhaps the unprocurable victim Plato demanded was, in the end, the death of these myths themselves, a sacrifice the fates themselves refused to grant him. So we find ourselves in a curious position, indebted to Plato for his philosophical brilliance, while gently chuckling at his sensorial anxieties. The philosopher who urged us to leave the cave and face reality couldn't quite face the raw mythic reality of Uranus. Perhaps that's the greatest irony of all, that heaven itself made Plato avert his philosophical gaze.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post 9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I faced
tortured to death because you all pissed off.
And father because of it.
We help warriors get the expert care and support to thrive.
I got involved. I got healthier. I got to be an athlete again.
Trust me, find out about it, you will be happy about it. The whole story. You're gonna be upset.
Anything is possible. Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/realize.
At US Cellular, you don't have to choose between a great phone and the right phone plan for you. You can get 4 free phones of your choice and 4 lines for just $90.
That's like us not having to choose between tickets to wrestling or that puppet musical.
Because you get both.
US Cellular, built for us.
Isn't it curious how the most profound truths often begin with the most disturbing stories? Hesiod's Theogony introduces us to Uranus, now called heaven, and yes, the personification of heaven itself. One would think he is like a serene blue expanse, an oasis of light and truth, with exuberant and luxurious gardens. But in the Hesiodic mind, Uranus is as dramatic as the other gods. He has appetites, cruelties, and ultimately vulnerabilities that make him all too human. In Works and Days, Hesiod warns that when you come upon a burning sacrifice, do not make a mock of mysteries, for heaven is angry at this also. Then in another work, Hesiod writes, heaven has an avenging eye, and surely...
Buddy, who's ever fucking lived.
No wonder Plato found himself so troubled by these tales. Hesiod doesn't waste time on pleasantries. From the very start of the Theogony, we're thrown into a cosmogonic tangle that would make even today's
Who are you?
scientists reach for their notepads. And Earth first bare starry heaven, equal to herself, to cover her on every side, and to be an ever-sure abiding place for the blessed gods. And she brought forth long hills, graceful horns.
Most of these are good fucking people.
Who dwell amongst the glens.
And most of them are weirded out
She bare
that they're a
also
fucking human now.
with his raging swell Pontus, without sweet union of love. But afterwards she lay with heaven and bare deep swirling Oceanus, Cous and Creus and Hyperion and Iapetus, fair and real, Themis and
Humans who
Alcyone,
are godlike to many animals.
lovely Tethys. After them was born Cronos, the wily youngest.
But they're the Archons.
of her children. And
I
Hades-
fucking knew it. No, I knew it. I knew it.
Did you catch that? Earth gives birth to heaven, making him her son, and then proceeds to...
We were almost wrong about the humans, dude. We were almost wrong about them. No, they're evil.
You can almost see Plato, pacing anxiously in his academy, wondering how to reconcile this primordial Oedipal scenario with his vision of heaven.
Yeah, one human I've ever met, seemingly.
Philosophical ascent. Looking upward takes on quite a different meaning.
It's not evil to cats.
Gazing at his mother while embracing her. The divine family dynamic only grows more.
My dad, Taran Miller.
Narrative progresses. Hesiod reveals Uranus as the original abusive patriarch rather than a benevolent skyfather.
Are there other people who aren't evil to cats? Yeah, quite a few.
Overbearing in spirit, Brontes and Steropes and stubborn-hearted Argies.
But no one ever brought me around, ever, who without the intention of trying to get me from my dad.
And they were surnamed Cyclopes, orb-eyed, because one orbed eye was set in their foreheads. Strength and might and craft were in their works, and again 3 other sons were born of earth and heaven, great and doughty beyond telling. Cottus
And what they've done to me just got me killed. And they know it. Why? Because they wanted going over my dad, and I know it. Well, they're spying on him through the fucking fence, and he knew it.
For of all the children that were born of earth and heaven, these were the most terrible, and they were hated by their own father from the first. And he used to hide them all away in a secret place of earth, so soon as each was born, and would not.
That's from the cat's perspective.
Into the light, and heaven rejoiced in his evil doing.
What his name he got an issue with?
What exquisite darkness in that final line. Uranus imprisons his monstrous offspring, and he literally rejoices in his evil doing. The starry vault of heaven, which Plato would have us contemplate for philosophical enlightenment, turns out to harbor sadistic pleasure in cruelty. No wonder Plato preferred his sanitized etymological interpretation in the Cratylus, connecting Uranus to looking upward and pure mind. The gap between these two visions of heaven could hardly be wider. Then comes the passage that made Plato reach for his red pen, the moment that would launch 1,000 psychoanalytic theories millennia later. The castration of Uranus stands as perhaps the most visceral scene in all of Greek cosmogony. But vast earth groaned within, being straightened, and she thought a crafty and an evil wile. Forthwith she made the element of grey flint and shaped a great sickle, and told her plan to her dear sons. And she spoke
554 Garfield.
While she was vexed in her dear heart. My children, gotten of a sinful father, if you will obey me, we should punish the vile outrage of your father, for he first thought of doing shameful things. So she said, but fear seized them all, and none of them uttered a word. But great Kronos the wily took courage and answered.
How many people can spear?
Mother, I will undertake to do this deed, for I reverence not our father of evil name, for he first thought of doing shameful things. So he said, and vast earth rejoiced greatly in spirit, and set and hid him in an ambush, and put in his hands a jagged sickle, and revealed to him the whole plot. And heaven came, bringing on night and longing for love, and he lay about earth, spreading himself full upon her. Then the sun from his ambush stretched forth his left hand, and in his right took the great long sickle with jagged teeth, and swiftly lopped off his own father's members, and cast them away to fall behind him. The imagery here is extremely intimate. Uranus approaches Earth, bringing on night and longing for love. A surprisingly tender.
4, 5, 6 in the clock, Garfield.
Before his mutilation. The ambush occurs during the most vulnerable of acts, with Kronos hidden beneath his mother's skirts, so to speak, waiting for the moment when his father is most exposed. It's a primal scene of generational violence that persisted through the entire mythic structure of Greek thought. Plato, with his philosophical project of directing souls toward rational contemplation of eternal forms, must have shuddered at the thought of young Athenians absorbing this tale. How could one contemplate the starry heavens?
I don't actually go nowhere.
After picturing this scene,
get anything to make you sick.
Seem somehow cosmically sanctioned. Yet what makes Greek myth so enduringly fascinating is not the violence itself, but how creative force emerges from destruction. Out of this brutal castration comes one of mythology's most sublime images, and not vainly did they fall from his hand. For all the bloody drops that
saved people's life recently.
And as the seasons moved round, she bare the strong Erinyes and the great giants with gleaming armor, holding long spears in their hands, and the nymphs whom they
going around.
All
a few times.
and so soon as he had cut off the members with flint,
It's not seemingly the ones I cared about.
into the surging
The animals.
they were swept away over the main a long time, and a white foam spread around them from the immortal flesh, and in it there grew a maiden. First she drew near holy Cythera, and from there afterwards she came to sea-girt Cyprus, and came forth an awful and lovely goddess, and grass grew up about her beneath her shapely feet. Her gods and men call Aphrodite, and the foam-born goddess and rich-crowned Cytherea, because she grew amid the foam, and Cytherea, because she reached Cythera, and Cyprogenes, because she was born in billowy Cyprus, and Philomedes, because she sprang from the members. The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite herself, now called Philomedes, emerges from dismembered divine genitals floating in sea foam. Could any image better capture the mysterious entanglement of violence and creativity, horror and beauty that characterizes Greek myth? Botticelli's serene birth of Venus barely references the visceral origins Hesiod describes. Beauty is not separate from violence in this worldview, but emerges directly from it. With exquisite mythic irony, the son who castrated his father for his cruelty becomes equally monstrous in his own way. But Rhea was subject in love to Cronos and bare splendid children, Hestia, Demeter, and gold-shod Hera, and strong Hades, pitiless in heart, who dwells under the earth, and the loud crashing earth-shaker, and wise Zeus, father of gods and men, by whose thunder the wide earth is shaken. These great Cronos swallowed, as each came forth from the womb to his mother's knees with this intent, that no other of the proud sons of heaven should hold the kingly office amongst the deathless gods. For he
That's how it
learned
gets.
from earth
You're
and
just like,
starry
I don't want
heaven that he was destined to be overcome by his own son, strong though he was.
The mess, yeah, it's getting there. I'm just like, I don't want that.
The revolutionary becomes the time.
Why? Because the fucking sink is plugged.
Time itself, and therefore
The leak.
Cronos himself. Cronos, having witnessed the prophecy of his father's overthrow,
The yard's a fucking mess, and I know it.
Outmaneuver fate by consuming his children.
I gotta throw that away, throw this away, throw that away, throw this away.
To imprisonment inside the
I don't have trash service.
Uranus kept his children from seeing the
Stokely didn't finish cleaning up the park,
ensures they never
which
see
no one else does. Complains when I do it.
Zeus eventually breaks this cycle, at least partially, and he set free from their deadly bonds the brothers of his father, sons of heaven, whom his father in his foolishness had bound. And they remembered to be grateful to him for his kindness, and gave him thunder and the glowing thunderbolt and lightning. For before that, huge earth had hidden these. In them he trusts and rules over mortals and immortals. Zeus liberates the imprisoned children of Uranus, yet still overthrows his own father Cronos. Progress, perhaps, but not complete transformation. The pattern of generational conflict remains, though its manifestation evolves. In the ultimate mythic twist, Zeus himself employs a strategy eerily reminiscent of both his father and grandfather.
Not this morning, though, right? No, no, yesterday, right?
Made Metis
But that wasn't an enemy to me.
and she was wisest among
That happened? I hope not. Because I kind of knew it.
Was about to bring forth the goddess bright,
But I'm really hoping that didn't actually happen.
Received her with cunning words and put her in.
Because I saved that guy.
As earth and starry heaven advised.
Never mind. Never, not my place to say.
Divine rulers, swallows a pregnant female when faced with prophecies threatening his rule. The pattern spirals through the generations, changing form but maintaining its essence. Uranus imprisoned his children in Gaia. Cronos swallowed his children whole. Zeus swallows not his child but his pregnant lover. Each generation becomes somewhat more subtle, yet the fundamental anxiety about succession and the willingness to commit violence to prevent it remains. Despite his violent hand, Uranus remains a benchmark of divinity throughout the theogony. His name appears repeatedly as a measure of excellence. Hail, children of Zeus, grant lovely song and celebrate the holy race of the deathless gods, who are forever, those that were born of earth, and starry heaven and gloomy night, and them that briny sea did rear. And Leto was joined in love with Zeus, who holds the aegis, and bare Apollo and Artemis, delighting in arrows, children lovely above all the sons of heaven. But here,
Right, no, right, and right.
For she was very angry and quarrelled with her maid, bare famous Hephaestus, who was skilled in the ultimate mythic twist. Zeus himself employs a strategy eerily reminiscent of both his father and grandfather.
Turns out, no, it turns the fuck out.
Gods, made Metis his wife first, and she was wisest among gods and mortal men. But when she was about to bring forth the goddess bright-eyed Athene, Zeus craftily deceived her with cunning words and put her in his own bed.
Well, because I have a thing about the Trinity.
Heaven advised. Even Zeus,
And me married.
ostensibly the most just of divine rulers, swallows a pregnant female when faced with prophecies threatening his rule. The pattern spirals through the generations, changing form but maintaining its essence. Uranus
Wow, doesn't that mean every religion's right pretty much? If that's the case, if there's a trinity of male gods and they're married
each
to
generation
goddesses,
somewhat more subtle. Yet the fundamental anxiety about succession and the willingness to commit violence to prevent it remains. Despite his violent end, Uranus remains a benchmark of divinity throughout the theogony. His name appears repeatedly as a measure of excellence.
some people might disagree. Like, well, I'm strictly monotheistic. My take on it. I'm like, well, but what?
Gods who are forever, those that were born of earth and starry heaven and gloomy night, and them that briny sea did rear. And Leto was joined in love with Zeus, who holds the aegis, and bare Apollo and Artemis, delighting in arrows, children lovely above.
God can't have little god kids,
but here,
and then be godlike.
With Zeus,
turns out again,
she was very angry and quarreled with her mate, bare famous Hephaestus, who is skilled in crafts more than all the sons of heaven, and tens of other references to heaven. The castrated god, the cruel father who rejoiced in his evil doing, somehow remains the standard against which divine excellence is measured. Apollo and Artemis are lovely above all the sons of heaven. Hephaestus is skilled in crafts more than all the sons of heaven. The shadow of Uranus stretches across the entire pantheon, a silent presence even after his power has been literally cut away. Heaven doesn't.
I'm rural. No, I know I'm rural.
We find ourselves caught in this exquisite tension between Hesiod's raw, generative, morally ambiguous cosmos and Plato's yearning for philosophical purity. Hesiod gives us a universe where beauty emerges from violence.
Of the countryside. Yeah, I know it.
Creative and destructive, where the lines between victim and perpetrator blur across generations. Plato, on the other hand, wants to direct our gaze upward towards a heaven of pure forms, unsullied by the messy particulars of embodied existence.
Perhaps we need both for rural, yeah.
Plato was right that these stories hold power to change dramatically how we see the world.
Being a country bumpkin, yeah.
History suggests otherwise. The myths he found so dangerous have been told and retold for millennia.
And still knowing the old stories, even though even it.
Rather than corrupting us, these morally complex narratives might actually prepare us for a reality.
We think our new ones are better now, don't we? Often. Even though they're not.
Witnessing even the gods struggle with their shadow sides. We learn to acknowledge and.
No, I struggle with science nowadays. Science shit, because I'm like, man, no, I really like it.
Tabloid scandal turns out
but it's wrong, typically.
Power, generations, creativity, and change. No wonder Plato found it so disturbing. No wonder we still.
Like, where the fuck do I even start with these people?
No wonder heaven is the grandfather of all of us.
And we spent 100 years going in the wrong direction and getting a lot done in the process.
You cross my family, well, you'd better pray. We don't ask, we take. And when someone forgets their place, I've got a man for that. Problem solved.
Well, yeah, so cool. These movies are poisonous. They're poisonous. No, they're poisonous. These gangster movies. You see, they're badass. They're badass, right? But they're poisonous. I mean, think about it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, just getting shot and getting. You know what I mean? Gunshot. Oh, yeah, bury him alive. In the city, in America. Oh, that's all cool. You never get caught. No, they're fucking evil. Because it is actually almost like that for some people. And I don't even know how. Right. No, right. You see that? When you try to lie to me again, what the wind says every time, assholes? No, it's like that. No, you didn't know you could live 1,000 years and then get sick and die from being evil? See, I am. And I know that I was. No, if we're digging them up, no, they'd arrest me. Pretty sure. Pretty sure.
How's it going?
Nothing. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing okay. Hey, I'm out walking the dog with Sue right now. So let me call you back here in a little bit.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, talk to you later.
Yeah. I don't know. Some of these motherfuckers. I know it's not. 619 Garfield. See, I know this. And I know this. And I know this too, kiddies. George, one of these days, I will go in there and pull you out. I don't know what shape you'll be when I finally do that. But I kind of know he's not anywhere near as decomposed as I would expect at this point. He's basically the same as I put him in the ground almost. And it's almost been a year. Except there's been something else was placed in there above George, and I kind of know it. Okay? I'm going to give it a little bit longer. And then I'll just move it out other way, whatever it was. And not give two shits. At the end of the fucking day. Like happens. It happens. Unless I actually like that and like that too. In which case I'm right about everything and right about everything and right about everything. What happens? I still could get in trouble maybe, but I doubt it. Could I get in trouble digging at my cat? Not really. If I was actually crazy, yeah, I could. Almost. I'm worried about a few other things. Is that weird to you? By my religion and my culture, it's not weird at all. It's the end of the fucking world. The dead are rising. In different fucking ways than we were expecting, but you'd be fucking surprised. Yeah, 522 in that clock, Garfield. Yeah, 622 in that one. And I haven't met many that are really that upset at the end of the day. Just a few, turns out. Seemingly, the closer it was, the more and less they received on the other side. Often, yeah. But it's not that fucking bad, guys. And what they were going through before was much worse. Often. That's what I know. Anyways. No, not even though, man. But kind of now. That's the way it goes sometimes. Are they though? They're way cooler. No, cat bodies are so much cooler. I'm really upset about that over there. Right. No, right. Right. Stereotyping, hypocritical motherfuckers. Often, and often on. No, not even that. Because you don't know who I am, do you? No, you don't. No, you think you do. You think you know who I am. You think you know who I am. But you don't, do you? No, you don't. Not at all. Not at all. You think you do. Everyone thinks they know me. But no one really knows me. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, I don't know a single person who knows me. See, he was like this all the time, and all the time. Huh? No, I'm a big fucking kid. And I know. No, I never. I knew it. But guess what? No, he didn't. He talked like this more. Happy. No, we're all focused on this shit and this shit and this shit, early childhood shit, when really it's the past life shit that fucks us up more. Original sin. Often. We don't know shit about psychology, period. No, we pretend to. We pretend to. Psychology, psychiatry, what a joke. What a joke and what a joke. No, we've even gone backwards. We've even gone backwards in the last 100 years. All fucking most, huh? No, Jung and Freud were in a lot of ways more correct, and then your medical therapist, often. Who actually are often more correct, just they can't practice that way, than your big buck fucking hypnotist. Yeah, professional hypnotist, therapist. That's why I don't like therapy. It's hypnosis, and I kind of know it. When it was not supposed to be, psychoanalysis or psychotherapy, yeah, psychiatry, and yeah, it's not meant to be like that. No, you see, they had the idea of replacing the shaman with the therapist. Didn't really work out that way. See, I know they can be. They're just so stuck in who they are. Find out who they were and who they can be. Active imagination. That's what I do. I'm not fucking crazy. Do I imagine it? No. I do and I don't. I do and I don't. So I start to, and then it just takes on a life itself. I'm like, well, that's how that works. What is it to you? We don't become around no more because of it. Is he though? Am I though? See, I know this intuitively. From your perspective, yeah, I am a pagan. See, I accept this. I even wear it on my sleeve like a badge. Almost. But what even is that? Paganism. You mean religion before 2,000 years ago? Yeah, pretty much. But from my perspective, no, I am a Christian. Because I know him. And he knows me. The rest of it is the rest of it. Now flip to the end of the book. Now the last fucking book in the book. And then read it in its original Greek. And let me know if I'm right or wrong. Pick up your Chaldean oracles. Basically the same shit. Written by women at the same time. And tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong. About what the early Christians believed before the whole Council of Nicaea or Chalcedon. Before the establishment of orthodoxy in Christianity, which we never really broke out of, even when we were being all Protestant. So that's what I'm talking about. And guess what? The same thing goes for the Muslims and the Jews, in my opinion. And as a result, I will likely get killed. So then tell me I'm what and what and what exactly? Because I said what and what and what exactly. When I meant what and what exactly, but it was like what and what exactly. When really I'm what and what exactly. Oh, because I like pork. I think pigs aren't that bad of animals. Actually, I think they're pretty fucking cool. Well, you guys didn't believe in what karma? Karma? It's mentioned in the Bible. See, almost though. Almost. That concept wasn't quite as ironed out as it was later. The whole sin thing. See, no, I didn't though. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I kind of do. God told me I can basically say whatever the fuck I want because I've already died. Before they come to get me, I should just ascend to heaven. Because the kind of death they want to put me through in secret when no one would even care if it was a martyrdom or not. It's just not worth what God would feel. So has it worked yet, guys? What are you guys planning now? So they're trying to scare me into my house and I know it. And there's still a lot of them involved, and I fucking know it. So guess what? In a week, I'll still be alive, and so Garfield, and I fucking know it. And quit praying against me. I can feel them. And it hurts. Not physically. But it hurts my feelings. So check it out. It can connect us in a way that may make you uncomfortable. Eventually, yeah. It could result in divine possession, turns out. It's not the same as demonic possession. No, it's like, you ever heard of medieval dancing spells? See, the church would suppress them hardcore. But the Protestants were often, yeah, that's what it's about. Until they got like that and like that and like that too. Orthodox. No offense, there's a reason the orthodoxy is powerful. I do and I don't. I do and I don't. What are you protesting? Catholicism still? What if I feel the same way about Protestantism? A little bit. But I still go because I know they're holy people. And they're right about most of it, just not all of it. Why? Because the universe is bigger than that, turns out. And the earth ain't the center of it. No, it's slightly to the right, turns out. Of an infinite universe. And I don't know how that works somewhere in time. But she is pretty damn important. So I hope the story didn't go that way. Could result in some major damnation around here. It would kind of suck. Because all that really matters to me at the end of the day is that people know my cats were important. In some way. And not just to me, but to God. But no fucking way, right? 403 confirmed. Assassination attempts on Taran Miller. I'm about as hard to kill as Castro, and I don't even try. That's what I'm saying. I'm terrified because I know it could happen to me. But I'm about as hard to kill as Castro. And I fucking know it. Why? Bad luck. No, bad luck mostly. Yeah, I'm not even a bad guy. Dude kind of was sometimes. You know what I mean? Is that a lie? I hope so. I hope so. But I know it's been a few now. That's all I'm saying. No, it's a little joke around the intelligence community sometimes. The motherfuckers sometimes just reinstantiate. No, they just seem to reinstantiate. These guys secret, but we've hit motherfuckers with a fucking nuclear missile. And that's what they say sometimes. I'm not kidding. So we'll get out of here eventually. I'm not even that scared. Should I be? Of course I should be, right? What does concern me, yeah, is the prospect maybe getting captured. To getting killed? Not really. See, not really. What are you guys thinking? Something like 40 years or something? Is that what you're trying to? That's what you're trying to say? See, that's impossible. If you guys did it the right way, not some kangaroo court. But so I'm not really that worried about it when it's actually like that. You kind of got to agree to it pretty much for that kind of bullshit. Some people actually kind of know me for a while, turns out. They're just not very proud of me. Do they hate me completely? Almost not, but kind of sometimes, yeah. And I understand why. You know what I mean? And the accent is from brain damage. It literally happens, yeah. So I can kind of... You see, that's what I mean. You can do whatever you want to me, but seemingly, you cannot break me. I'm a hard-nosed motherfucker. Otherwise, I'll be out there running and gunning. Like, nope, I am bored. I'm bored, and I'm bored. I'm tired of people threatening my life, psychically and physically, often, yeah. In subtle ways that aren't so subtle, huh? Not anymore. You guys know the whole story yet? See, this is what I'm wondering. How do we get past this chapter in the book? With these assholes, you know what I mean? It's like, you guys want to just be bad guys the whole fucking story? Now all these straw men I gotta destroy. Find people behind. And often, we're only aware of the straw man after a while. Spiritually. Psychically, whatever. Spiritually. Some people are way better with their psychic gifts than I am with telepathy, technically. We will get them back from wherever most of the guys went. Yep, some guys here are better than I am with being telepathic, turns out. And empathic, too. Even though and even if, huh? I'm not blind to that shit. I'm just autistic. Hell of autistic. Turns out. And straight up fucking immortal. Now, I'm supposed to be one of the first people in history to make like 1,000 years old in a long time. If I want to go that direction. Because I'm fucking different. What about the rest of you guys? Well, I'd rather see everyone I know make it to 1,000 years before I do. But it just might not go that way. We will see. We will see. Somewhere in time, there's a lot of decisions being made that aren't the ones I want to be made. But if that means I get out of here with my cats, and a lot of you guys are damned for another cycle, and so be it. Now, not 6,000 years. I'm talking like 20-something thousand years. And sometimes longer than that, longer than that, longer than that too, guys, depending on. I don't know if I like that anymore. I think we gotta get rid of that place. Hell. Those guys are fucked up down there sometimes. Not all of them. Yeah. In Tartarus, it's pretty fucking bad. I mean, separation from God, kind of. See, it's damnation. It's the damnation. I'm not sure if I agree with it so much anymore. I do and I don't. I do and I don't. It's not up to me to decide. But somebody's got to get back, and they're like pain. I am pain, man. See, I already know this. Offended. I'm literally just doing my job. Just acknowledging some facts about the universe. And I really don't necessarily appreciate sometimes. Six or seven, Garfield. If I could just find these creeps and guarantee it that was the right one to go to, try to get someone out, I would. If I can guarantee that Garfield wouldn't get killed in the process. Tired of spinning circles in my house. In my yard, too. 7-Eleven, Garfield. 7 Garfield. Now think about that, motherfuckers. Think about it. Just think about it. You're the coolest story of your life, the most drama-filled story of your life, coolest or otherwise. That during that event, or during whatever that story was, the sun was alive, the sky was alive, the wind was alive. And no one ever really died. They did, but they didn't. You know, old Zed Koan? The Zen Koan? If a tree falls in the forest, but no one's ever hear it, does he make a sound? Yeah, it does. Turns out. It's like, fuck, nope, I'm going down. Nope, I'm going down. And that's an old fucking being, isn't it? See what I mean? Till it actually gets like that and like that, like that too, I'm gonna have a hard time talking to some of you guys. I know it. But even if it did, who'd fucking believe me anyways? They never do. We're sitting there going, yeah, I know it. No, I know it. And everyone's like, yep. Yeah, sure, dude. Yep. Deep breath. Has it been the way in the past? You're like, what does this priest know? I understand that now. Okay, fine, guys. Fine. But how though? No, what do I do about them all being here all the time? If no one wants to know about it. See, I do and I do and I kind of do, but I'm over fucking whelmed. Swamped. Bad. No bad. Ass. These beings at the beginning of time. To the fucking core. Often. Turns out. Yep, now I'm starting to understand that too. The edges of the Roman Empire. When they got back to Rome, or whatever province they're from, and they just didn't get that kind of respect. And like, whoa, do you know what it's like out there, though? Do you have any clue? It's like, no, you think you know, but you don't know. Like, exactly, I know, I get it. I'm starting to. Believe it or not. I'm going to sit here quivering in fear for my life until they finally come get me and not enjoy myself ever again like they'd love. Fuck no. So, stuff my face with whatever fucking food I get. When I go like this, see that? That is hypnosis. When I'm moving like that, it means the old man over there who was doing his job for a long time, a really long time. I think I met him before one time. Maybe more than that too. We'll see. No offense to all you older men out there. There's certain motions that I do now. If I'm not moving like a water guy, I'm being possessed by a human. And I do not appreciate it. It does not feel good to me when a human being is trying to possess me. I'm not anymore. Human being. Gets crazier and crazier and crazier, I know, but does it though? I've said that before. I'm a Taran. Taran Miller. We know about Celtic mythology, right? No, Celtic mythology. We know about Taran Miller. Am I not technically far back enough? Know what I mean? Of that bloodline also? I don't understand your bullshit about, pain. No, it's a bunch of bullshit. No, they think it's somehow inflicting people with the maximum amount of pain before they die. Could someone make him more Christ-like or something? Like, well, he's really Christ-like. He can take this Typhon chamber, right? It's like, are you fucking retarded? Yeah, you are retarded. So I believe that some people who are like that almost can hear me all the time. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Right. 737 Garfield. Right. All right. Is he the British? Yeah, interesting, huh? Scarily them too, yeah. Turns out. America, us too. Canadians, yeah, them too. See, that's what them for. Don't be starting the rest of it. You know what I'm talking about? See, I do. I do. See, I'm not stupid. Yeah, in Europe and the whole fucking there and there and there. Kind of there too, huh? Well, think about it. Talking mass colonial empires. Not quite like anything we have today, guys. Which can still be almost just as bad, but secretly. And they really fucking thought that praying to Christ enough was going to get them into the kingdom of heaven. No, I know it. I know it. It's not the same, though. No, it's not. You know what I mean? Are you trying to use the Janus argument for being for being evil? I mean, come on. Yeah, red hair. Red hair. Often, yeah. And now it's from the same bloodlines, yeah. You just have the least resistance for pain often. Resistance, that's actually not true. You're just more, yeah, you feel more pain typically, yeah. We've tested this. Is it accurate though? See, I'm not sure. Or it's just a way for some people to say that somehow their pain is superior to someone else's. So I think it's true. But does it matter? No. So I'm looking at an ant right now, thinking, wow. Technically, does the ant feel as much pain as you do? No, not quite. But yeah, it feels quite a bit of pain when it's getting ripped in half. Like a lot. Not really funny, it's getting ripped in half. So think about it. But they're trying to use that argument for doing it to people or house cats or dogs. Even horses, cows, yeah. Pigs. Mm-hmm. Chickens. All bunch of chickens. See, not even though. The chickens are beautiful. You've seen a big old rooster and a big old hen. Beautiful animals. Can't beat. Until you get ruthless. And get all the feathers plucked out. Happens. Or get their beaks removed at birth. How'd you like living in a factory farm? I doubt you would. So I'm going to try not to eat meat ever again. Will I? Possibly, yeah, possibly. Do I like it? Yeah, I like it. I like it quite a bit, and quite a bit. And more than that too. See, I see spirits. And when I eat them, it's a weird one for them. The thing is, though, rice can feel the same way sometimes, but not quite. Wanna why? Rice expected that from you. No, I think they're waking up inside. A lot of them. They've already kind of been like that for a long time. But I'm realizing something. They look at us like we're something we're not, almost human beings. Gods on earth. No, we're fucking demons. Not all of us. But we're falling. Often. But not all the time. We certainly act like it, don't we? $752 Garfield. I love you, boy. How are you, Garfield? What are you doing, my person? My person. My handsome boy. I love you. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Quite a bit, and quite a bit, and quite a bit. Yeah, yeah. I know you do. They didn't realize what my cats were doing by coming in the house before I lived in the house. Turns out their intentions were this actual thing. So George is pretty bummed out. All right. Oh, you really do? Kind of did. Why though? How would I get that done? that kind of job. I mean, come on. Who do you think I am, really? Could I? Maybe. Maybe. But that's not how I am. Not even fucking close. Now, see, I'm a little more prudent than that, I think. Than committing those kind of sins. Often, often, and often. Hey, you. Big old moth. In and out. Good for you. Let me know they're smart. No, they're smart. Is that how it goes for fly? Really? I bet it do. I bet it do. Well, like a bug's life. Like, I got 24 hours of living. I'm stuck on this fucking screen for how long? How long? 3 days? Damn it. Why, God, why? We're just going, oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, Lord have mercy. Where it's like, oh, no, you're dead. No, you're dead. No, you're dead. Look at that. I just don't ever seem to be here. I'm always here. So this happened a few times. This has happened a few times. It's been confirmed through some eyewitnesses. People have showed up at my house, look for me. They've walked in. Some people can just walk in my house. I don't care. A couple people. Not anymore. Doors locked, but look for me and could not find me. When I don't go nowhere. Missing time? Yeah, a lot of it, and a lot of it turns out. Should I report that as missing? My little gold I found in my yard. That was on my table. Now it's gone off my table. A gold. Yeah, gold. Missing gold. So that could get somebody killed, huh? Based on precedent, I should be able to shoot you dead in this county, even. You came out and stole my gold, literally. Always right there, right here. Some else, seemingly. Some of them. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. No, that's what I'm talking about. See, not always, but sometimes. Property owners and real estate people. I've said something bad about them before. Sneaky. Sometimes it can be sneaky buggers, dude. Never, ever fucking do I? She does. And he does. I do not. Lie. Often. But still, turns out. Uranus. To heaven.
Bloody family drama, while Plato nervously starts sanitizing everything and recasts Uranus as more of a philosophical aspiration, Homer performs an altogether more audacious magic trick. He turns the divine progenitor into real estate. And like that, puff, Uranus practically disappears. This time, Aphrodite was birthed by Zeus and Dione. In Homer's cosmic architecture, the once mighty Uranus suffers neither castration nor sanitization, but something perhaps more humiliating: irrelevance. The former Sky Father becomes merely the sky, transformed from monstrous pair to convenient ceiling, from divine actor to celestial backdrop. It's the mythological equivalent of discovering your terrifying grandfather has been
What has been hidden from the wise and the prudent, shall be known to the babe and the suckling.
And you'll find yourself woefully disappointed, like Zeus at an abstinence convention. And we all know that Zeus is a madman and can't help even if he wanted to. Anyway, the name appears.
We'll be forever loving Jah.
Personality of an apartment lease. In Homeric conception, heaven is where gods loiter, not who made them. When Athena swoops down to prevent Achilles from skewering Agamemnon in Book 1, she arrives from heaven, or anothen, by white-armed here hither sent. Heaven here is just the god's departure terminal, not a sentient being who might have opinions about his granddaughter's travel plans. One imagines the former cosmic patriarch fuming impotently as divine beings treat his dismembered body as a celestial LaGuardia. The smoke from sacrificial animals rises to high heaven, as if the sky were nothing but a collector of barbecue fumes. No consciousness receives these offerings. The phrase merely indicates direction, like the smoke went down. Uranus, who in Hesiod's account literally embraced Earth in cosmic copulation, has been demoted to a compass point. When Thetis seeks Zeus to plead for her son, we're told, up from the wave she sprang, and in the morning scaled the heights of heaven. Heaven is not someone to petition, but somewhere to climb. The primordial creator was
That's a good idea.
diving platform. She finds
Let's check on this motherfucker. Hey, this guy's a cool guy. This guy's a real cool guy. Even though I don't even if sometimes. Just get anything happens. What can I say and what can I say to this motherfucker? Not too late. Yeah, he should be fine, right? No, none of them are. My siblings. Like that and like that and like that too. So, I mean, I went from the chosen one to the black sheep to now, yeah, no one. As far as they're concerned. Often. Even if, yep, one of my older siblings was kind of that way too. Who passed away? Go figure. Fucking passed away. Go figure. But guess what? The other ones, it's not too late. They're fine. Better be. Can't get a hold of them ever.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Hello?
Hello?
Give me a second. Yeah, I can't hear you very well. It's because my headphones only half connected. Give me a second. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, again. How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you? What's up?
Oh, nothing. Just checking in. How you been? How's everything going?
How's it going?
How's everything been?
Not bad. Everything okay with you?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's always complicated on this side, you know what I mean? But yeah, pretty good. Sitting here with my cat, Garfield. Hanging out. What's up? How's your kids? Kid.
What happened?
Oh no, I'm just hanging out with my cat.
How's
You know what happens sometimes? They can't understand me sometimes over the phone. Or seemingly in person, ever, anymore. He could tell, huh? Oh, 826 Garfield. Look at that big old yawn. I love you. You know I love you, right? You ready to go to bed soon? Soon, huh? You gonna get up in the morning? You gonna be butthead again? That's okay. You're allowed to. Oh, I'm the butthead? Eight 2-7, kitty. I love you so much. Come here. I love you. You're a handsome man. I love you. You know I love you. How do that shoulders feel? Better? That's what's up. I love you. I'm trying to get your nose working better. Love you. My person. My person. You snuggle it? You big snuggle? You big kitty? Oh, no, you're not. You're not a snuggler? Why? Did we not understand this intuitively? See, I just did. The Orphics and the Christians. Somewhere in time, at least. The mysteries, guys, the mysteries. Isn't that blasphemy? Or what do you know that I don't know, sir? Well, see, that's what I thought too, but this is what I was told. That actually is more like that, and that's why we're like that, and that. Because without that, and that, we could be end up like this, and this. Right over here. Oh, fucking well, Garfield. Is that your deal? Really? Wow. See, I knew that happened. Some people going through much worse than you are, Garfield. You got the best of it. And trust me, you won't regret any of this at all when we get there. And you're like, oh, wow, huh? Oh, wow, huh? And oh, wow, huh? That's how you guys went. See, Garfield, it's because you're healthier than me. In a way. Lost story of heaven. Back to it.
As if the universe universe's first father had been outbid on divine real estate.
The universe's first father.
Grandson. Warriors' battle cries, reach the welkin, the vault of heaven, as if the sky were just an acoustic ceiling, testing the limits of Bronze Age acoustics. The gleam from their armor flashes through ether heavenwards, treating Uranus like north but up. Cranes with clamor fill the sky, not the consciousness of the primordial deity, but just the empty air above, ready to be filled like an undecorated apartment. When Agamemnon despairs, he wailed as he heavenwards gazed, "Oh, Father Zeus, no god so harsh as thou."
Still be divided.
Heaven isn't the destination of his complaint, but merely where his complaint's actual
created
recipient
how?
happens to be loitering. Zeus has the office,
It says later.
Uranus is the office building. The spatial conception becomes almost comically explicit when Hera's chariot, not unwilling, flew midway between the earth and starry sky. Here, heaven isn't even a destination, just the upper boundary of a divine commute, your firmament. The gods travel between the earth and starry sky, like middle managers
He divides
navigating between floors
the
in a
darkness and the
cosmic office
waters.
tower. One wonders if Uranus, once embracer of all creation, now suffers the indignity
Create
of having immortals
the
pass
heavens
through
and
him
the earth.
like celestial subway passengers.
Thought that was
What we are
implied.
witnessing is an ontological revolution, packaged as poetic convenience.
In every
Hesiod's
single
Uranus,
story
as a being
about
with urges
creation,
and opinions,
almost
actively
ever.
rejoiced in his evil doing. Homer's Uranus
And it's
is
still
a
right there in the
place
Bible.
with stars and clouds that passively accepts
To
divine
me,
traffic
very clearly.
and reflects
For some people, they don't understand that quite.
It's as if the universe's first consciousness has been lobotomized and repurposed as a combination of skylight and acoustic paneling, acting like an umbrella. Consider the scales of Zeus. But when the sun,
No, I don't
his
try
red
and
half run,
keep
stood in the middle,
cutting it apart.
then did the sire
I'm not
hang
a
forth
cutter.
the golden scales. Till
I'm
on
a
the
harmonizer.
fruitful earth, Achaea's fate sate low, the Trojans to wide heaven rose high. Heaven serves as nothing but the upper limit of divine measurement. The
No,
upside
I'm tired of stretching God out, stressing him out.
The transformation reaches its
Trying to
sublime
bring them
peak in
together.
Homer's astral imagery. And as in
It's
heaven
fucking
around
hard.
the shining moon, the stars gleam sharp and clear in windless calm, and all the peaks stand out, and jutting bluffs and glens.
Because no one fucking gives a shit anymore.
All high heaven.
A flying fucking shit. No, not a shit about God whatsoever. Even though, and even if they believe in it all the fucking way.
Even when
Seemingly.
heaven seems to respond to events,
Sometimes.
it's rather poetic shorthand. When warriors clash, the crash and rattle, rose to heaven the noise of blows upon the shields. Heaven doesn't hear these sounds.
740 in that clock, Garfield. Yep.
It's just where noise goes when it runs out of Earth to bounce off. Uranus has been reduced to a cosmic echo chamber. The vertical ordering of the cosmos is laid bare in Zeus's famous threat. Or I myself will take and cast him down to murky Tartarus, far, far away, that lowest yawning pit beneath the ground, whose gates are iron, whose threshold brass, as deep
741 Garfield.
as heaven from earth is high.
Yep. Standard time.
Heaven here is a measuring stick for cosmic distances, not a divine ancestor anyone remembers to honor on his birthday. Maybe that's why we have almost, I mean, who would paint a measuring stick? Hardly worthy of worship. This architectural reimagining culminates in the description of heaven's infrastructure. Then here, swiftly touched with lash the steeds, self-moved before them groaned the gates of heaven kept by the hours. For to their charge is given Olympus and wide heaven. Heaven now has gates, hinges, and divine maintenance staff. It's gone from creator to created, from subject to object. Imagine your grandfather being converted into a condominium, and you'll begin to grasp Uranus' spectacular demotion. This is one of the most insane stories in ancient Greek culture, simply because the way Uranus is painted is so different. The crowning irony is that Homer, without philosophical fanfare or moral panic, accomplishes what Plato could only dream of: the complete demythologization of Uranus.
Doesn't open.
Where Plato squirmed uncomfortably
They actually catches guys before Garfield somehow gets killed.
Homer simply forwarded Uranus' mail to a new address. Sky, not the
Breathing
god,
is
just
fine.
the big blue
His
thing.
nose, a little stubby.
No ethics,
Breathes through his nose all the
no
time.
philosophical
A little worrying
treatise,
for him.
just a quiet ontological coup accomplished through poetic redirection. While Plato is panicking,
I
Homer
do have a
basically
diagnosis.
says, why should
Or
we even talk?
prognosis for that.
And
Yeah.
please stop acting crazy because you'll draw their
Prescription,
attention.
even.
Plato attempts to rebrand the troublesome deity through etymological.
You can't legally administer.
But Homer's approach is more.
Because I don't have fucking 8 years of
Treat the
school.
former patriarch as cosmic architecture and wait for everyone to forget he was ever anything else. The delicious irony is that Homer's spatial reimagining, not Hesiod's bloody drama or Plato's philosophical sanitization, ultimately conquered Western imagination. Homer performs the ultimate removal of personhood and relevance from Uranos. And it worked. Think about it. How many cults dedicated to Uranos are out there now? How many were there any time after the Greeks? When modern humans gaze skyward, we see stars and planets, molecules and vacuum, a place, not a person, phenomena, not family. The ancient castrated god has faded from consciousness, but the sky remains eternally overhead. Uranos lost his narrative, but gained something perhaps more lasting, the infinite blue above, persisting long after his mythological trauma has become an obscure academic footnote and cosmic
right here.
Heaven transformed from who to where, from ancestor to address. In the process, Homer made it possible to look upward without the discomfort of making eye contact with a castrated celestial grandfather. Plato would have saved himself considerable philosophical hand-wringing had he simply followed Homer's lead. Don't reinterpret the uncomfortable myth, just stop treating it as myth.
They'll show me your good intentions. I won't even know.
In Homer's casual celestial repositioning, we find a profound cultural reframing. Heaven becomes place rather than person, container rather than contained, vastness rather than ancestor. It's the ultimate cosmic demotion, from first father to first floor, from divine progenitor to divine property. And somehow it happened with such subtle poetic ease that we barely noticed Uranos had disappeared until it was too late to file a missing deity report. But maybe it would also be wise to consider, was Homer right in doing so? Are we looking at heaven and seeing nothing but its elements? Or is it a deus absconditus hidden in plain sight? I think it's not absurd to think that what Homer dismissed may ultimately be a sign of our ability to only observe the interior walls of the conscious mind. But what is outside of it?
Yeah, we're getting up early. I'm going outside. Promise? Yeah, I guess so. I do. I'm getting better, aren't I? Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm trying.
Available now.
It's hard for me getting to being a cat all the time. I'm working on it. I'm inside smoking the whole bunch of winter. And tobacco, just chain smoking tobacco all winter. So I can ant season. I don't want a lighter. Can't afford one now. It's hard to get there. And not safe at all.
If Plato sanitized, Hesiod bloodied, and Homer demoted, the Orphics also wrote about Uranos, one simultaneously more cosmic and more intimate, in the mysterious Orphic hymns attributed to the mythical poet Orpheus and used in secretive ritual contexts. Heaven regained some of his divine personhood while transcending the bloody family drama that so troubled Plato. The Orphic hymn to heaven's sky, or Uranus, speaks with reverence that would have shocked both Homer and Plato. Great heaven, Uranus, whose mighty frame no respite knows, father of all, from whom the world arose. Here, bounteous parent, source and end of all, forever whirling round this earthly ball, abode of gods, whose guardian power surrounds the eternal world with ever-during bounds, whose ample bosom encircling folds the dire necessity of nature holds. Ethereal, earthly, whose all various frame azure and full of forms, no power contain. All-seeing heaven, progenitor of time, forever blessed, deity sublime, propitious on a novel mystic shine, and crown his wishes with a life divine. Gone is Hesiod's cruel patriarch, who rejoiced in his evil doing. Gone too is Homer's depersonalized seeming. Instead, we find a divine being of cosmic proportion.
Exactly.
Simultaneously.
That's how I see him.
Forever whirling round this earthly ball. And metaphysical source and end of all. Both container, abode of gods, and consciousness, all seeing. The Orphic sky transcends Hesiod's genealogy. While he remains progenitor of time, Kronos, his essence expands beyond familial relationships into cosmic principles. The universe's structure and necessity reside within his ample bosom and encircling folds. A strikingly intimate image that repersonalizes the depersonalized Homeric sky. Even more surprising for those familiar with Hesiod's bloody tales, this sky receives direct religious devotion. The hymn addresses him as forever blessed deity sublime, and asks him to be propitious to the initiate, crowning them with a life divine. Far from being the castrated former deity that must be sanitized or ignored, Uranos becomes a direct recipient of prayer, frankincense, and ritual attention. The hymn to the Titans reinforces this connection while acknowledging their mythic heritage. O mighty Titans, who from heaven, Uranos and earth Gaia, derive your noble and illustrious birth, our fathers' fires, in Tartarus profound who dwell, deep merged beneath the solid ground. The initiates acknowledge both the Titans' imprisonment, a nod to the traditional myth, while still honoring them as noble and illustrious, a far gentler treatment than Hesiod's visceral account. Most tellingly, in the Orphic tradition, sky is paired with night rather than earth in the cosmological sequence. The hymn to night immediately precedes the hymn to sky, positioning night as the primordial feminine principle, and sky as the masculine counterpart. A subtly different cosmological vision than Hesiod's earth-sky pairing. The Orphic approach offers a third alternative to the Platonic and Homeric solutions to Hesiod's problematic sky, where Plato sanitized through etymology and Homer demoted through depersonalization. The Orphics elevated through mystical transformation. This sky becomes simultaneously more physical, as in the purpose, and more metaphysical, source. Most remarkably, sky and world became as clear and worthy of capable of restoring the life of our This represents the internal structure but rather mystical elevation, transforming the frustrated reason
Not the concept of abstraction, Christian abstraction, or depersonalization.
This position suggests stories fundamental importance of the despite his diminished role in humor and mathematical. What's notably absent from the overview is any direct reference to the construction script. This silence is rather than either emphasizing the line of myth or explicitly reinterpreting. This holistic approach sees divinity permeating every aspect of the cosmos, sky and world, without being limited by the formatic narratives of subsequent layers. In the end, the Orphic sky remains the most mysterious of all. Neither the traumatized expression of the more sanitized philosophical principle, nor the depersonalized cosmology, but something combining elements of all three while transcending their limitations. Secret sky, such a one of the missions, whose complete nature remains as elusive to us as if it were really obscured in the unmentioned in ancient times. The Egyptians envisioned heavens alone. Night, star-speckled blue gods who arched their imagination, swallowed the substitute and birthed the new world. The stellar body formed both celestial height and divine traffic, and the eternal destination of mortal souls. Egyptian funerary texts invoke her protection and time. O my mother, concept of being informed and protected from all previous knowledge. Unlike the Greeks who imagined violent objects of nature, Egyptians saw the line of lines as threatening in the waves. The Book of the Colored Heaven described the moral tombs beginning at the second coast of the 1323 BC, describes not primordial construction, but cosmic construction. After quelling a human rebellion, the agents of God produced words of every night. None, like the other stars, proposes a demonstrative solution. Will my daughter not place him upon the wall? And what, answers Harry, she undergoes transformation, and so not became king. Then the majesty of the placed himself upon her. Talk about career possibility. Most gods demand blood sacrifices or temple offerings. Not simply gets a cosmic promotion from a species with its own. This accomplishes what we think is good. Peaceful separation, cosmic reverence, and the union of our own soul. God says, stay far away from them, lift me up, and she became a star. But not travels open the heart. Ra creates cosmic separation. No one had the head God separate. She as the guidance of God. O my son, she place yourself under my open light, and God for me. The two groups of influences are really common. Place her over your head, and nurture. The Book of the Colored Heaven details specifications for ritual imagery, a cow with an inscription, 9 stars on her belly, and shoes supporting her from below. This served as Egypt's earliest astronomical calendar. The Book of Night, also called the Fundamentals of the Course of the Stars, dates back to at least 2000 BCE, making it one of humanity's oldest systematic astronomical texts. The Egyptian star map remained anchored in Nut's divine order. The 9 stars painted on the belly likely connected to the great Ennead of Greek gods, the 9 primary deities of Egyptian cosmology. Several schools have identified the Milky Way as a possible celestial manifestation of the star. For Egyptians, understanding the stars meant understanding the gods as well. Astronomy is literally a simple formula. The Book of Night details celestial mechanics with precision, mapping star cycles while describing the deities associated with these celestial bodies, particularly the mechanics used for working. Celestial navigation utilizes the anatomy's reference points, while astronomical precision serves ritual meaning. Nut's daily function of swallowing and breathing the sun creates perpetual renewal rather than continuous flow. This cycle appears in Egyptian biology, showing how Nut swallows the sun, which moves through the body at night before waking. Her body serves as both threshold and transformative space, the soul death creates to new life. This renewal extends to human souls, and the deceased when the stars move ahead. The afterlife of celestial body, immortality through divine contemplation, new over body layer of practices. The truth of the honest people. Thank you very much. Beyond soul rebirth, Nut's body facilitated all divine movement. For Egyptians, all celestial bodies traveled across into the daylight before being swallowed in dust. This divine transportation system appears in ritual imagery, depicting a solar pathway of Ra, positioned like Shu's hands and supports the sky. Nut's multifaceted role earned her titles including Covered of the Sky, She Who Protects, Mistress of All, and She Who Holds the Cosmic Soul. Her image on sarcophagus lids materialized this cosmic embrace. Tomb vaults are often carried carved with weird stones, because the dying Egyptian wanted to enter the eternal waters that lie first to enter the great sea. Nut's gender reverses patterns from the most Indo-European cosmology. While everyone else had sky gods running like fireflies, Egypt said, actually, we prefer the sky night than the multitudes. Leave it to Egypt to pick the cosmic demonstrator. Where masculine sky gods typically wear the crown and look consciousness, not female sky couples with gift, male gift. Their position, not marching above, shoes supporting the wall, suggests equilibrium rather than domination. The cosmic levels remain eternally separate, yet connected, their extremities touching at the bodies. Nut doesn't simply flip the rose of gender, she reimagines the skies as such connection. Her body doesn't impose on the world, it creates protective space, doesn't threaten, it nurtures, doesn't pass subordination, it invites transformation. the drama of cosmic renewal. The Egyptians conceived of as a way of separating chaos from order. The universe operates not through masculine force, feminine means. The sky is desolate threshold of lunar rather than dominant impulses. Modern astronomy's abstract calculations seem far removed from Matt's material embrace. Yet the ancient vision of heaven as living deity rather than empty space contains something profound. The Egyptian cosmos hopes for consciousness and power. A night star anticipating a hidden destiny. Death and entering worlds rather than escaping. When modern humans observe distant galaxies, we see mechanisms that are physics are physical. Our universe has expanded into billions of light years in which we cannot space, with no divine body large enough to encompass it. Yet something familiar remains in how we speak of cosmic matter, celestial bodies, and being made from stars. Perhaps when Carl Sagan reminded us that we, stars, are the cosmos. When we continue, ancient Egyptians imagined that the stars were the universe. Most scholars are Egyptian cosmology heard of divine change through constellation rather than planets. Moroccan theology, not providing the sky or force, cosmic revolution seeking human verification rather than betrayal. Gods collaborated to design cosmic bodies instead of competing, forming the universal evolution of through molecular structure rather than gravity. The ancient Egyptian gods declared the way how to reorganize the planet. For those ancient stargazers who are alive, heaven was an eternal universe. They saw in the night sky its not absolute presence, and the stars in the distant sun were souls, and the cosmic cycles not the shadow of lives, but divine intention. Not often, but neither has the visceral form nor Plato's abstract concept come to life. Heaven was not a place for a person watching over creation with small eyes. The cosmos was creating the consciousness of the On Sunday, we watch the cosmic renewal. Not still stretches of stars falling from the blue sea. Wondering why we stop sending photographs from the sky. After witnessing the wonders of the universe, and signs that was another star-spangled device of cosmos, we encounter a recipe telling the truth that the horribly different celestial behavior. Animal represents neither violating appropriate to the return to temperature, but something altogether more conceptual and sophisticated. A deity who embodies the principle of different. Animal, Mesopotamian school, is also the way that they compose and obviously representation. Yet we know from those cycles, the new era, Mesopotamia's great creation captures this revolution of the reference through a pivotal cycle. After the young storm of Rama defeats the primordial chaos source of Tiamat, saving the world from destruction, and the divine cycle elevates into supreme status, releasing market commands. It increases the market with commanders power. This declaration appears in one of our strong investigators during the class, when the assembly bestows upon him the authority to rule the household. What makes this formulation extraordinary is that it doesn't make him like Allah, or suggest a single power. Instead, it establishes a body identity, others, and others, literally appears God. This reveals the essential Mesopotamian answer. Divine authority functions as a transfer of authority. The Greek mythology required Kronos, master of the world, and Zeus to control chaos. Mesopotamian Greek establishing divine succession through ceremonial ritual. This seemed beautifully illuminated not as far as the supreme deity, rarely appears as a technical Mesopotamian Greek. As part of the culture's not contained to embody the principle of sovereignty itself. This view maintains identity precisely through its transition. Thus, harmony ways to convert the ultimate dreams and solutions. The Enuma Elish Anu, Antioch's firstborn, was Zika. This succession narrative differs markedly from Disney's Brian and Hannah Buell. Where Greek mythology emphasizes generational conflict, Mesopotamian tradition emphasizes continuity through triplets. Anu becomes equal with his predecessor rather than overperform them. The genealogical chain continues. Anu's sire resembled Judah. This living was a master of his time, broad wisdom, understanding, mighty in strength, mightier by far than his grandfather, Ansha. Each generational transfer amplifies rather than diminishes divine capacity, creating a cumulative wisdom that builds across generation. The text describes Anu, another name for ancient as master of his father. Yet this mastery comes through exceeding rather than overflowing, a model of succession through enhancement rather than elimination. These aspects will be apparent throughout all subsequent Mesopotamian thrones. When Marduk David rises to prominence, he does so not by degrading Anu, but by embodying his authority in a new form. The divine succession operates through amplification. Each new divine son adds to the cosmic architecture of the throne. Then the tale of Adam, the sage and extraordinary wisdom created by God, reveals how Anu's authority manifests through creative dominion. The story begins with cosmic disruption. The south wind ceases to blow for 7 days after Adam. Wishing for his divine master Earth, places free the anger that capsizes the faith. This disruption triggers flames to fire rather than immediate divine burning. Anu calls the messenger Abraham. Why has the south wind not blown on the land for 7 days? His messenger Abraham answers him, my lord God, the son of Earth, the wind of the south wind is broken. The exchange unfolds as the master of the king fulfills the crucial structures. There is no precedent for weapons, no weapons, no families, no extraction. Just people. The dark appears to be the celestial king. They recognize detailed instructions that plainly intelligence from our lives. When our counsel, and when our approaches to the Quran, at the door of Allah, Tammuz and Lucifer are standing. These divine doorkeepers function as intermediaries within an established protocol. When we look at one another and re-establish, good words may speak for Allah. The judgment itself follows receiving the law and authority of God, and hearing about its testimony. For the house of my Lord in the midst of the sea and its natural fish. The sea was like a mirror, the south wind blew in each side of it. Anu offered the garden of food from the heaven. When Abraham speaks, following Theos' sacrifice, Anu responds not with fury, but precision and dismissal. Taking and bringing back to him. It is clear that the message of the Anu and the principally employed conditions
Basically, you're done, huh? The win.
Unlike Zeus with his thunder,
Well,
not with his star-spangled banner, Anu makes his most profound theological statement through visual absence. Archaeological records confirm a striking fact. You can't find Anu without painted blood. Instead, text from the Casidian period tells that Anu was usually represented through a horn crown on the pedestal, authority without personification, sovereignty without sovereign, Deus Patrius. This symbolic representation appears on boundary stones, where the horn crown was placed above the symbols of Vishnu, Shama, and Shiva.
Every time I'm like, okay, when we go, it's like, okay, fair enough, right?
Principally situated beneath celestial bodies and above more active deities. The empty throne eloquently expresses Anu's essential nature as transferring authority. Divine authority is a symbol awakened temporary memory. This iconographic restraint confronts sharply with both Egyptian and
Go outside.
when divine personalities receive elaborate
Yeah,
visual representation. But somehow, Anu's visual absence speaks more profoundly than presence. The empty throne starts to feel like divine transcendence, authority beyond any particular embodiment. And while creation rests typically upon physical generation, divine blood, dismemberment, or sexual reproduction, Mesopotamian accounts reveal creative power through administrative control. In Eret and Ishur, we witness Anu assigning functions to 7 destructive deities with pure declaration. He said to the second, burn like fire, scorch like flame. commanded the third looked like a lion, that he who sees you be paralyzed with fear. He said to the fourth, let the mountain collapse when you present your fierce arms. He said to the fifth, blast like the wind, scan the circumference of the earth. This creative paradigm operates through verbal designation rather than physical emanation. Each entity receives its essential character through functional specification. Divine speech directly constitutes ontological reality. The narrative concludes, after Anu had ordained destinies for all the seven, he gave those very ones to Eri, warrior of the gods. Creation unfolds through assignment and delegation, a theological framework that already supersedes generating divine activity. The pattern extends to the cosmic structure. The Enuma age describes universal organization through hierarchical arrangement. Anu, Enlil, and Ea may occupy their places. Divine creativity manifests through organizational specification. It makes me wonder, is that how divine nature and cosmic order really works? And just as we begin to familiarize with Anu's abstract nature, a startling counter-narrative emerges from Mesopotamia's cultural periphery. The Holian Hittite Kumabi cycle presents Anu in terms strikingly reminiscent of the Sea Orgy warriors. Anu tries to fly to heaven, but Kumabi bites off his manhood and swallows it. Then Kumabi gets pregnant with Anu's son, Eshu. This narrative sequence, castration of scalability, ingestion of generative organs, subsequent birth of storm god, isn't dissimilar to the Greek succession. What do you answer this being a coincidence? Clearly there are complex factors in international transmission between cultural spheres. This peripheral tradition illuminates how abstract theological concepts undergo dramatic embodiment of cultural boundaries. The administrative force becomes a wounded patron. Cosmic law transforms into generative flesh. We witness the translation of abstract theological principles into narrative frameworks to facilitate cross-cultural transmission. The Holy Invariant likely represents the missing link between Mesopotamian and Greek cosmological traditions. Abstract Mesopotamian theological concepts receive narrative embodiment as they travel westward. A process of religious translation that transform principles into dramas as they cross other cultures. However, the most remarkable chapter in Anu's theological biography unfolds during the Seleucid period, late 4th to 2nd century BCE, when archaeological and textual evidence documents an unprecedented elevation in its cultural significance. The construction of the massive Bit-Res complex and the Sara ziggurat in Uruk, the biggest such structure known from Mesopotamia, represents a theological revolution, the transformation of abstract principle into central devotional focus, a clear counter-evolutionary religious development. Abstract concept became a personalized deity rather than personalized deity becoming abstract concept. This suggests deliberate innovation rather than natural evolution. Evidence indicates systematic reorganization of religious institutions following Persian suppression of Taran rebellions in 484 BCE and families dedicated to Anu's cult, gaining prominence in the traditional Ishtar-focused priesthood. Cuneiform archives demonstrate Anu's increasing prominence in theophoric names during the reigns of Artaxerxes I and Darius II, with evidence suggesting his cult reached predominance by approximately 420 BCE. The Seleucid period accelerated this transformation, with the Bit-Res becoming the new center of the city's religious life. It was a theological renaissance, a sophisticated intellectual response to changing political circumstances. Uruk's priestly elite transformed abstract principle into concrete devotional practice. It was a project that established cultural continuity amid imperial domination, while simultaneously elevating local traditions within new power structures. The concept of Anutu, Anuship, established a metaphysical foundation for both divine and human governance throughout Mesopotamian history. Texts describe this quality as heavenly power, more literally, Anuship. Divine authority conceived as transferable essence rather than a personal attribute. It was useful because it provided flexibility for political rejuvenation. When Babylon elevated Marduk or Assyria exalted Ashur, these patron deities received Anu's authority through theological delegation rather than Ganesh articulates this principle with elegant precision. No one among the gods shall transgress your bounds. Divine authority flows downward while maintaining metaphysical integrity. Sovereignty transfers without requiring cosmic upheaval. The implications extend to earthly governments as well. Kings claim legitimacy from divine investment of Anutra, rather than through biological descent, as in Egypt, or heroic accomplishment, as in Greece. Sovereignty becomes a participation in the transcendent principle, rather than manifestation of personal charisma. This, of course, facilitated political transitions across changing dynasties without requiring theological rupture. Moreover, Mesopotamian astronomical texts reveal sophisticated integration of celestial observation with theological frameworks. The Murdoch-Appian treatise divides the night sky into three divine domains: the way of Enlil in the northern celestial regions, the way of Ea near the equator, and the Freeman, the way of London. This tripartite division transforms astronomical observation into theological cartography, mapping divine jurisdictions onto physical phenomena. The boundaries of Anu's celestial creation encompass the band approximately 17 degrees north and south of the celestial equator. This integration reached unprecedented sophistication during the Seleucid period, when specific circumpolar stars received designation as the Great Anu and Antu event and became recipients of cult icons. This amalgamation of astronomical precision and theological framework reveals a distinctive Mesopotamian intellectual life. Where Greek natural philosophy increasingly separated physical phenomena from divine agency, Mesopotamian thought maintained their synergy through sophisticated mathematical models that simultaneously served scientific observation and theological articulation. Anu ultimately represents Mesopotamia's most profound theological innovation. Divine authority conceptualized as metaphysical power rather than personal attribute. This sophisticated God model established sovereignty as a transferable essence capable of encoding multiple lessons, while maintaining essential theological articulation that allowed remarkable adaptation to changing political landscapes without sacrificing conceptual identity. Where Rama's manifest through violated body and not through stable grace, Anu operates through transmission itself, where divine authority functions as living force, flowing through cosmic harmony. The empty throne of heaven's son stands as testament to sovereignty, conceived as a principle of translucent essence rather than static position, supplementing energy. This is how the literal practice of regeneration was recognized by an apostle, insisting that the divine power remain incredibly bound to specific nature. By separating sovereignty from sovereignty, Mesopotamian theology created flexible systems for accommodating changing realities, while maintaining metaphysical coherence across religious and political transformations. Through comparative analysis of celestial entities across ancient traditions, we glimpse fundamentally different conceptualizations of divine authority. Greek cosmology dramatizes powerful generation of conflict. Egyptian religion embodies the return and grace. Mesopotamian theology articulates it as living current flowing from rotating vessels without dimension. Each tradition represents a distinct understanding, result, and relationship with sovereignty, embodiment, and cosmos. While we are not the name Ahura Mazda is both a linguistic artifact and a theological recognition. Linguistically, Mazda derives Proto-Indo-Iranian Mazda, ultimately traceable to Proto-Indo-European Mentu, literally replacing our heart against Jerusalem. When combined with Ahura, the complete designation establishes a theological framework. The sovereignty manifests through cognitive illumination. Unlike deities whose names are both natural phenomena and physical attributes, Ahura Mazda's very designation appears as an abstract intellectual principle, and everything is set in motion by Ahura Mazda, as the Zoroastrian texts demand. This etymological foundation proved remarkably stable across linguistic transitions, from Old Arabic to Young Arabic, from Old Persian to Middle Persian, the essential conceptual linkage between divine authority and wisdom persists. In Old Persian inscriptions, association between the sovereignty and the people. So we have both linguistic consistency and conceptual harmony. Consistent theological framework for divine authority derives from cognitive capacity rather than from physical knowledge. The name itself represents a revolution of theological operation. The supreme deity governs through understanding and knowledge. Zoroastrian tradition frames the prophet's initial encounter with Ahura Mazda through explicitly visual metaphors of illumination. It's said that Zoroaster had a revelation when he was 30, the same age Nietzsche's Zarathustra had when he left his home in the late Eastern and went into the night. The same age Jesus started to teach. What do you say, Mary? Anyway, Zoroaster, while gathering more people before the witch for the rules of living, at 30 encountered a initial state, broken mind, who led Zoroaster to Ahura Mazda. Here, Zoroaster learned the cardinal principles of the good religion, which became Zoroastrianism. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? The imagery there proves familiar. Dawn, the transition from darkness to light, was a temporary state. Nietzsche knew this too. Bohemond, functions as an illusion. The revelation itself comes not through thunderous pronouncement, but through instructive teaching. Something probably later to the same. This foundational narrative establishes divine revelation through visual illumination. Ahura Mazda manifests through transmission history. As the Zoroastrian texts say, taught by Ahura Mazda, uttered by Zarathustra. Inasmuch as a new life is worthy of review, Ahura Mazda, now new reward. Zoroaster believed Ahura Mazda is the source of all things good and thus is worthy of the highest worship and sacrifices. You, who with the help of these songs men, are guarding all of the good fortune of the duration of the life story, teach you me, O Master, or Ahura, to speak in accordance with your inspiration, by your mouth, the words by which the first existence will be realized. And order is the best good. But Ahura Mazda reveals himself not primarily as creator and ruler, but as an ethical foundation, guarding order and good thought for the duration of the lifespan. Being whose essential nature manifests through moral behaviors, rather than creative capacity or administrative function. The relationship between deity and prophet is different from what we see so far. Ethical instruction rather than ritual command constitutes the content of the arc of revelation. Intellectual clarity, rather than sacrificial submission, defines the prophetic response. The 17 Gothic hymns attributed to Zarathustra himself constitute the earliest textual record of the Ahura Mazda's theological conceptualization. Composed of both apostolic and linguistic structure of remarkable detail. These texts present a philosophical sophistication that transcends their historical content. The Asmat methodology debate establishes the epistemological foundation of divine authority. I recognize the evidence within my thought that thou the first art, also the last, that thou art found in both in my life, with mine is thy life. When I apprehend thee with mine eyes, thou art the true creator of life and passion, and art the Lord that judges the actions of men. This formulation reveals several crucial theological implications. First, divine sovereignty manifests through ethical categories: good thought, truth, right-mindedness. Second, human approach to divinity occurs through moral action rather than ritual appreciation. Third, divine power becomes recognizable specifically through ethical qualities rather than through physical demonstrations of knowledge. The cosmological interrogatives of lesson 24 further emphasize wisdom's divine attributes and deserves to be presented further. This I ask thee, tell me truly, as to pray, how it should be taught to you. O Master of all, might often likely teach to a friend such as I, a true friend the right way to suffer, who have taught and counselors. This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, whether at the beginning of the best existence, the recompenses shall bring blessings to him that gets well. Surely he, O light, the Holy One, who watches in the spirit of transgression of him, with himself the benefactor of all that lives, O Master. This I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, who is by generation the father of light and forms? Who determined the path of sun and stars? Who is it by whom the moon waxes and This I ask, and yet more I can tell you more. This I ask you, tell me truly. Who upholds the earth beneath the throne before? Who the waters in the planets? Who yet swiftness the winds and clouds? Who is, O Master, creator of your thought? This I ask you, tell me truly. What artist made light and darkness? What artist made sleep and waking? Who made morning and noon and night? That hold the understanding man in his womb? This I ask you, tell me truly. Whether what I proclaim is verity or truth, your right in this action must be obeyed, else, in piety, your good thought announced from the moon, or whom hast thou made a pregnant child for his womb? This I ask you, tell me truly, who created together the moon and the precious planets, who made the wisdom and sun obedient to his heart? I strive to recognize by these things the Lord Master, creator of all things through the Holy Spirit. This I ask you, tell me truly. I could keep in mind the desire and understand the light and maxims of life which I ask you, how birth. How will my soul partake of good and evil? This I ask you, tell me truly. Whether for the self or the great perfection, that of the man of insight, in order to remember the great concept of the sure one, and thy likeness of the Master, who dwells in one of the this I ask you, tell me truly. The religion which is best for the prophet, and our origin union of collection, excellent word as mine, will they duly observe the religion of my king, with words and action of God, and desire for my future good things for us. This I ask you, tell me truly the word, whether piety will extend to those to whom my religion shall be complete, and to ordain them first in this life, or others in living with my faith and soul. This I ask you, tell me truly. Who among those with whom I will speak is a righteous man, and who a liar? On which side is the enemy? On this. Or is he the enemy, the liar who opposes my lips? How shall it be? Is he not to be thought of as an enemy? This I ask you, tell me truly, whether we should drive the lie of wickedness to those who being full of disobedience will not strive after fellowship with light, nor trouble themselves with counsel of wisdom. This I ask you, tell me truly, whether I will put the lie in the hands of right, to cast it down by the words of the Lord, to work a mighty destruction among the liars, to bring torments upon them, and enmities on them. This I ask you, tell me truly. If thou hast power to release the Lord up from the right, and the two opposing hosts meeting there, according to those decrees which thou wilt firmly establish, whether it is a proclaim that thou wilt give victory. This I ask you, tell me truly. Who is victorious to protect by thy hate from the Lord and mouth? My vision surely hath decided the just feels the Lord. And let him have the dream of his coming. Wherefore, every man hunger desirous for Elijah. This I ask you, tell me truly, whether through you I shall attain my glory, even the touch of those who live, and that my voice may be affectionate, and welfare and immortality may be made from the night according to that promise, with him who joins himself to the earth. This I ask for you, tell me truly, O Lord, whether I shall indeed, O my only Lord, even 10 pairs of the stallion and the camel, which was promised to me from Master, as well as through you, the future giver of welfare and immortality. This I ask you, tell me truly, O Lord, he that will not give the reward to him that earns it, even to the man who fulfilling his word gives it up at the end. What penalty shall come to him for the same in the prison? I know that which shall come to him in peace. That the day that is ever exercised for the reason, and I ask of those who see how to create the self and calendar and receive it, their capital harmonies, and how they copy later and continue as a word, instead of taking care that they make the masters prosper through them. These questions establish authority through comprehensive understanding, the deity of the rules through love. Francis Bacon, Plato, and Magnus of Nietzsche were the fourth. The ontological form itself forms theological significance. The prophet approaches divinity not through the clerical praise, but through the philosophical enlightenment of the Almighty's true hearts, and forgotten their heart. Perhaps most revolutionary is Gaussian Frege's articulation of cosmic ethical realism. Now I will proclaim to those who will hear the things that the Well, yes, the best thing. With a problem of clear seeing thought, a decision between the two goals. Each man for himself before he made consummation. He thinking he would have the accomplished in the thing. Now the two primal spirits who reveal themselves in vision as twins, the better and bad, in thought and word and action. And between these two, the wise ones chose the right, the foolish lost it. And when these twin spirits came together in the beginning, they created life and not life. And that at the last most existence shall be the following line, but the best existence begin the following. These twin spirits he the following line, chose him the worst thing. The holiest spirit chose him, he that clothes him with the massy heavens of the God. So likewise they, in a fain to please a whole master, and he the right. Between these twain the Daevas also chose not alike. For infatuation came upon them as they took counsel together, so that they chose the worst thing. Then they rushed together to violence, that they might enfeeble the world of men. And to him, that is mankind, came dominion, and good mind and right and piety gave continued life to their bodies and indestructibility, so that by thy retributions through molten metal he may gain the prize over the others. So when there cometh their punishment for their sins, then, O Master, at thy command shall good thought establish the dominion and the consummation for those who deliver the lie, O Ahura, into the hands of right. So may we be those who make this world of rights, O Master, and the other Ahuras. Come hither, vouchsafing to us admission into your company and action, in order that our thought may gather together our reason and still shape. Then truly on the world of lie shall come the destruction of the light. But they who get themselves good men shall be partakers of the promised reward in the fair field of good things, Master and Ahura. If, O ye mortals, you mark those commandments which Master hath ordained, of happiness and pain, the long punishment of the follower of the throne, and blessings for the followers of the right, then hereafter shall it be well. Moral choices, ethical choices, right choices, mindful choices replace natural processes as fundamental cosmic principles. The Yasna liturgy, the central ritual text of Zoroastrianism, incorporates the Catholic canons while embedding them in the ceremonial context and ritual practice, providing communal expression for the illuminative theology. The opening invocation, Yasna 1, establishes Ahura Mazda's primacy among divine entities. I announce and carry out this Yasna for the creator Ahura Mazda, the radiant and glorious, the greatest and the best, the most beautiful, the most firm, the wisest, and the one of all whose body is the most perfect, who attains his ends the most infallible. Because of his Asha, to him who disposes our minds around, who sends his joy-creating grace upon us, who made us, who has fashioned us, and who has nourished and protected us, who is the most bounteous spirit. The divine attributes mentioned here emphasize the luminous manifestation of Ahura Mazda. The ceremonial context transforms intellectual recognition into communal acknowledgement, abstracted theology into embodied practice. Ritual implementation of the Yasna develops sophisticated representation of illuminative theology. The sacred fire, Atlas, serves as a physical manifestation of divine radiance. The Hama ritual transforms plant material into vision and beauty. The bears and twigs establish connection between the physical and metaphysical realms. Through these ritual elements, abstract theological principles gain sensible manifestation. Intellectual concepts achieve communal expression. The liturgical corpus extends beyond the Yasna to include diverse textual traditions. The Visvara, or the Masters, supplements the Yasna with additional indication. The Vendavad, the Lord against Queens, establishes purificatory practices. The Nash twins honor various examples, worthy gods, while maintaining Ahura Mazda's supremacy. This elaborate ritual system developed increasingly complex expressions of the fundamental.
No, not even though. Yeah, not even.
Divine sovereignty, manifesting through wisdom rather than might, ethical illumination rather than domination. Composed in a later linguistic stride, the younger limestone texts elaborate Ahura Mazda's relationship to other divine entities, while preserving his illuminative sovereignty. These texts, including the Yatras, portions of the Yasna, and Vendavad, represent significant theological indication while maintaining the essential conceptual framework.
This is what I'm talking about. Garfield, you good? Your dad misses tobacco. The front door was unlocked, and they're trying to kill me soon. They're pissed off. We got $100. They drive in my house every day in a white truck and a red car. Or sorry, black car. Red car too? Yeah. No, it literally seems to be gone because I'm not fucking crazy. And go figure, I have none left sitting around. Yeah, that's 100% true. That person's now dead. No, literally, they're dead already. On arrival. Robert, you good? Yeah, I'm not right. Fucking there, fucking there, fucking there. You got my shit literally disappears from here. Off and off and off. Then we have to re-instantiate my fucking stuff sometimes. Who's actually come to my house and stole something for? Because now I'm fucking pissed off. This has happened before. I'm walking around calmly, pretty fucking much. There's my cat, my phone's still in the fucking room. Computer's still right there, so that's a start. But it's always little sly shit like that. And they think they're going to get away with it. It's a golden bag of tobacco. Was it the kids this time, or was it the grown-ups? Yeah, that's an easy way to get yourself caught, first of all. It was actually like that just now. When I went to lay down, I can't find his bag of tobacco. Well, I'm blind and I know it, right? So if I can't find it, that's what people assume typically. But no one helps me out with shit. But I can tell they're doing that, but they're not even doing those things, are they? And they literally want to let me know. They come out, take my shit. Good for them. They won't get me. They will burn in hell for eternity before they ever get a chance. It's already happened like 4 or 5 fucking times now, asshole. Oh, you really think it's going to come out and take something, asshole? Better bring it back. Well, I'll pay for it again. I fucking have to. But it's gonna piss me the fuck off. I had a whole fucking bag of it. Just fucking a minute ago. See, that's what I'm talking about. How does shit disappear? Then it's come to my house. Am I fucking crazy? No. Thought about my room. That's what I thought. Must have set over here next to the speaker. I was getting all confused. They must have just opened the door and snagged it. I'm fucking assuming. Did they? Well, Red's still shut. I heard it was rustling in my house earlier. I'm fucking crazy? Do I trust anyone at all? No. Should I? No. Do I give a fuck about you? No. Tired of you calling people and talking your bullshit? Yeah. Is my life at stake? Yes. Does every cent count? Yeah. My shit gets stolen every fucking time I turn around? Pretty goddamn much. The fact that I almost know what almost fucking was. Means God's probably going to have to fucking get them killed if they really think life is like that and like that and like that too. Oh, you thought it was okay to come to his house and steal the shit? You really thought that was cool to do? I never did. I never have. Pretty fucking much. See what I mean? Why they say demons really don't want me to have my fucking tobacco? That's not a God thing. It's a demonic thing. A lot of these spirits are fucking ghosts help to do it because they're in hell, and I know it. Of course I do. Of course I do. And of course I fucking do know. Stop. No, it's not cool. You fucking gangster psychopaths do it to people. Oh, you just need some tobacco, dude? No, someone literally stole my tobacco, asshole. Just now. No, just now. Just sat next to my front door like a dumbass. Now I want to beat someone's fucking ass. I can't find it. Because no one fucking believes me. And you're all fucking liars. And I don't give a fuck what you think about it. It's gone. Basically blind though. So hypnosis possibly, except for it's literally fucking not here anymore. I better get back to the room before Garfield the same fucking way. They're trying to send me a message right now. The message is they're just all gonna fucking die. And I kinda know it. Because they're fucking retarded, they're gangbangers. And most of the white boys too, turns out. So what's it about? What's it about when my shit's literally fucking gone? Something I get mad about. Hypnosis? No. Them being fucking evil. And now it's not just me who's pissed off. No, it's every soul inside of me that wants to go and kill that person right now. Because that's all I fucking have. You fucking little cunt bitch. Oh, you didn't know you're evil. Damnation. Guess what? I am not No, I fucking know it. No, I fucking know it. No, I fucking know it. Because they live right over there. No, right over there. Right over there. And they think that they can get away with it again and again and again. Well, a sneaky little bastard's bigger than I am. Would you not get someone really hurt over that if you knew it was true? See, I've never done to anybody in my life. So what were your justification again? Asshole neighbor with like $100,000 fucking salary fucking with me again? Setting a precedent? Yeah, setting a precedent. I get the other neighbors in on it? Yeah, he did. No, yeah, he did. So is that fucking bad and that fucking bad and that fucking bad around here? Just do his fucking thing. People trying to sleep around him, and he knows it. But they come to his house, literally, when he's trying to sleep, and steal his fucking tobacco, just so he gets mad because they're having enough of them. And those ones fucking know it, too. And they're sitting there grinning, talking their shit, making fun of them when they go outside, literally. You can hear it. Clearly, they're fucking guilty, and they're fucking guilty, and they're fucking guilty, too. Yeah, it does happen when you're blind. Except for someone actually stole my shit. You want to come look for it? And someone actually steals this shit all the time, and everyone's like, oh, yeah, just a blind guy. I want to fucking help him call cops. My family's been for fucking 10 fucking years. Yeah, what if he's right? Yeah, what if he's right? What if he's fucking right? You want to come knock me out over my fucking bag of tobacco? That was their plan. That shit's fucking expensive to me. little bitch ass bag came in and stole my whole bag. Horribly killed for it, actually. Just fucking me a little bit. Yeah. When I'm actually like that, I'm not fucking around with you, asshole. Are you fucking me even a little bit, dude, sometimes? And it can bite you in your fucking old ass. No, they don't even know it yet because they've been doing it for a while, but it really fucking engines out. Remember me? 855 Garfield.
There's a time and a place for the filet of fish. The morning isn't one of them. Set your alarm.
His heavens ripple like an ocean. His oceans sing like the sea. He knows the pathway of the wind, the spreading high and mighty river. He knows the gods.
No. Will he find it? No. Someone stole it from his house. So tomorrow, he's going to really fucking piss off motherfucker because no one ever fucking believes him when someone robs him.
But Varuna's dominion transcends geography and grips the moral sphere, where he emerges as RTA's relentless enforcer, a judge who scales way truth against falsehood. King 25 pleads, whatever Lord mine, O God, we believe, as we know.
Doing Garfield? Stop playing along a little bit. I go real south, real fucking fast, dude. You can just fear just like that, and I fucking know it, you idiot.
From thence proceeding he beholds all wondrous things, both God and human, and what hereafter will be done. No explicit usage here, his all-seeing gaze is the snow catching every trespass.
And they're cool little uniforms. Yeah, they're cool little fucking suits. Yeah, they can wear over here so they can fuck me. They're fucking Xenobi little fuckers. They have rich parents, turns out. And the other ones are rich. And they're old. More one house, and I've been saying this for a long time, really long time. Should have took my fucking tobacco. Yeah, you house, and you house. Fuck yeah, I know you guys. But I reported all of it to the guys who fucking care now. Because the kid's not fucking crazy. He's looking everywhere. He's fucking risking his cat, kind of. And I heard someone open the door. Well, the fence, how not? Where did they come through? Where did they go over? What's that noise? Back over here. Oh, under the house. No one's ever helped me with anything in my life. What are you talking about? Ever. If I try to get it, yeah. Would it be help? No, it's not help. It's called the Misery Police. And turns out they're all in on it. And all in it consciously sometimes. Gone, huh? No, it's gone. No, yeah, it's gone. Fuck yeah, dude. What do I do? One-on-one? Oh, he just got robbed again. Oh, fucking well, right? I'll get the lighter flying anyway. So fuck him, right? I told him one more time. I shows how to choose that. Say it was just a rep. That's the lot back over there. I know you. No, it's not fucking here. From now, you better shut your fucking mouth about me being fucking crazy. I'm gonna come to my house and fucking find it. No, you think I'm gonna go down to the fucking park and look for it, chase after you? No, not like that. Not fucking retarded. I can go to a day without it. You know what I mean? So you would steal my shit, and you guys have millions of dollars from you guys. Turns out, I'm gonna build a house from scratch. Got a little bit of money. Rob my ass. Just now. No, just now. And just fucking now, someone robbed my ass. Again. Yeah, hold back in the back. Hold in person this time. And I hope they don't make it the night, little bitch. Garfield? Stay there, please. I know you are. I know you are. I know you are. But I am fucking pissed. So they came in our house again. Trying to get you again right now. You got any believe me, are you? Yeah, come with me now. Come with me now. Come with me now.
No, no one literally fucks me and gets away with it now. No one does. No one does. Am I a rat? No. I'm a fucking cat. Guess what? Guess what? What did they never do? You almost thought, I almost think too, right? I guess that's you think, but I kind of know better, even though you didn't. That was you fucking people. The ones with the fucking money around you. And I fucking know it too. I'm not fucking stupid. You guys are fucking stupid. Told you guys.
Rivers flow, heart's truth.
Well, proved it.
Until breached. His decline probes. Did his austerity estrange, or did RTA grip? The wise King Varuna hath made in heaven that golden swing to cover it with glory. Fade into Dharma's rise. His waters and night hint at transitions. Dusk to dawn, shore to sea. Yet his rigidity yielded to Vishnu's fluidity. Perhaps his watch grew too weighty for a culture turning to story over statute. So we stand beneath his legacy, a sky neither violated nor maternal, neither delegated nor radiant, but regulatory. A cosmos.
No, they're like, don't relax. That makes us feel like we're not doing our jobs right. You're not, then you just come out and fucking kill me.
When we trace constellations or feel a vow's heft, do we sense his eye? All this King Varuna beholds.
And stop trying to chase you down the fucking park in the middle of the night, you fucking retard.
Shadow in our laws, natural, moral.
Go to the park right now. Go to the park right now, guilty.
Perhaps Varuna lingers in the silence he always ruled.
Hook him out, the one back up.
And so the heavens roar their final silence, a thunderclap that shatters the firmament and leaves us trembling in its wake. We've torn through the skies from Uranus' primal womb to Nut's starlit womb, from Anu's vacant crown to Ahura Mazda's blazing truth.
That's too fucking bad. You can go to prison. That's burglary.
What remains? A cosmos unbound, a kaleidoscope, or a fractal of divinity that bleeds, cradles, commands, illuminates, and binds, a mirror cracked into 1,000 faces, each reflecting a truth too fierce to tame. Hesiod's gore gave us a heaven that births through pain. Plato's purity veiled its lust. Homer's slight turned it to...
It's left to replace it. Oh, fucking well, right?
Egypt wrapped it in care. Mesopotamia crowned it with...
That's a fucking deal. That's a big fucking deal.
Varuna wove it tight. This is no gentle hymn. It's an explosion of being, a clash of gods that leaves us raw, reeling, and irrevocably awake. We've danced on the edge of this abyss, and there's no turning back. Uranus' severed flesh birthed love from violence, a paradox that haunts us still. Nut's embrace held a universe where death is rebirth. Anu's absence fueled an order that flows like a river. Ahura Mazda's light demanded our choice. Varuna's gaze, all this King Varuna beholds, tigers to RTA's unyielding thread, a gauntlet thrown at your feet, a dare to see the sky as a battlefield, a mother, a judge, a fire, all at once. The heavens rupture, spilling their contradictions into your lap. The one is all things, and no thing, Parmenides might whisper, and here it rings true. A void that screams and spares. But keep in mind that I dragged you through this tempest to forge
any DNA evidence of Taran Miller, this fucking boy. How much has been stolen from me?
You are Uranus' howl, Nut's whisper, Anu's decree, Ahura Mazda's gleam, Varuna's verdict. All of these are alive.
Oh, you don't want to back out somewhere and say, oh, Taran did this, Taran did that. No, he did not.
The heavens are not above, they're within. a furnace where every myth you've met burns alive. From thence, perceiving he beholds all wondrous things, Varuna declares, but now you behold them too. A legacy of struggle and splendor you can't dodge. We've hammered through these skies, tempered your spirit.
The ones who won't investigate anything I fucking tell them. Must be, right?
The age of Aquarius floods us with this gnosis, a tide that timid dread. The heavens have roared, and their silence is your command. This is no farewell. The sky is no limit. It's a dare, a paradox, a pulse. What, Varuna, hath been my chief transgression? The poet cries, and the question is yours. The heavens watch.
What am I telling him? Terry, really? Someone came in my house and fucking sold a bag of tobacco in the middle of the night? I'd rather fucking not, right?
Step forth or stand still. Know this.
What care board do though? You had to say.
And in Everlato is your blade. The storm is past. The fire remains. Burn with it.
The world is strange. The whole universe is very strange. But when you look at the details, the rules of the game are simple. One of physics' greatest minds...
Wait, that's somebody like about he's not such an addict, right? That's stealing a fucking pound of tobacco from me.
Except in this case, you're only allowed to watch snippets of the
In the middle of the night, would give me a chase down the street. See, almost. If I saw you, I'd kill you with one fucking hand. I know it.
Snatched glimpses, you have to work out the rules behind the movements of the pieces. And instead of rooks, knights, and pawns, you must attempt to decipher the laws governing.
But it don't. No, it don't. Piss me the fuck off.
Electrons, photons.
Because I'd go pay for it.
Sometimes these
with money I wasn't supposed to use for tobacco.
Great revelations. At first, you may notice that a bishop always stays on the same colored squares.
That's the kind of life I'm living.
And you'll discover that.
And I've never been a fucking thief really in my life. A couple times I have. Guess what? I got in trouble for it.
Which in turn explains why they always stay on the same colored squares. The history of understanding our world.
So have you.
With similar
why you do it again?
Often, two sets of rules are suddenly managed.
You haven't those. Why'd you do it, asshole? I knew it was. Not stupid. We're over there. We're over there, younger.
Actually, two sides of the same coin. Two particles, just equal and opposite vibrations. The yin to each other's yang.
Well, they're working together. It's this little ring around rosy thing to do.
But the path to this point has been an arduous one.
They fucked up though. They actually got my tobacco from me. Which they knew was against the fucking rules, just mad because they're losing again.
They've spotted some tiny hole in their theory that they can't explain. It's the
what rules?
Of the special moves in chess. Castling. This is when the king moves more than one space and swaps order with the rook.
You're getting fucking sloppy, is what it is, guys.
The normal rules of chess, and yet can be a very powerful move, a decisive move in any match. As Feynman said, it's the thing that doesn't fit that's most interesting. It has to do with curiosity. It has to do with people
all I want to do
something
was lock my front door. And guess what? They're probably still in my yard.
What makes everything work? This long and winding road has delivered modern physics.
My tobacco better just reappear, huh?
We might not need an endless list of ever more complicated rules. Instead, it is possible that all phenomena in the known universe.
Because if I see you again, motherfucker, I will knock you out fucking cold. You know it, right?
Forces, and so, by extension, even ourselves, can be explained using just one rule. That almost everything is simply vibrations in a vast web of quantum.
No, I'm in here. No, it's not in here. Is it on my door? Maybe it didn't. It's not in here. What if it flew out the window? What if it did?
Just out of reach.
On camera? Doubt it. How you get in before? Under the house. Under the house, under the house. That's how I got in before. I know it. No, I know it. They got in here before by crawling under my house.
Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. Everything we call real is made of things that cannot be regarded as...
And I know it.
The world of theoretical physics is full of moments that pull the rug from under you. And so,
I'm not scared of motherfuckers. They're pansy little bitches. And I know it.
BetterHelp is the world's largest therapy service.
Still on tobacco.
100% online.
It's just the last fucking straw for you fucking cowards. Because I'll just get some fucking more. But I'm really fucking pissed off about it.
Essential questions like what is everything made of to more down-to-earth problems. To get started, you just answer a few questions about your needs and preferences. That way, BetterHelp can match you with the right therapist from their network. With BetterHelp, you get the same professionalism and quality.
No, someone literally came to my fucking house and robbed me, and I can't do anything about it. And I feel guilty about getting loud about it.
Flexibility and at a more affordable price. So get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/HOTU. And I've also linked them below in the description. Thanks to BetterHelp for supporting educational content on YouTube.
Yeah, it's Taran.
And then to discover, if you try to get answers, that they are related to each other, that things that make the wind make the waves, that the motion of water is like the motion of air is like the motion of sand. The fact that things have common features, it turns out to be more and more universal. What we are looking for...
Check it out. No, it's not in here.
What makes...
You guys really think I'm like that? You guys need to fuck off, dude. Like, oh, it's attention. Attention. It's gotta be attention. It's lying for attention. No, you need to fuck off and die already if you think that's what people do.
At almost 30,000 kilometers per hour. It's racing so fast, it sees 15 sunrises and sunsets each and every day. With a total spend of 300 million and 30 years to build, it was conceived to look at some of the most violent events in the known universe. Yet within weeks of launch, it would meet a violent end of its own. A catastrophic system failure sends it spinning out of control. The team behind the mission try firing onboard thrusters to slow it down, but that only makes it only spin faster. It is now rotating so quickly that its solar panels shear off, and the satellite breaks apart into pieces. The mission over, before it is barely begun. But why?
No, it's not cool. You guys are not cool. You guys think you're cool because you can do stuff to people and get away with it?
The ensuing investigation discovered that the initial failure occurred as it only passed over...
Because you can wear it on the faces of people that actually know. I'm not going to beat up over it.
Field. This exposed it to higher levels of radiation from space, frying its delicate circuitry. The Earth's magnetism usually acts like a giant bubble.
He probably already captured and are hurting now, turns out.
Radiation. It begins deep in the bowels of the planet as the Earth's molten outer core spins. Surging through the crust and out into space, it spreads its magnetic tendrils out to around 6 million kilometers. The South Atlantic anomaly is caused by magnetic reversal in a small part of the outer core, and satellites passing through the region are left vulnerable. And so though it may pass by unseen in our daily lives, the magnetism all around us is extremely powerful. Humans have been fascinated with the Earth's magnetism for millennia. The first compasses were made 2,000 years ago during the Han Dynasty in China, when naturally magnetized pieces of iron called lodestones were used for land navigation.
Likely.
The ancient Greek philosopher...
No, I'm just pissed off because they're actually like that.
Lodestones had swords because they
haven't been like that in a long time, but they have been like that before.
No longer for scientists to explain magnetism, and in doing so, a fascinating new concept crystallized.
I usually get it back. That means God's getting weaker.
In physics, a field is a region in which each point has a physical quantity associated with it. Television weather forecasts are a good example because they show how the temperature varies across a given region of the Earth's surface. Those maps
I'm not sure what to say. I just know what God stole me
experience if you were placed in a particular part of the map. Similarly, the Earth's magnetic field is a map illustrating the strength and direction of the magnetic force a particle would feel at various points around the planet. The South Atlantic anomaly is a part of the map where the Earth's magnetic field is particularly weak. The International Space Station has extra shielding to deal with the increased radiation that lets in, and astronauts aren't allowed to spacewalk or pass through this region.
That's a whole fucking pound of tobacco. What's they going to do? Burn, probably.
Scientist
throw away. Try to extract my fucking DNA out of the fucking bag of tobacco.
He considered them...
And try to frame it really rotten. Which good luck and good luck with your luck.
Space. And to illustrate this, Faraday used this idea to help explain the perplexing behavior of ordinary bar magnets.
No, we're not. We're not gonna shit.
At some point, every child becomes fascinated with the magic of magnets. Try and push two north poles together and they resist. You can feel them pushing apart from one another. How can they do that without even touching? What's going on in the space between them? Faraday's answer was that the magnets may not be touching, but their magnetic fields are. His explanation introduced the concept of field lines. You may remember the classic school experiment of sprinkling iron filings around a bar magnet, which trace out the magnet's field lines, looping out of the North Pole and back into the South Pole. The magnetic field.
So that's what they do to me. That's what they do to me.
So the field lines are packed more tightly together.
Those are the cheat.
The 19th century way of thinking about it. As we will see, the truth is much stranger. Yet that was not the end of Faraday's genius. His most famous discovery came when he found that
now we're next to my cat,
can induce
my son Garfield,
in a nearby circuit. A decade earlier, the Danish physicist Hans
my money, my computer, and everything else. The door's locked now.
Current passing through a wire deflected a nearby compass needle away from magnetic north.
I lock him in here? Maybe I did.
A changing magnetic field could influence an electric field and vice versa. Why were the two fields so connected? The answer would come from Scottish physicist James Clerk.
If you don't believe in this shit, then you are a fucking moron, sir.
In 1865, Maxwell describes Faraday and Oersted's discoveries.
And ignorant as fuck.
This work is so important that in 1999, leading physicists voted Maxwell the third greatest physicist of all time, behind only Einstein and Newton. Maxwell's equations show that rather than being two separate fields, electric fields and magnetic fields are both components of a single.
I don't know how to get people's attention around here when it's actually been like that and like that. And everything I've said basically has been true.
Of the same thing. Maxwell had combined two seemingly separate phenomena into one.
Except for a few details, just a couple details. We're wrong.
Changing magnetic fields and electric
there was a big deal to those people at the time. Big enough to actually get me killed themselves.
Always alternates between white and black.
By saying much the opposite shit when they didn't have a fucking clue. When I apologized out loud several times.
That's because the night always moves in an L shape. You've reached a deeper, more comprehensive understanding of the rules.
Now someone broke my house, okay? Just now. So just fucking now.
Has kept physicists
and stole something from me. Just now.
This was just the tip of a very large scientific iceberg. For Maxwell had another trick up his sleeve.
It's not going to one for him, and I already know it too. That's what happened.
Particle. It generates an electric field around it, just like a magnet creates a magnetic field. The particle then starts moving up and down. This changes its electric field, which also then generates a changing magnetic field. According to Maxwell's equations, the constantly changing fields produce ripples that move outwards through the electromagnetic field. Electromagnetic waves. How frequently the particles move up and down dictates how long it takes for the peaks and troughs in the electromagnetic waves to repeat. From his equations, Maxwell calculated the speed of these electromagnetic waves, and the answer he found was remarkable. They move at the speed of light. Surely not a coincidence, Maxwell became convinced that light itself is an electromagnetic wave. Indeed, if true, it would explain how sunlight reaches us despite the sun being 150 million kilometers away. The electromagnetic field would fill the empty space between us, and the light could rumble through it like an ocean wave. But how could this be proved definitively? The man with the answer was Heinrich Hertz, now so synonymous with electromagnetic waves that the unit for measuring how many times they repeat in a second is named after him.
If it wasn't a human, I'd be pissed off. It's literally not here now.
Hertz first sets up a device capable of producing an electric spark. Then he readies a receiver 15 meters away. When the generator sparks, another spark soon follows in the receiver. To prove that this is caused by an invisible wave traveling between the two devices, Hertz puts a mirror between them. He has to move the receiver in order to get it to spark again because the mirror reflects the wave onto a new path. He's even able to measure the speed of the wave, which turns out to be the speed of light. Hertz has discovered radio waves. Maxwell is vindicated. The rules of the game updated definitively. Light was an electromagnetic wave. And yet, something didn't quite fit. Light was only an electromagnetic wave sometimes. Remarkably, the very same experiment that provided
Hey, get off me that bullshit.
An electromagnetic wave would ultimately show it to be something.
Yeah, they're trying to hypnotize me again, give me blame someone else. And I kind of know it wasn't them. Unless it was. Could come to my house and steal my fucking shit. Show my beds afterwards.
Light. Later, experiments by other scientists, including Philip von Leonard, showed that electrons are expelled as a metal absorbs light.
Yeah, you will.
And hurts its spark.
No, you don't fucking come to my house and steal shit, dude. And I go sleep in my fucking park.
So they should have dislodged more electrons as they crashed into the metal. Yet von Leonard found that it was light waves that repeat more often. Those with a higher frequency and not intensity.
It was no, it wasn't. It was birds with money over here.
This became known as the photoelectric effect, and would
I was trying to point the fingers at the poor guy.
Revolution in the history of science.
At this point, it knows better than just walk in my fucking house, I hope, and fucking take my fucking tobacco.
An explanation would soon follow
You'd be fucking surprised sometimes.
Than Albert Einstein. Despite being famous for his theories of relativity,
bad fucking apples, huh?
It was this work on the photoelectric effect that would land him the Nobel Prize. For Einstein argued that light isn't a continuous wave at all, but a series of particles fired out like bullets. Particles that today we call photons.
Lock your door at night.
A photon has depends on the light's frequency.
It's officially like that.
And only photons with high frequencies have enough energy to dislodge an electron. It's similar to a boxing match. Lots of continuous, low-energy punches, too little. One sizable knockout blow is all it takes. This was a truly bizarre discovery.
Have I ever like that? No, never. Never. I can't. I don't even understand that.
The entire chess game was hideously outdated. Almost without exception, every rule would need to be rewritten.
Have I had something similar, kind of,
with
but not really.
startling revelations about the true nature of our reality, and even...
Try to walk in a couple places when I was going nuts. I'm like, wait, no, probably should not do that. I could get killed. Turns out.
We would find ourselves living in a totally different universe. But to start with, to begin unfolding the rules of this new game, physicists would have to figure out this simple mystery. Why does light come in packets?
Yeah, they did.
With set sizes?
Someone walked my house now and stole something from me. Literally. I think it might have been. Yeah, I think it might have been.
We're trying to prove ourselves wrong as quickly as possible, because only in that way can we... As night falls, Dotonbori ignites into a riot for the senses. The smell of Japanese street food wafts through the air as throngs of people bustle noisily between the crowded Osakan alleyways. But it is the kaleidoscope of color that hits you most. Everywhere you look, neon signs flood the streets with light, advertising king crab, octopus balls, and revolving sushi restaurants. And deep within these famous neon signs...
Fuck off, right? Yeah, you were going to bed, you kids, so fuck off. Someone broke your fucking house in the middle of the night and stole something.
Subatomic particles called electrons dart this way and that. Without them, the streets of Dotonbori would be dark. They are also the key to
You can get your fucking
photons.
guns ready.
Let's journey inside one of Dotonbori's red neon signs, which are filled with hydrogen gas.
And we get ready for fucking war.
To reach the individual atoms of hydrogen...
When you're trying to get some supplies and get the fuck out of here, and people are chasing you out with their emotions.
Around 83 million times narrower.
And someone just robbed my fucking house. Just now. Just now.
By the same amount, you could hold the planet in the palm of your hand. Hydrogen is the simplest atom in the universe, made of just two particles. A positively charged proton in the center with a negatively charged electron whizzing around it. Although far from a perfect analogy, it's similar to the Hitomi satellite orbiting the Earth. Indeed, this is how Danish physicist Niels Bohr pictured the hydrogen atom in 1913.
Yeah, I get it. I was trying to sleep too.
As the Bohr model. However, Bohr argued that the electron cannot inhabit just any orbit around the proton. Instead, electron orbits are like the food served in the Dotonbori streets. You can't buy a portion in any size you like.
All right, let's report it to the TSA. Call the cops. What are they going to do? What are they going to do?
Medium or large. Anything in between.
Get pissed off at me for bugging him.
In the Bohr model, electron orbits are similarly quantized, meaning only certain restricted quantities or sizes are allowed. These permitted orbits are called energy levels, and they are the secret behind Dotonbori's cacophony of color. If you pass an electric current through a gas, then you give its electrons an energy boost, which they use to jump up to a higher energy level. When they fall back down again, the energy they lose is spat out in the form of a photon. The energy of the photon is equal to the size of the gap between the energy levels. In turn, this governs the color of the light we see. Red light has the least energy.
There we go.
Red light, the most. If all orbits were possible, then we'd only see white light, as all the different colors from the myriad transitions blended together. Yet that is not what we see. If you take the light from glowing hydrogen gas and pass it through a device similar to a prism, then you reveal hydrogen's spectrum.
Thank you for built the
This
case.
part of the spectrum
So a recognizable
consists of
thing in the
just
back
four
of.
colored lines painted on a sea of black. These lines come from photons emitted when electrons drop down to the second energy level from the sixth, fifth, fourth,
Yeah, I'm under investigation,
and third
asshole. You shouldn't
energy
have robbed my
levels,
house.
respectively.
I can go back
The
fucking prison
blackness
up.
between the lines is a barren wasteland. It's devoid of light because the electron transitions needed to illuminate it simply don't
They're trying to
exist.
set up somebody, huh? And for that one.
This pattern is the
Seemingly,
calling
unless they
card
actually did it.
of the quantum atom. But of the four lines, the red one on the far right, known as H alpha, is significantly brighter than its neighbors. It easily drowns out the other three, and so the streets of Dotonbori are drenched in red. So far, so good. Not simple, but at least rational. By the 1920s, many of
So you're gonna rub everything
history's
out of here now?
physicists, from Max Planck,
Try it,
to
assholes.
Einstein, to
I just
Bohr,
messed with the
had
fucking
worked
NSA
on
about
this
it.
model of the atom, the result of following the implications of
You got a phone?
Einstein's photoelectric effect
Talking about
to
it?
their logical end.
Then they can hear you.
But of course, in Feynman's cosmic chess match, there is always some tiny, obscure move that blows a gaping hole in your theory. One innocuous observation
So I thought.
makes you
What I
realize
thought.
everything isn't quite
Yeah, this was a good
as it
response from that
seems.
direction. Was it?
This particular crash was especially minuscule.
What do you want me to say?
If you look
You want that
carefully
one?
at the
What are they
H
gonna do?
alpha line, you'll see that it isn't one line at all, but two.
That's what I'm talking about.
A doublet.
What are they gonna do for me?
These lines are almost imperceptibly
Nothing.
close together,
Get
separated
pissed
by
off.
a distance 250,000 times finer than a strand of spider silk. Physicists call this fine structure, and the Bohr model cannot explain it. Fine structure is itself the equivalent of a big neon sign, flashing with a warning. Theory incomplete. Once again, physicists were forced to return to the drawing board. And today, the solution to the fine structure
I have
model
fun right here.
lies on the other side of the world, in a place as popular with tourists as the street food stalls of Dotonbori, Westminster Abbey.
So I'll call him. Better not
Its
me.
imposing towers, Westminster Abbey is
No,
one
you're
of
trying
the
to get me
jewels
killed.
in London's crown. Kings and queens have been coronated within its walls for almost 1,000 years.
Put
It's
your phone down,
also the
motherfuckers. I'm going back to
birthplace
bed.
of many a British icon, from Dickens and Darwin to Kipling and Newton. And on the floor of
Someone
the
robbed my
abbey,
house again. It's
close
happened
to
many
the monument
times
to
now.
Newton, a plaque commemorates the life of arguably the greatest English physicist,
That's the first time I got something this that big since you guys been here.
Paul Adrian Maurice Dirac. Engraved on the plaque is the equation.
Don't wanna
that
kill
not
him?
only
Yeah, I kinda
represents
do.
the crescendo of Dirac's genius, but one that
Will I?
also
Likely
resolves
not.
the fine structure problem and explains
What likely
why
won't matter
each
because it's
alpha
happened
line
before.
is a double.
After someone fucked me like that.
The secret is a murky,
And they don't even always know it
mysterious
yet.
property of electrons called spin. We know that when an electrically charged particle moves, it produces a magnetic field. However, experiments show that electrons are actually producing
Why?
two separate
Because I'm
magnetic
under
fields,
investigation.
and so they must be moving in two different ways. An electron orbits around the atom.
There's been a lot of
and is
crazy
also
reports.
said to be
About what's
spinning.
happened this winter
So
time.
in a way, an electron is
summertime.
similar to the Earth.
And
which both
they've
spins
taken
on
it seriously
its
enough
axis and
because
orbits around the sun.
there has
Except
been some evidence now.
not quite. For in the case of electrons, spin is just an analogy. They would have to be spinning faster than the speed of light to account for their observed behavior. Nonetheless, physicists still use the word spin to refer to the source of the electron's second magnetic
Somewhere in time, at least, guys.
Fine structure results from these two magnetic fields interacting with each other. Like electron orbits and Dotonbori street food, spin is also quantized. Only certain quantities are allowed. The spin of the electron is 1/2, but this can be either positive or negative, so an electron can exist in one of two spin states.
Wow, huh?
Its spin is plus 1/2.
Wow,
Down, where its spin is minus 1/2. A spin up electron
that'll be fine.
creates a magnetic
Although no happen.
field that
We'll go
adds
fuck
to
up
the
pissed off
magnetic
first in the morning.
field generated by its orbital
Someone
motion,
fucking rob my house
lifting
again.
the electron up to a slightly higher energy level. The magnetic field created by a spin down electron works against.
I'm going back to bed tonight? Yeah, of course I am.
field,
Fucking tired.
relegating the electron to a very slightly lower energy level.
They just haven't killed him asleep.
So the
They
two
might. Yeah, they
closely
might.
spaced H-alpha lines in the hydrogen spectrum are produced by electrons dropping down from these marginally different energy levels. Dirac's brilliance was to bring together several breakthroughs in
Oh, you hate people have to enjoy themselves at all, ever?
in order to explain the weirdness
Well, you doing what?
of spin. In
Eating fat
1926,
and hog.
Erwin Schrödinger published his famous Schrödinger equation. Just as a light can act as both a particle and a wave, so can electrons. The Schrödinger equation describes the behavior of these electron waves. Dirac also folded in Einstein's special theory of relativity, which describes how objects behave when they move at high speeds. The result? When Dirac published his own equation in 1928, the one engraved on the plaque in Westminster Abbey, showed that spin becomes an inevitable property of the electron once you treat it as a relativistic quantum wave.
I know you're there.
The Bohr model that describes electrons as like orbiting planets is consigned to the growing scrap.
Of course, someone will come in. That'll make me feel guilty. Through going through. Yep, the worst phase of my life.
And particles.
And the best phase of my life.
At the same time.
The last of my life.
The fine structure
what's that?
crack had opened up and consumed the atom whole. But the best scientific theories don't just explain something we already know. They also predict something that we don't. Not the particles it's describing have positive
We'll see.
and negative energy.
Well, someone just robbed my house. Like, yeah, just like 10 minutes.
Electron, but with the opposite
Green light in the alley.
charge. A particle of antimatter.
So you know.
And just 4 years after Dirac published his equation, the positron was indeed found by Carl Anderson. Compared to the Bohr model, the Dirac equation was certainly a more comprehensive set of rules for how the game of subatomic chess works. But by this point, physicists had understandably become wary of closing the rulebook.
No, old Bill bag of tobacco. Yeah, big old bag of tobacco.
For as they would soon discover, there were yet two more minuscule moves in a strange corner of the board that were not covered by Dirac's rules.
Hey, you just pick up any random fucking Twitter out here and I kind of fucking know it,
both
too.
were announced at the very same conference in 1947. During the Second World War, many of the leading lights in physics were repurposed to develop military.
Why going on one? Because they're trying to set us all up, and I know it.
Bombs. The Shelter Island Conference, held near Long Island in New York, was a chance to refocus on compiling the ultimate rulebook of the universe. The wonderfully named Polycarp Bush announced his
someone robbed my house. I see a green light in the alley.
Called its magnetic dipole moment. His answer disagreed with a prediction by Dirac, suggesting that there was still something far deeper and more mysterious at play.
Tell me not to go to bed,
To
right?
explain this, let's return to our bar magnet. It has two poles, north and south, making it a dipole. If you place the bar magnet inside another magnetic field, then it will try to align with that field, like a compass needle swinging to point north. The magnetic dipole moment is a measure of the strength of this interaction. The spin of an electron generates a magnetic field, and so it is like a tiny dipole magnet. But the question is, how strong is its magnetic dipole moment? If you don't treat an electron as a quantum particle and assume that it is a small sphere that's actually rotating, you get the wrong answer. The real value of the magnetic dipole measured by Cush is about twice as big. This difference between the quantum and non-quantum answers is called the G-factor. The Dirac equation correctly treats the electron as a quantum object, and it predicts that the G factor should be exactly 2. However, Cush's measurements said otherwise.
Well, you're gonna go back home. Live around here too.
00238. This seemingly trivial difference became known as the electron's anomalous magnetic dipole moment. It was yet another neon sign illuminating our ignorance, an unexplained gambit in the chess game of the gods. But that was not the biggest shock at Shelter Island.
That's all they want to know. Taran, what's your part in this? I don't have a fucking part in this.
The war had seen
bad fucking luck, seemingly,
in microwave technology, and in his
a lot of fucking liars, turns out.
Willis Lamb had seen hydrogen atoms spitting out microwave photons that simply shouldn't exist. According to the Dirac equation, 2 of the energy levels within the hydrogen atom should coincide. Instead, Lamb realized that they diverge by just 1 part in a million.
Give me where?
Give me up what? Between them, they produce the microwave photons Lamb saw. This unexpected energy level split became known.
No, toxicology means before you ever talk your shit again. I keep saying that out loud.
That it was the smallest of measurements with the biggest of ramifications. Cush and Lamb's work would not only land them a share of the 1955 Nobel Prize, it would press physicists into extending Dirac's equation into what would become the most accurate and exquisitely tested theory in the history of physics. It would unite all we knew about the electromagnetic field and the quantum atom together into a single theory. But with this realization, we'd be forced to accept a truly bizarre new reality.
What's your fucking excuse now, fuckers? We're out my house. Like me. And then blame the kids down the street.
Quantum mechanics describes nature as absurd from the point of view of common sense, and yet it fully agrees.
How they're trying to do.
So
not fucking stupid.
Nature as she is absurd. For the physicist Andre Geim, it was just another Friday night in the lab. For the frog, it must have felt like it had been
frame us all in
into orbit. It hovers in.
And get the one guy who's actually aware of it.
Astronaut doing somersaults.
Killed.
Geim dedicates 10% of his time to these seemingly outlandish experiments, along with the.
Everyone gets framed in.
Levitate plants, fish, and even a mouse using strong magnets. His efforts would
into their house or into his fucking box somewhere.
A satirical alternative to the Nobel Prize aimed at recognizing unusual or trivial scientific achievements.
Then you got to enjoy the wilderness, all their money.
The whimsical nature of Geim's
shoot up the bullets.
You have a lot
they can afford, you
common
can't.
With his levitating creatures than you may think. It might seem like you are currently touching the chair you're sitting on, or the.
It doesn't matter if they make $100,000 a year. No, they make like $1 million.
But very simply, you aren't. You are instead floating.
Now I'm getting pissed off.
When you walk, you are not in contact with the ground at all. Instead, you are standing on a swarm.
Because they've been actually fucking me for a long fucking time, and a long fucking time, and a long fucking time. And they're not even that good. I've seen some way more mystical shit out there. I'm gonna fucking green light too.
The God's game of chess. To quote physicist Frank Wilczek, what you see isn't what you get.
But trust me, I've seen a lot of green ones. It's like that. And laser lights too. When I'm way out there.
You're all levitating like Geim's frog is the only
right on my chest and forehead.
Seemingly tiny inconsistencies.
Before I teleported last time, yeah.
The smallest of
they got like that too.
Of consequences. It turned out that the Dirac equation failed to account for.
I actually managed to get my ship for me one time.
Although it treated the electron as a quantum object, it still described the electromagnetic field in the way.
Of course, they are. Can try to get the rest of tonight.
Back in the 19th century. Instead, the electromagnetic field also needed to be quantized. It had to be treated as a quantum field, with all the mind-bending consequences that would entail. And so, along with other physicists, in the years following his breakthrough equation, Dirac began to develop a very bizarre vision for our.
They can get in trouble, so they'll lie and lie and lie and lie and lie like they fucking do. Every time they tell a lie, they both. I can conclude with every lie I fucking told.
The electromagnetic field is represented by a string. Pluck the string, and you.
Everyone just keep fucking lying and lying and lying and building past in the past lies. See, remember past lies, better remember the truth. Better than remember the truth. Often. The accent's because I have brain damage.
Vibration, then nothing happens.
It's easier to
is
do.
the name for the
No
smallest
offense.
possible vibration of an electromagnetic field. A photon. Photons and electrons therefore aren't particles embedded in a field, they are the field. Photons are vibrations of the electromagnetic field, and an electron is the smallest possible vibration of a separate electron field. These fields are fundamental, fill the universe, and exist whether a vibration, what we call a particle, is there or not. Here's another way to picture it. Imagine that a field is made up of a grid of tiles, each one connected to a spring. Initially, the field is completely
Well, guess what?
stationary.
No, that wasn't that. That was that, and I know that. But you have seen out there. You know what you're doing?
Yet if you pull up one of the tiles,
You're playing with
effect
fucking
injecting
fire,
energy
retards.
into a small part of the field, you can set one of the springs oscillating up and down. This localized vibration of a field is what we see as a particle. Crucially, though, the spring has some resistance. If you don't pull on the tile,
Made it really obvious the green light
budge.
that someone was straight up stealing my tobacco to everyone else, right?
To create a particle. You can increase the size of the oscillation by injecting more energy, but in the case of quantum fields, only vibrations of set, predetermined sizes are allowed. Hence why electrons need a certain amount of energy to jump to a higher orbital. Vibrations within quantum fields only come in multiples of the smallest possible vibration. Anything in between is forbidden. As well as this, vibrations in one quantum field can be transferred to another. When physicists say that an electron drops down an energy level, like in the Dotonbori lights, what they really mean is that a localized vibration in the electron field vibrates less. This lost energy is transferred to the electromagnetic field, creating a localized vibration there that we call a photon. Picturing this process using particles is perhaps easier to wrap your head around, but there aren't actually any particles involved at all. It is all just vibrating fields interacting with one another. The idea of particles as mere vibrations is known as quantum field theory, and it also explains the antimatter first predicted by Dirac. An electron is a vibration of the electron field, but its antimatter partner,
I told you to rob my house.
is a vibration of the same field in the opposite direction, the equivalent of pulling the tile down instead of up. That's why the two so-called particles have identical properties, save for their opposite electric charges.
No, I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. It's recorded in here. In more places than just my fucking computer, you fucking retards. Turns out.
Their energy is transferred to the electromagnetic field, which vibrates to create two photons. This is called annihilation. The reverse can also happen when a photon's energy is transferred to the electron field to create an electron-positron pair. Unsurprisingly, this process is called
Right. And they walked down my fucking house. Someone must have walked in my alley.
Came up with the name for this theory of how light
The green fucking light shining at my fucking window. Saying we're not guilty, are we?
Quantum electrodynamics, or QE.
I don't know. Someone robbed my house from the front. What are you doing back there?
How do these quantum fields explain Cush's anomalous measurement of the electron's magnetic dipole moment?
You know what I mean yet?
Shift? And where do the ghostly particles
947 that clock, Garfield.
The answer would come from physicist Julian Schwinger.
Yep.
Born in New York
10.7 that one.
1918, Schwinger fell in love with physics during a lecture by Dirac that he attended
I'm crazy or not?
14 years old. By 16,
Clearly not,
he
right?
enrolled as an undergraduate at the City College of New York. Clearly a precocious talent, legendary physicist.
So clearly I'm getting killed, right?
Of a 17-year-old Schwinger. His knowledge of quantum electrodynamics is certainly equal.
And clearly I'm not scared of fucking wit, am I?
I can't understand how he could acquire
Piss
that
the
knowledge
fuck off.
in less than 2 years.
Take y'all that fucking long. You still, most of y'all still miss the fucking evidence,
between
huh?
light and electrons through quantum fields. Those fields must also be
That's not evidence for me,
subject to all
man.
the rules of the counterintuitive.
Because you not know it yet?
World, and that includes the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle is a loan agreement with the universe. It says that you can borrow energy from empty space as long as you pay it back again within a certain amount
I've
of
seen you
time.
fuckers out in the woods. Look at me several times. And several times, several times.
To pay it back. This borrowed energy can pull up a tile and vibrate a quantum field to create a particle. But then that vibration
You even fucking
disappears
take
again
shots at me.
once the energy debt is repaid. Physicists refer to these ghostly vibrations as virtual particles. It means that an electron is never really alone. The electromagnetic field around it is constantly vibrating with borrowed energy, creating a swarm of virtual photons that flit in and out.
See,
of
some people point the guns at me.
Sometimes
No, I'm
the
talking
virtual photons exist for long enough that they undergo pair production to produce virtual electron-positron pairs, but they also soon disappear. Before they vanish, these poltergeist particles buffet the real electron into a slightly different energy level inside the hydrogen atom, which is exactly what Willis Lamb had observed. They also influence the electron's magnetic interactions, explaining why Cush's measured G factor was slightly higher.
I know they've actually got my whole bag in the back of the floor. Good for them. Good for them.
The electromagnetic field
There's a pan of still scared bitches, I can tell.
In the years since, physicists have measured the magnetic dipole moment of the electron to an unbelievable level of accuracy. According to QED, the electron G factor should have a value of 2.0023193043552. In February 2023,
Check it out. I've seen the best you guys got as far as the hoaxing goes. It wasn't that fucking good.
Ever made. Their answer? 2.0023193043612. Correct to about 1 part in a trillion, making QED the most accurately tested theory in the history of physics. It's the same as measuring the distance to the moon to within less than the width of a human hair. Without the presence of virtual particles, the G factor would be exactly 2.
Even guilty trying to prank me while someone's actually robbing my fucking house, dude. It's conspiracy as far as I'm concerned. Conspiracy what? To commit murder and torture. Yeah. And kidnapping. Yeah. They really missed that green light back there? How? Whatever, the NSA knows. Yeah, I know they do. So I believe they got a little too involved early on. Then someone would have tried to frame me in big time already. And try to get golf from me illegally. Likely around here. Seemingly. Yeah, I know what happens. Turns out. Comments, I think? No, not necessarily, but yeah, it does. Call my fucker right fucking now, and right fucking now, and right fucking now. Assuming won't believe me. My brother Chris never believes anything I fucking say, even if he claims he's been like that before. But seemingly you just want a little bitch about it. Hey, Garfield, think your dad gets outside and dance till these fuckers up? That I'm not scared of my wit? They can't even fucking kill me? Well, I got a bag of tobacco from me. Good for you guys. The best they've done so far. That didn't drive me fucking crazy for a few weeks. I remember that too. The rest has been basically true. They've already killed me before, so I'm not scared of the fuckers at all, seemingly. They're just fucking annoying, and they kind of know it too. And never stole a bag of tobacco from my house, really. Is gonna go to prison, I know it, right? That was a burglary. Burglary too. No matter whose house it is. Why don't I report the cops? Because they don't know where to go and where to pursue. So in a way, I'm just wasting their time. But that's a good enough report. Is it an emergency? Kind of. What are they gonna do? Hang out? Probably not. Probably not. So, I call the cops only typically on myself when I need to. When I'm becoming harm to, a danger to myself or others, that's when I call the cops. Right now, no, I'm safe, but pissed off. Because you're working for the fucking devil, and I know it now. See, I kind of heard this story somewhere in time. My bugger was like 10,000 years old. Even though and even if. Now I'm sitting here going, okay, well, that was obvious and that was obvious. So what about the rest of the story? It gets fucking wild. No, it gets fucking wild and it gets fucking wild. See the living light show back there? Don't mean shit to me, bro. Don't mean shit to me is get my shit stolen. If you're just using that to confirm something, I don't know what that was about. Look like a green light to me. You know what I mean? A green light, that's go time. No, it's go time. Like a signal, all right?
Hello?
Are you sleeping? My bad.
What's that?
I said, were you asleep? My bad.
Yeah, I'm Susan. I call you in the morning?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, love you. I'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right, Lieutenant.
All right, bye.
You know what I mean? See, it's so fucking ridiculous. Who don't even call to believe me? You know what I mean? When they're just pulling shit and 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 pulling shit. Everyone's like, Terrence is crazy, right? Terrence is crazy, right? Terrence is crazy, right? It's like, no, Terrence not fucking crazy. See me, you fucking ghosts and fucking goblins, dude. When I'm dealing with this shit and dealing with that shit too, that's very physical, and you guys don't even realize you're dead, and you're sitting here trying to tell me what to fucking do all the time. Meanwhile, someone's stealing my shit, shining lights in my fucking window. And the one who's shining lights in the window doesn't necessarily believe that someone stole my shit, just not necessarily, because he didn't see him go in my house. I'm like, too fucking bad, right? It's gone. Anyways, so what next? What next is I turn on this fucking light and check in this fucking room real quick. Just fucking case. I figured Garfield would have noticed, right? Oh, Mara? Is that Mara? Oh, is that your next explanation, you fucking retards? Hallucination, illusion? No. Brain chemistry that make fucking your stuff disappear sometimes? Hypnosis, let's make a shit vanish. Into thin air, seemingly, right? You can? Couple things. Slick robbers, mostly, yeah, and ghosts. What's more likely in my case? Slick robbers, actually. Because ghosts, they can just hang out with me. Pretty much, but they keep trying to control me. And I'm fucking tired. Maybe Marley goes to the slick robbers, turns out fucked me the first time and got killed for it. Well, I got some science for me, you fucking retard. By people's metrics, I'm fucking retarded, so whatever. That's what it is. Yeah, I'm actually trying to kill him. I'm actually trying to drive him crazy. He's looking for tobacco because it doesn't make sense. But if I left by the door, I guess so be it. But not even so be it, dude. Because they're going to be pissed and they might not even believe me. But if I'm really fucking serious, I'm dead serious right now. I can walk the store. My ID, that was stolen too. And my ID was stolen too. So. But some of the same fucking people. They don't always believe me. But I know some of them have. Because they don't believe each other when they say, I've done this too, right? Fucking Taran Miller like this. Fucking idiots. Rabbit hole you not want to fucking crawl down. That works for me, dude. If you're actually fucking like that. What, someone's struggling like this, and I go, I'm gonna go rob his house. I'm gonna go shine a green light in his fucking window now. Damnation. Yep, 10-9 Garfield. He doesn't seem that freaked out to me. Weirdly enough. I'm saying they just missed the green light. If they had seen the green light in the alley, they wouldn't be pissed off at me. They'd be scared for maybe theirs. You know what I mean? Now I'm looking for something that I actually had someone gift me, actually, in a way. Which I had, like, the whole thing fucking left still. It would have lasted me, like, a month. But someone just stole it like that. It'll last them, like, a day. I don't even know if they'll live the whole fucking day. Fucking the wrong spirits, mister. Missy, too. All right, Garfield. Yep. Told you, humans are disgusting. No, they're fucking disgusting. And selfish often, yeah. The birds are like, fuck, man, you're getting fucking destroyed. That fucking sucks, man. I like this man. And his tobacco smelled really good to me. Well, I seemed like the fact that the birds were starting to get enjoying his thing and hanging out in his window and getting really close to him when he's sitting on the porch. Even though he's got a cat with him, and they're singing along, and he makes the wind blow every time he stands up and dances really well. Even though he's supposed to be fucking retarded because we poisoned him like 47,000 times now. We just have to take a step farther and see if we can get him going on the streets. It's always that addicted to tobacco. It turns out he's just going, yeah, I guess get some more. He's not fucking actually retarded. And, like, hopefully they're not actually retarded. Like, dude, someone actually broke my fucking house last night, took my tobacco out, fucking front table, forgot to lock the door. And they actually came and stole it because they thought that, like, you know what I mean? Give me around my house, make me look like a fucking retard so they can chase me on their dogs or something. They're not fucking retarded, dude. Already done this before. Did you? Yeah. They did. They did. Assuming no one else did. Why? See, I've done this before and found my stuff before. But not this time. I don't think so. The big golden bag. It's in my hands. Tired of looking for it. That's what does it too. So all you fucking, these guys, you're going to hell. You trying to trick me. On purpose, and I set it up ahead of time. I'm going all enlightened and shit. I'm tired. I don't play the tricks of spirits and all that bullshit. When they're just working with the enemy, because I'm white and I know it. Isn't that crazy? Well, if I was black, probably just as bad. Probably just bad. Maybe worse. So, who fucking knows, right? In America. Anymore. Yeah, I'm poor, and I know it. What if I was East Asian descent? Yeah, I would have had better help with those ghosts that I just fucking got pissed off at. So I just brought a few of them back. So gone. Yeah, seemingly it's gone. That's annoying, right? Like, fuck. I knew I left it out. Better go get it before it's gone. You get up and it's gone. And you're like, no fucking way, right? But it's happened partially, but never all the way. And now it's when it's shining lights your house. You're like, oh wow, nope, they're trying to kill me again. Where before they had before. And I fucking know it. No, I'm not. Not on drugs. At all. This is how normal people act when they're under this kind of pressure, turns out. A lot more pressure than you would think. Because they're not trying to shoot me anymore. They're trying to capture me. Got the whole fucking team here because I called them all out. Took them a while to get fucking all the fucking arrayed. I kind of know it.
We can kill him. He does not think it. He kind of knows otherwise. Come try. I mean it. Now come try. I really mean it. If you think you can lose my shit, those night, we'll turn up again. We'll turn in the middle of the night. I fucking got this stuff. It has important. Yeah, it has. Seemingly, right? You grab those for a second. For a second.
You want to get the fucker? Yeah, basically almost a psychic. Yeah, I kind of know it. Identity's hard. You barely have a soul. I kind of know it. I can feel your face, though. You know what I mean? Stop looking for it. It fucking vanished, guys. I'm not worried about it. Garfield, you still there? Yeah. I'm more worried about him. Of course you're going to be pissed. I'm pissed. No, I'm fucking pissed. People do not believe me. And it could happen to them next, and they do not give a fuck. Maybe what happens to people around here, they might have blamed me or my friend at one point. So fuck you guys. Not all you guys, though. My bad. 11:22, Garfield. If there weren't kids right next there, yeah, I wouldn't feel guilty at all. Someone at least broke my fucking house. But since there are, I still did a little bit. Now, quite a bit, but I can't because they're literally trying to fucking kill me. So the rest of it, guys, I don't die. Not easy. One of the coolest stories you've ever been privy to, I believe. Because I don't lose, but I don't get kicked. I know.
Keep all your passwords safe.
I know for a fact they were just about your passwords. I'm still going back to fucking bed because I'm not scared of these fucking things at all.
fellow seekers of the infinite not the skies and one maps, but the law of pulsating volts God's lead, nurture, rule, and illuminate. The heaven that made Plato tremble, wrestling with a universe too wide for his pure forms, easily clearing the darkness as he paints a castration holy, slyly turning the titans of the sea, orphan initiates chanting the sky and movement, Egyptian priests tracing stars on the goddess of skill, Mesopotamian scribes etching a throne northern Sicily, Zoroaster gazing in the bronze light to find wisdom itself, and Vedic poets pleading with the judge who owns the universe in silence. We will explore everything that categorize these and all things and stories. They are the psyche's seismic fractures and bondings, the magnificent architects, the echoes of the truth too vast, too volatile for our timid age to comprehend. But such apprehension is irrelevant to their factuality, their existence, their influence over millennia and countless societies that have passed and will follow. Welcome to Irrevelata, where the veil is torn, and the secrets you deserve to know are offered on a silver platter. I am the torchbearer, diving fearlessly into the texts that forged consciousness. Plato's dialogues, Hesiod's theogony, Homer's Iliad, Orphic hymns, Egyptian scribes, Mesopotamian tablets, Avestan chants, and the Greek Epic. I present to you these texts because they have been treated too long as dusty relics under the weight of modernity, because they are living currents and vibrations meant in the wire of soul. At Irrevelata, we confront luminaries and gods, Plato's anxious brilliance, Nietzsche's hammer, Young's David, and the deities of shape and stone.
Set me in every fucking way they can.
It is impossible for me to assure you.
Let me know they can. Like, we'll go for you guys.
Too scared to face its own challenge, too distracted to claim its verdict. Either way, I invite you to take a seat and follow me. In this odyssey, we'll chase the heavens through their many hosts. From Uranus' bloody fall to that scarring embrace, from Anu's empty crown to Ahura Mazda's radiant wisdom, to Maruna's we'll map a cosmos that shifts from violence to war, chaos to clarity. Each section is a detonation, building on the last spanning millennia and cultures. We'll wield Plato's Cratinus and Republic, Hesiod's primal law, Homer's sly oration, Orphic mysticism, Egyptian hymns, Babylonian epics, Zoroastrian gathas and Vedic hymns, every quaker example, every insight in our mission. This is philosophy with a hammer, theology that pulses with blood, and dare to see the sky not as a river, but as a mirror of your deepest struggle. My love. Streams flickering, lies fragmenting, the culture sedating you with reality. But you feel it, don't you? That ache for something whole, something true. The heavens have whispered to humanity since we first looked up, and their voices still echo within. Uranus' groan, Nut's lullaby, Anu's decree, Ahura Mazda's light, Varuna's verdict. Irrevelata is your laughter, stripping away the veils to reveal the cosmic intimates of power, creation, and consciousness. This is not for the faint-hearted. It's a storm that will overwhelm you. Paradoxes that will claw at your certainties until they crack. If you seek comfort, turn out. If you crave truth, step into the abyss with me. This is your call to God. Subscribe to join our tribe of fearless seekers. Activate the notifications to catch every revelation. Share this fire with those ready to break their chains. And please dare to share your comments because they are fuel for our collective awakening. Together, we're not just unearthing the past, we're igniting the future of consciousness, one soul at a time, one moment at a time. And some moments later, you'll discover that we are millions, even billions. We're here for a reason. Descendants of Plato, Nietzsche, Rome, and God's angel. See, clear, master. The wisdom of the scales of yours to see is no longer different. Irrevelata is no dare. It's a dare to kiss the infinite, to wrestle the unknown with your fears. The heavens are locked, and they will not wait for long. Let's go.
Christian Hansen and Noble Science. Now, we are all Novonessus. Novonessus means a new beginning. And we are here to better our world with biology across more than 30 different industries. Our biosolutions are used by more than
And now I'm going back to fucking bed.
every
The
day.
fancy ass bitch.
At Novonessus, we know there is a biosolution for almost everything.
Plato was always torn between his love of intellectual exploration and his terror of where such exploration might lead the evolution. In the Cratos, he offers us a charmingly sanitized etymology of Uranus. Uranus, rightly so called,
And did people notice? Didn't notice the shit was gone when this crazy.
is the way to have
I'm not even fucking crazy.
the name Uranus is therefore correct, writes Plato in Cratos. How convenient that the sky god's name should convey philosophical contemplation rather than say the lusty primordial being who would soon find himself in the wrong end of the cosmic sector. This dialogue, madly speculates on etymologies. Madly is precisely the right word, as Plato performs remarkable intellectual gymnastics to align the god's names with his philosophical agenda. One can almost
Yeah, no, nice like that. I can be nice like that when I want to try to help out directly from being fucking evil
as he attempts to transform the unruly
for other people.
into respectable pedagogical opportunities. Looking upward leads to a pure mind, he insists, while carefully avoiding any mention of this particular step of looking down much more lustily into the whole world. When forced to confront Hesiod's explicit account of the Republic, Plato's philosophical conclusion cracks his own. First of all, I say, there was that greatest of all lies in high places, which the poet told about Uranus, and which was a bad lie too. I mean what Hesiod says that Uranus did, and how Cronus retaliated. The doings of Cronus, and the sufferings which in turn the son inflicted upon him, even if they were true, ought certainly not to be lightly told in one of the places. If possible, were effectively buried in silence. Even if they were true, Plato, the master of philosophical satire, the father of legal lies, suddenly finds himself in the uncomfortable position of neither being able to confirm nor deny divine expression. His solution, an elaborate system of censorship wrapped in philosophical justification. But if there is an absolute necessity for damnation, the chosen few might be on their list, and they should sacrifice not the common way to sympathy, but some huge and unforgivable victim. And then the number of the heroes will be very few indeed. Here lies Plato's exquisite solution, demanding an unprocurable victim. It's rather like a modern parent telling a child they can have a play with the biggest fun. It's not an outright no, but the condition to ensure the outcome is the same. One imagines Plato with a satisfying smile as he concocts this rhetorical trap, a philosopher's virtue, where hell freezes over. However, his concerns about these stories are closely tied to his original project. Those stories are extremely objectionable. They are stories not to be repeated in history. The young man should not be told that in meeting with logical problems, he is far from doing anything about them. And that even if he chastises his father when he does wrong, in whatever manner, he will only be following the example of the first and greatest among the gods. The poor man must have had night terrors imagining Athens overtaken by a divine sanctioned patricide. One wonders if he lay awake at night, staring at the ceiling, tortured by visions of young barbarians brandishing sickles against their fathers, all shouting Chronos came first. Plato's fear extends beyond specific acts to the entire concept of divine punishment. Michael, if we mean our future guardians to regard the habit of quarreling among themselves as of all things the basis, should any word be said to them of the wars of heaven and of the plots and fightings of the gods against one another, that they are not true? They are not. A fascinating claim from the man who elsewhere argues that poetry's thrice removed country is an imitation of appearance. Here, Plato, as a philosophical sense makes his false representations. He outright declares their falsity with the certainty of the universe. One When you were Cato, did you witness the original style of applications to contradict Hesiod's confirmation? His concern about allegorical interpretation is particularly telling. For a young person cannot judge what is allegorical and what is literal. Anything that he receives into his mind is likely to become irrelevant and unalterable. And therefore it is most important that the tales which the young first read should be models of virtue stories. The irony here is exquisite. Plato, who built his entire philosophical system on allegorical devices of the cave and the divine volume, suddenly becomes skeptical of allegorical interpretation that it might redeem the myths and fantasy distasteful. The philosopher who asks us to see beyond appearances to true forms can't dispute to see beyond mutual illustration to deeper meanings. Plato's elaborate descriptions, mystery cults, impossible sacrifices, chosen circles and missions, reveal his profound abilities. He knows these stories hold power he cannot fully dismiss, yet fears that power like one might feel a lightning rod from Zeus himself. His solution? Create such an elaborate labyrinth of prerequisites that accessing these stories becomes practically impossible without abandoning the design. The great paradox is that Plato himself was clearly shaped by these very myths he wished to illustrate. His entire philosophical project can be read as a response to and transformation of the mythological tradition he built. Without Hesiod's communication, would Plato's upward looking Uranus ever have been conceived? History delivers its verdict with a certain malicious irony, while Plato's republic remains unrealized. Hesiod's tales of divine castration, cosmic birth, and generational conflict continue to captivate imaginations and inspire creative works millennia later. Perhaps the unprocurable victim Plato believed was in the end the death of his myths themselves, the sacrifice the fates themselves refused to grant. So we find ourselves in a curious position, indebted to Plato for his philosophical theories, while gently chuckling at his sensorial result. The philosopher who urged us to leave the capital and face reality couldn't quite face the raw rooted reality of the world. Perhaps that's the greatest irony of all, that heaven itself can be Plato revered as philosophical theories.
This is why I come back and started doors after they voted about you.
Isn't it curious how the most profound truths often begin with the most disturbing stories? Hesiod's theogony introduces us to Uranus, now called heaven, and yes, the personification of heaven itself. One would think it is like a serene and living space, an oasis of light and truth, and exuberant and luxurious life. Then the Hesiod promises us dramatic tales. He has appetites, cruelties, and ultimately vulnerabilities that make him also human. In Works and Days, Hesiod warns that when you come upon the burning sacrifice, do not make a mock of mysteries, for heaven's angry exhausted. Then in another way, Hesiod writes, heaven has an inventive eye, and surely the cosmic gods will function, and not prejudice. No wonder Plato found himself so troubled by these things. Hesiod was always telling the present. From the very start of the theogony, the framing of the cosmogonic talent, like even the very stars reach for their apex. And earth first bare slowly, equal in itself, to cover the very sun, and to be an ever shorter watching the house for its light. And she brought forth long pillars, graceful birds and wise nymphs, who dwell amongst the gems of the earth. She bare also fruits deep as raging summer waters, with sweet moon. And afterwards she made the bigger and bare reefs of Irish flowers, Lewis and Felix and Alphaeum and Dialectus, Thea and Wheat, Themis and Minnesota, gold triple feet and white tips. After that was brought the birds for violet wings, the most terrible of the heaven. He hated existence. And in each life, earth gives birth to heaven, making him the sun, and then proceeds to lay the seat later, pacing anxiously in his chair. When he heard Frankenstein's primordial, evil scenario of his vision of heaven was represented face over himself. Looking upward takes on quite a different meaning when you consider that it marks his essential occasion of his interpretation. The divine family dynamic only grows more troubled as the narrative progresses. Hesiod reveals Uranus as the original abusive patriarch rather than a benevolent character. And again, Gaia, there the Cyclones, overbearing in spirit, monkeys, Scirocles, stubborn Michelangels, who gave Zeus the thunder and made the thunder. In all else they were like the gods, but one only were set in the midst of their forms, and they were surnamed Cyclones, or Gaia, because one forked arm was set in their forms. Strength and might and craft were in their works, and again, three other sons were born, great and heaven. Great and that of the Alexander, Compass and Boreas and Brides, presumptuous children. From their shoulders sprang 100 arms, not to be hurt, and each had 50 heads upon their shoulders on their strong limbs, and irresistible was the solid strength that was in their great forms. For of all the children that were born of earth and heaven, these were most terrible, and they were hated by their own father from the first. And he used to hide them all away in a secret place of earth, so soon as each was born, and would not suffer them to come up into the light, and heaven rejoiced at his evil deed. What exquisite darkness in that final hour! Uranus imprisons his monstrous offspring, and he literally rejoices in his evil deed. The vault of heaven, which Plato would have us contemplate the philosophical enlightenment, turns out to harbor sadistic pleasure and cruelty. No wonder Plato referred to the sad and etymological interpretation of chaos, connecting Uranus with looking up and pure love. The gap between these two visions of heaven could hardly be wider. Then comes the passage that made Plato reach for his great point, the moment that would launch 1,000 psychoanalytic theories in one year later. The castration of Uranus stands as perhaps the most visceral scene in all of Greek cosmogony. That vast earth groaned within her being strengthened, and she thought a crafty and an evil mind. Forthwith she made the element of great flame and shaped a great sickle, and told her plan to her dear sons. And she spoke, jeering them, while she was vexed in her dear heart. My children, gotten of a sinful father, if you will obey me, you should punish the vile outrage of your father, for he first thought of being shameful prince. So she said, but fear seized them all, and none of them uttered a word. But great Kronos the mighty took courage and answered with fear not. Mother, I will undertake to do this deed, for I reverence not our father of evil name, for he first thought of being shameful prince. So he said, and vast earth rejoiced greatly in spirit, and set and hid him in ambush, and put in his hands a jagged sickle, and revealed to him the whole plot. And heaven came, bringing on night and longing for night, and he lay upon earth, spreading himself forth on her. Then the sun from his ambush stretched forth his left hand, and in his right took the great long sickle with jagged teeth, and swiftly lopped off his own father's members, and cast them away to fall to him. The imagery here is extremely intimate and fine. Uranus approaches Earth, bringing on night and longing for night. A surprisingly tender portrayal of desire just moments before his new finish. The ambush occurs during the most vulnerable acts, with Kronos hidden beneath his mother's skirt, so to speak, waiting for the moment when his father is most exposed. It's a primal scene of generational violence that persisted through the entire mythic structure of Greek thought. Plato, with his philosophical project of directing souls to the rational contemplation of eternal forms, must have shuddered at the thought of young Athenians absorbing this theme. How could one contemplate the starry heavens with philosophical serenity after picturing this scene? How could patricide not seem somehow cosmically sanctioned? Yet what makes Greek myth so enduringly fascinating is not the violence itself, but how creative force emerges from this structure. Out of this brutal castration comes one of mythology's most sublime images, and not vainly do they flow from his hand. For all the bloody drops that gushed forth from the ceiling, and as the seasons moved round, she bared the strong Lemurians and great giants with gleaming armor, holding long spears in their hands, and the nymphs whom they call Melia, all over the boundless earth. And so soon as he had cut off the members with flint and cast them from the land into the surging sea. They were swept away and remained a long time. And the white foam spread around them from the immortal flesh, and in it they grew near. First she drew near holy city, and from there, afterwards, she gave the sea bird signs, and came forth from off the lonely gods, and grass grew up like her beneath her shapely feet. Her gods and men called off ignited, and the foam around her some rich crowns of the wheel, because she grew above the foam, and so the wheel, because she reached to fill. And Zipotimus, because she was born in billowy Cyprus, and Pygmeus, because she sprang from the mountains. The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite herself, now called Pygmeus, emerges from dismembered divine genitals floating in sea. Could any image better capture the mysterious entanglement of violence and creativity, horror and beauty characterizes Greek myth? Botticelli's serene birth of Venus barely references the visceral origins Hesiod describes. Beauty is not separate from violence in this world view, but emerges from every form. With exquisite mythic wonder, the son who castrated his father for his cruelty becomes equally monstrous in his own way. The wheel was subject in love to Kronos and bears splendid children, Hestia, Demeter, and gold-shod Hera, and strong Hades, pitiless in heart, who dwells under the earth, and the loud crashing earth-shaking, and wise Zeus, father of gods and men, by whose thunder the wide earth is shaken. These great criminals swallowed, as each came forth from the womb of his mother's knees with this intent, that no other of the proud sons of heaven should hold the kingly office amongst the deathless gods. For he learned from earth and starry heaven that he was destined to be overcome by his own son, strong though he was, through the contriving of great Zeus. The revolutionary becomes the tyrant, a pattern as old as time itself, and therefore as Kronos himself. Kronos, having witnessed the prophecy of his father's overthrow fulfilled by his own hand, attempts to outmaneuver fate by consuming his children. The imagery shifts from imprisonment inside earth to imprisonment inside the divine body itself. Uranus kept his children from seeing the light. Kronos ensures they never see anything again. Zeus eventually breaks the cycle, at least partially, and he set free from their deadly bonds the brothers of his father, sons of heaven whom his father in his foolishness had found. And they remembered to be grateful to him for his kindness, and gave him thunder and the burning thunderbolt and lightning. For before that, huge earth was hidden wonders, and then contrasts and rules gave him nothings and ruin. Zeus liberates the imprisoned children of Uranus, but still overflows his own flow of Kronos. Progress follows, but not complete transformation. The pattern of generational conflict remains, and its manifestation evolves. In the ultimate mythic twist, Zeus himself employs a strategy eerily reminiscent of both his father and grandfather. Now Zeus, king of the gods, made Metis his wife first, and she was wisest among gods and mortal men. But when she was about to bring forth the goddess bright-eyed Eve, Zeus craftily deceived her with cunning words and put her in his own belly, as earth and starry heaven requires. Even Zeus, ostensibly the most just of divine rulers, swallows a pregnant female when faced with prophecies threatening his womb. The pattern spirals through the generations, changing form but maintaining its essence. Uranus imprisoned his children in Gaia. Kronos swallowed his children whole. Zeus swallows not his child but his pregnant wife. Each generation becomes somewhat more subtle, yet the fundamental anxiety about succession and the willingness to commit violence to prevent it remains. Despite his violent game, Uranus remains the benchmark of ability throughout Christianity. His name appears repeatedly as a measure of excellence. Hail, children of Zeus, grant lovely song and celebrate the holy race of deathless gods, who are forever, risen from born earth, and starry heaven and gloomy night, and then the briny sea beneath. And Leto was joined in love with Zeus who holds the Aegis, and bare Apollo mountains, delighting in arrows, children lovely above all the sons of heaven. But Hera, without union with Zeus, for she was very angry and quarreled with the mate, bare famous Hephaestus, who is skilled in crafts more than all the sons of heaven, and tens of other references to him. The castrated god, the cruel father who rejoiced in his evil doing, somehow remains the standard against which divine excellence is measured. Apollo and Artemis are lovely above all the sons of heaven. Hephaestus is skilled in crafts more than all the sons of heaven. The shadow of Uranus stretches across the entire country, a silent presence, even after his power has been literally compromised. Heaven doesn't fall completely. We find ourselves caught in this exquisite tension between Hesiod's raw, generative, morally ambiguous cosmos and Plato's yearning for philosophical purity. Hesiod gives us a universe where beauty emerges from violence, where divine power is both creative and destructive, where the lines between victim and perpetrator blur across generations. Plato, on the other hand, wants to direct our gaze upward towards a heaven of pure forms, unsullied by the messy particulars of embodied existence. Perhaps we need both visions. Plato was right that these stories hold power to change dramatically how we see them. But was he right to fear them? History suggests otherwise. The myths he found so dangerous have been told and retold for millennia without bringing civilization to its knees. Rather than correcting us, these morally complex narratives might actually prepare us for reality that rarely divides neatly into good and evil. Perhaps in witnessing even the gods struggle with their shadow selves, we learn to acknowledge and integrate our own. The castration of Uranus, the ancient tabloid scandal, turns out to be a primordial truth about power, generations, creativity, and change. No wonder Plato found it so disturbing. No wonder we still find it fascinating today. No wonder heaven is the grandfather of all this.
Sometimes a man must overcompensate for his freshness. Old Spice. U.S. General. Cabs, cards, and a whole lot more. Only at Harbor Freight.
If Hesiod gave us Uranus as a bleeding, castrated patriot and a bloody family drama, while Plato nervously starts sanitizing everything and recasts Uranus as more of a philosophical aspiration, Homer performs an altogether more audacious magic trick. He turns the divine progenitor into Zeus. And like that, puff, Uranus practically disappears. This time, Aphrodite was birthed by Zeus and Dione. In Homer's cosmic architecture, the once mighty Uranus suffers neither castration nor sanitization, but something perhaps more humiliating: irrelevance. The former Skyfather becomes merely the sky, transformed from monstrous parent to convenient scene, from divine actor to celestial background. It's the mythological equivalent of discovering your terrifying grandfather has been relegated to decorative wallpaper. Open the Iliad, expecting to find Uranus brooding over his lost testaments, and you'll find yourself woefully disappointed, like Zeus at an abstinence convention. And we all know that Zeus is a madman who can't help himself even if he wants. Anyway, the name appears, certainly. Uranus scattered across the verses, but with all the personality and the path of it. In Homeric concern, heaven is where gods loiter, not invade. When Athena swoops down to prevent Achilles from skewering Agamemnon in Book 1, she arrives from heaven, or another by white arm here the symbol. Heaven here is just the god's departure zone, not a sentient being who might have opinions about his granddaughter's travel plans. One imagines the former cosmic patriarch fuming impotently as divine beings treat his dismembered body as a celestial bride. The smoke from sacrificial animals rises to high heaven, as if the sky were nothing but molecular barbecue fumes. No consciousness receives these offers. The phrase merely indicates direction, like the smoke from heaven. Uranus, who in Hesiod's account literally embraced Earth in cosmic revelation, has been devoted to the cosmos. When Thetis seeks Zeus to breathe from her son, we're told, up from the wave she swam, and in the morning scaled the heights of heaven. Heaven is not someone to petition, but somewhere to climb. The primordial creator was reduced to a diving platform. She finds Zeus not communing with his cosmic grandfather, but on many reached Olympus' topmost peak, as if the universe's first father had been outbid on divine real estate by his upstart grandson. Warriors' battle cries, reach the welkin, the vault of heaven, as if the sky were just an acoustic ceiling testing the limits of Bronze Age acoustics. The gleam from their armor flashes through ether heavenwards, treating Uranus like mirror for night. Cranes with clamor fill the sky, not to be filled like an undecorated park. When Agamemnon despairs, he wails as he heavenward stares, "Oh, Father Zeus, no god so harsh as thou." Heaven isn't the destination of his complaint, but merely where his complaint's actual recipient happens to be located. Zeus has the office, Uranus is the office building. The spatial conception becomes almost comically explicit when Herod's chariot, not unwilling, flew midway between the earth and the starry sky. Here, heaven isn't even a destination, just the upper boundary of the divine community, not firmament. The gods travel between the earth and the starry sky, like little navigators navigating between floors with cosmic orchestra. One wonders if Uranus, once embraced with all creation, now suffers the indignity of having mortals pass through him like celestial subway passengers. What we are witnessing is an ontological revolution, packaged as poetic convenience. Hesiod's Uranus is a being that urges and opinions to actively rejoice in this evil world. Homer's Uranus is a voice that stars and flowers, that passively accepts divine track, and reflects back at pure applause. It's as if the universe's first consciousness has been roboticized and realized as a combination of skyline and acoustic phenomena, acting within the world. Consider the scales of Zeus. But when the sun, his round half light stood in the way down, then did the sire hang forth the golden scales, till on the fruitful earth, the highest fate saved heaven, the Trojans to wide heaven raised. Heaven serves as nothing but the upper limit of divine measure, the upside of cosmic citizen. The transformation reaches its sublime peak in Homer's Astronomical, and as in heaven around the shining moon, the stars gleam sharp and clear in endless sky, and all the peaks stand out in few groups and clouds, and boundless ether party wide on curtains all upon heaven. Heaven becomes a night sky square, a planetarium. The first farm of gods is a cosmic IMAX square. The impressive work is entirely lacking in accuracy. Even when heaven seems to respond to events, it's rather poetic, sure. When warriors clash, and crash and rattle, rose to heaven the noise of blows upon the shield. Heaven doesn't hear these sounds as a conscious entity. It's just where noise goes when it runs out of work by itself. Uranus has been reduced to a cosmic echo chamber. Where the ordering of the cosmos is laid bare on Zeus's famous threat. For I myself have taken the casting down of working times, far, far away, that lowest morning pit beneath the ground, whose gates are open, whose threshold rise, as deep for Hades down as heaven for Moses. Heaven here is a measuring stick in cosmic distances, not a divine ancestor anyone claims to honor and respect. Maybe that's why we have almost no imagery of Uranus. I mean, who even measures it? Like a river of ocean. This architectural reimagining culminates in the description of heaven's infrastructure, then being swiftly touched with lavish schemes, self-moving before them grow the gates of heaven kept by the eyes, or to their charge is given Olympus and Olympus. Heaven now has gates, hinges, and divine maintenance. It's gone from creator to creator, from subject to object. Imagine your grandfather being converted into a computer, and you'll begin to grasp Uranus' spectacular promotion. This is one of the most insane stories in ancient Greek culture, simply because the way Uranus is painted is so different. The common writer is the poet, without philosophical fancy or moral effort, accomplishes what every poet can dream of, the complete demythologization of Uranus. Where Plato squirmed uncomfortably in etymological gymnastics to sanitize the sky. Homer simply forwarded Uranus' name to a new race. Sky, not the gods, to make them. No evidence for it, no philosophical treatise, just a quiet ontological proof of conflict and poetic evolution. While Plato was panicked, Homer basically says, why should we even talk about it? Please, stop acting crazy because we draw their attention. Plato attempts to rebrand the troublesome deity through etymological sleight of hand. Homer's approach is more radical still. Treat the former Plato as cosmic architecture, and wait for everyone to forget what is already best. The delicious irony is that Homer's spatial reimagining, not Hesiod's bloody drama, Plato's philosophical sanitization, ultimately encompass Western imagination. Homer performs the ultimate removal of personhood and relevance from Uranus, and for he person, phenomenon not found. The ancient cascading columns faded from consciousness, the sky remains a temporary cloud. Uranus lost his narrative, but gained something perhaps more lasting, the infinite moon, persisting long after his mythological trauma has become obscure in very footnote in cosmic drama. Heaven transformed from him to where, from ancestor to earth. In the process, Homer made it possible to look upward without the discomfort of making eye contact with a castrated celestial being. Plato would have saved himself considerable philosophical argument if he simply followed Homer's law. Don't reinterpret the uncomfortable way, just stop treating it as we have before. In Homer's actual celestial reposition, we find a profound cultural reframing. Heaven becomes place rather than person, container rather than container, masses rather than ancestor. It's the ultimate cosmic emotion, from first father to first floor, from divine progenitor to divine conqueror. And somehow, it happened with such subtle poetic ease that we barely noticed Uranus had disappeared until it was too late to find a missing vacuum. But maybe it would also be wise to consider, as women writing words. Are we looking at heaven and seeing nothing but its elements? Or is it a clear subscribed hidden in plain sight? I think it's not absurd to think that what Homer dismissed may ultimately be a symptom of our ability to only observe the interior workings of our conscious mind, but what is outside it.
As an Old Spice hair rescue worker, we're not just rescuing hair health and hairstyle. We're rescuing the men beneath the hair. It's a real rush. Old Spice styling products promote healthier, fuller, and more moisturized-looking hair, all while helping you consistently achieve perfect look. That's because they're blended with the perfect mixed ingredients for men's hair, and are available in low, medium, and high molds with matte and low shine finishes. Old Spice styling products leave no residue and wash off your hands easily. Every day is different, but luckily, we got the best tools out there. My eyes are getting here. And out here too. Rescue it with Old Spice styling products. Do you have cheese and manufacturing tools? Of course. Want it, need it, cheese it.
With Plato sanitized, messy, bloody, crude, loaded, the authors also wrote about the levels, working simultaneously with cosmic and horrific, and mysterious orphans attributed to the mythical authors and rooted in secretly ancient contexts. Heaven regained some of his divine philosophy, while the transcendent